Alpha Pack, Rabid States, Book 2. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. Part 1. Chapter 1. Crowley got to the bridge as Dustin and Tyson, each in position on pylons to the left and right of the bridge, began shooting methodically at the incoming hostiles. He spotted Teddy halfway across the bridge, urging the last of the civilians to get their asses moving, and began weaving between the abandoned vehicles. The cars were tightly packed, and the strong smell of gasoline assaulted his nose. The captain skidded to a halt and looked past Teddy to the bus, judging the distance between it and the cars it had blocked from crossing. It was around 15 yards, and might just be enough for what he needed. "Crowley!" screamed Teddy, as the last of the civilians climbed aboard the school bus. "What the hell are you doing?" "Get the rest of the men across the bridge, Teddy. I need you to take charge, in case this goes south." He pulled out his knife and approached one of the cars. Kneeling, he reached under and stabbed until he punctured the fuel tank and felt the slick liquid trickle onto his hands. He twisted the knife until the hole was wide enough and the fuel was splashing onto the roadway. The barking of dogs reached their ears now. "Crowley, we need to fall back to the others." Crowley ignored him. "Dustin, Tyson, that's enough for now. Fall back to the bus. Dustin, have a flare gun at the ready." Teddy O'Connor, now understanding his commanding officer's intent, stepped past Crowley and climbed onto the hood of a Chevy. "I'll cover you until you're ready." "Roger." Crowley pulled a canteen from his pack and emptied the water onto the road as he ran to the next vehicle. He got down and punctured the tank of this one, too, this time allowing it to fill the canteen before letting the fuel leak onto the roadway. The puddle of gasoline grew around their feet as the seconds passed, and the sounds of the dogs grew louder. Thaddeus fired off a couple of shots. They were still too far off for easy picking, but he could maybe take one or two down with some luck. Crowley ran to the car Teddy was on and began working on its tank. "Crowley!" Thaddeus called urgently. "Got it. Go." Teddy jumped down and ran past Crowley, who brought up the rear, pouring fuel from his canteen, making a trail back towards the bus. It ran out before he reached the last car, and he tossed the canteen aside and caught up to Teddy as they reached the line of soldiers, the noise of the bloodthirsty dogs now deafening. Dustin tried to hand him the flare gun, but he shook his head. "Not yet. Up on the bus, now. You too, Tyson." He walked to the bus and bent over with his hands together and his fingers interlocked. With a running start, Dustin put a boot into Crowley's waiting hands and was booted up to the roof, screams emanating from within the bus as he landed with a hard thud. Teddy did the same for Tyson. "They're nearly to the bridge," someone called. "Fire at will. Avoid the fuel trail." The next second, explosive bursts of gunfire brought more screams from within the bus. From above, Tyson called out directions before the animals came into view, jumping over or darting around the cars. With their defensive position effective for now and the fire trap set, Crowley turned to his men. "Which of you sorry bastards can drive a stick?" he asked. "I can, sir," Pearson responded. "Get on the bus and see if you can get this hunk of junk moving." "On it." Crowley watched him disappear onto the bus before he turned his attention fully to the fight before them. He would know soon enough if the key was in the ignition. "Captain, 11 o'clock, Tyson said. Crowley made quick work of what appeared to have once been a Dalmatian, now a spotted monstrosity, as it jumped onto the roof of the Chevy he had so recently vandalized. Behind him, the engine of the bus coughed once. "Okay, we have a key." It coughed and then sputtered out again as Pearson wrangled with the ignition. "What's going on back there, Pearson?" "Having a little difficulty here, sir." "Sir, they're staying low now. Hard to get a shot," Dustin reported from the bus's roof. "Pearson?" "Sorry, sir. I think the battery is dead. We might need to push it to get it started." Chapter 2. Crowley cocked his head and blinked twice. He wanted to believe he had misheard. "One more time, Private?" "We might need to push it, sir." "Jesus, are you kidding me?" "No, sir." "Tyson, Thaddeus, Dustin, Chase, Coleman, Bradley, Reagan, hold positions. Double your efforts. The rest of you, get to pushing. Double time. I need this bus up and running yesterday." About half the team scrambled into action while the rest provided cover, putting more effort to compensate for their temporarily reduced numbers. There was barely a second to catch a breath as the dogs continued to pour between the vehicles on the bridge. Crowley didn't have a chance to process his thoughts, but in the back of his head, he nursed the worry that Tyson would collapse from exhaustion, shouting directions while contributing to the growing pile of dead dogs. "Chase, you're 2. Sarge, dead ahead. Bradley, 11. Tyson was basically rapping at that point. Crowley dared to sneak a glance back at the struggling soldiers pushing the big yellow metal monster. "Holding, put your back into it. Thompson, push with your arms, not your face. Jefferson, don't make me come over there and teach you how to push a goddamn bus," he shouted. "My grandma can push better and she's dead. Captain, 9 o'clock. Crowley fired automatically before he even looked, and the snarling beast was down in a spray of blood and guts before his eyes caught up. "Pearson, get that thing moving, goddammit!" The bus was moving now, Pearson turning it in a wide arc so it was pointing out of town. As it gained momentum from the heaving of the soldiers behind it, the young soldier tried again. It sputtered to life, roared, and died out once more. Crowley glanced over his shoulder. Dog carcasses were piling up, but for each one that went down, 2 replaced it, and the distance was closing. "Pearson!" Pearson turned it on once more and it roared to life, coughing twice and sending a plume of black smoke into the air. "Dustin, Tyson, get down here. I need that flare gun stat," yelled Crowley without looking back. "Where is that goddamn Alpha?" At the sound of the thick-soled boots running up behind him, Crowley let his rifle drop and dangle at his chest and held out his hand without taking his eyes from the front. "Retreat, retreat, get on the bus," Crowley yelled at the rest of the soldiers as he grasped the handle of the flare gun. He looked at Tyson and Dustin. "You 2 keep them busy, but not too busy." He counted to 10 as O'Connor herded the men one by one onto the overcrowded bus. With less opposition, the dogs were approaching in numbers, jumping over cars and their dead packmates alike. But something didn't feel right to Crowley. He still hadn't spotted the Alpha or any of his buddies since they'd arrived on the bridge. "Get going, Pearson. Step on it," Crowley shouted, as Teddy mounted the step, holding onto the chrome handle by the door. The gears ground horribly, and the bus bunny-hopped violently before beginning to pick up speed. "Crowley, you get your ass in this goddamn bus right now." "Relax, Teddy. I got one more thing to do," he said quietly. He aimed at the fuel trail with the flare gun and squeezed the trigger. With a brilliant flash of red, the flare exploded from the gun, skipped along the roadway twice before skittering under a car, bouncing off a tire, and then wheeling off the bridge to land harmlessly in the dirty brown water. "Shit. Dustin, lighter." Dustin reluctantly reached into his pocket and pulled out an engraved silver lighter. "That was a gift, sir." But Crowley was already moving. The 2 soldiers covered him, shooting several dogs as Crowley closed in on the line of cars. He ran between 2, then disappeared. Less than 5 seconds later, he reappeared, literally chased by the hounds of hell, as bright orange flames sprang up deep in the cluster of cars on the bridge. Dogs caught as the gasoline went up screamed in agony, several jumping off the bridge to escape the flames. "I'll take them," said Dustin to Tyson, and aimed at the 3 pursuing Crowley. Without waiting for an answer, he took a deep breath, then squeezed the trigger of his M24 rifle 3 times in quick succession, taking them out. "Run for the bus," ordered Crowley, running past them. The flames were higher now, and had all but cut off the attack. The bus slowed as the first of the cars Crowley had vandalized exploded. Crowley reached the bus first and grabbed Teddy's hand. Dustin was right behind him, with Tyson bringing up the rear. Applause broke out as Crowley was pulled in. He ignored it. It was not time to celebrate yet. He pushed through the soldiers crowding the aisle, desperate to see the results of his efforts in the rear window. Ideally, no dogs would get through the fiery barrier while the bus was still in sight. That's when he heard a scream from the right side of the bus. It was followed immediately by a shouted warning. "Dogs! Run!" Crowley bent to look at the side window. Barely 20 yards out, and closing fast, was the Alpha and two more German Shepherd monstrosities. They were soaking wet and spraying droplets of water as they ran. Crowley knew immediately they had swum the river while he had been distracted. Christ! The captain turned and desperately pushed between his soldiers as he tried to head back to the front, pulling out his Desert Eagle as he went. Time seemed to slow. Through the window, he saw Dustin reach out and grasp Teddy's hand. He saw the terrified face of Tyson 3 yards behind him as his sniper buddy was pulled to safety. He saw Stiles with his pistol, trying to get a shot on the Alpha from behind Teddy's shoulder, and missing. Finally, he saw the huge Alpha close on Tyson and leap as Teddy, holding the handrail with one hand and stretched to his limit, grasped the sniper's fingertips. Then, time sped up as the malformed jaws of the dog slammed shut over Tyson's neck, the sheer weight of it driving him into the ground, leaving Teddy grasping nothing but air. No! With one jerk of its big head, the Alpha tore a chunk of the soldier's spine out, and then looked at the bus before letting the gory morsel drop from his mouth to the asphalt and stepping away as its packmates arrived. They began ripping into the lifeless body. Screams and cries of horror permeated the bus, but Stiles' gun was silenced when he had to reach out and grab his sergeant by the collar to prevent him from jumping from the bus and going to the aid of Tyson. A nauseous Crowley knew there was nothing to be done for their fallen comrade as he finally made it to the front and helped pull the struggling O'Connor onto the bus, yelling at Pearson to floor it. "Go, Pearson! Go!" Crowley's added weight finally tipped the balance in Stiles' favor, and all three collapsed to the floor as the door shut behind them. Thaddeus sprang to his feet and punched Stiles in the ear before Crowley stepped between them. "Leave it, Teddy, for Christ's sake." Teddy dropped to his knees with his head in his hand as Crowley looked back through the window at the horrifying scene they were leaving behind. Watching the bus intently, the Alpha still stood apart from his fellows as they swarmed over Tyson. On the bridge, the flames had died down, but a dirty black plume of smoke rose high in the afternoon sky. Even as he watched, dark shapes were jumping over the dying flames and flooding onto the highway. "Can this thing go any faster, Pearson?" "It's a piece of shit, sir. It's maxed out at 40 miles per hour. They were on the bus and moving, but Crowley felt anything but safe, and even that small victory had come at an extremely high cost. Tyson had been an invaluable member of the team. Now they were down to one tested sniper in Dustin. He was a sobbing wreck. For all their banter and his anger at Tyson just the day before, the two snipers had been as close as brothers. Crowley patted his shoulder as he returned to the front of the bus. "I need everyone to listen for a moment," Crowley said. He waited until the noise died out before continuing. "I need everyone seated, soldiers included. Make sure that all the side windows are closed. Team, use this time to check your ammunition. We have to stay prepared for anything." "Captain," Josephine called from the back row. "We have a problem." Crowley strained to see through the window behind her. What in hell? Dogstrosities were sprinting after the bus, the Alpha nipping at their heels like an obsessed track coach. They were also gaining, and some of them were on fire. Civilians began to scream and cry in horror. "Calm down, people," Crowley reassured. "Face the front. We're safe in here." He turned back to Pearson. "Keep this thing moving, no matter what," he said into his ear. "Yes, sir." "Stiles," said Crowley, pointing to the right side of the bus. "Get to a window and see if you can put one of those bastards down. Teddy, you do the same on the left." The words were barely out of his mouth when something slammed into the bus from that side, eliciting a fresh bout of screams from the civilians and making the vehicle shake. Thaddeus moved quickly, pulling a protesting Sebastian Tipton from his aisle seat with no apology, then kneeling and leaning over the man at the window. There was a dog running alongside the bus, veering away and readying for another run at it. Teddy put his gun hand through the top pane and began firing. It took 7 shots before a shot in the eye sent the flaming dog down in a screaming, smoking heap. There were several more dogs closing on the bus, meaner and uglier than the one he had put down. The flames had died out on some of them, leaving horrendous burn marks that would have dropped or slowed down any ordinary dog. These ones looked plain vengeful. "I could use a freaking bazooka right about now," Thaddeus lamented as he sat back on his haunches to reload. "Less talking, more shooting, Teddy," said Crowley, now at the rear window weighing up whether to kick out the safety glass, leaving passengers vulnerable to an attack if they failed to lose their pursuers. "I can do both," said Teddy, rising to his knees. He was just putting his gun hand through the window again when another big dog, this one a mutant St. Bernard as big as a black bear, rammed into the bus, causing Pearson to overcorrect. "Oh, shit!" Thaddeus cried. "What's going on over there, Teddy?" Crowley asked. "We got a big mother over here. I dropped my gun." "What?" Crowley asked, baffled enough to turn. It was just in time to see the big dog leap for the window, its horrendously large paws finding purchase in the narrow upper window. Slobber, blood, and snot smeared the glass as the dog tried to get its maw through the narrow gap. "Jesus!" screamed Teddy, falling back onto his backside. Stiles stepped over Teddy and sprayed a volley of bullets into the beast's face, and it fell away. Teddy looked up at Stiles. "Thanks." "You dropped your pistol?" Teddy nodded sheepishly. He knew he'd cop hell for it later. "Dustin, take Sergeant O'Connor's place. Stiles, back on your side, we have incoming." A grim-looking Dustin took O'Connor's place and began firing methodically any time a dog came up on his side. Stiles also took down his fair share. Crowley watched the proceedings before turning back to look rearward. The forest was thickening on both sides, and the pursuing animals had slowed. Again, he had lost sight of the Alpha and assumed it had fallen back, unable or unwilling to keep up as it lost more of its packmates. The highway started to go downhill, and the bus picked up speed, putting more distance between them and the pack. After rounding a tight bend, the road flattened and straightened again, and the road behind them was free of dogs. "Okay, I think we're clear," Crowley said finally, allowing relief to flow through him. He turned to the front and let his gun fall to his side. "For now, we can catch our breath." He sank into the nearest seat and exhaled. And then everything went horribly wrong. Crowley's eyes were shut for exactly 5 seconds when someone screamed, "Look out!" His eyes snapped open, and he looked around in time to see the 3 large shapes burst from the foliage to the right and charge at the front corner of the bus. Crowley barely had time to reach out and grab the back of the seat in front before the collision. The old school bus lurched violently to the left as Pearson tried to maintain control, knocked off course as one dog went under the wheel, and the other 2 struck the fender and door. They were still skidding to the left when the windshield exploded. A black shape struck Pearson in a blur of fangs and claws, and his hands left the steering wheel to try and defend himself. "Hold on," called Crowley, as the bus careened through a low guardrail and rolled off the steep embankment. Without a seatbelt to keep him tethered, Crowley was thrown out of his seat and flung around like a rag doll as the vehicle tumbled into the woods. After what felt like minutes and more rotations than he could count, they came to a stop with a loud crash as a tree stopped the bus in its tracks. For a minute, Crowley was out of it. He came around to the sound of screaming all around him. There was a ringing in his ear, a nauseous feeling in the pit of his stomach, and the side of his head felt wet to the touch. He put his hand to his head, and in the dim lighting, he was able to identify what it was. Was it his blood? If it was, there was no pain. The bus had come to rest on its side. All around him, dazed civilians and soldiers were picking themselves up. Visible through the shattered side windows above them, the hill and the thick canopy of forest around left them in a twilight gloominess. "Is everyone all right? Thaddeus?" "Here," Thaddeus called from somewhere. "Are you all right?" "Peachy," Thaddeus moaned. This time he spoke through his comm. "Do a head count," Crowley said into his comms, "and make it snappy. Everyone else, if you can hear me, get ready for whatever hit us." "Copy that." He took a step towards the rear of the bus and felt something soft under his boot. It was a man's hand. Crowley dropped to his knees, and his eyes met the lifeless eyes of the hand's owner. He recognized the man as one of the two he had been pinned on when the big dog back in the town square had barreled into him. His neck was broken. He rose to his feet as the dead civilian, the first of the mission, cut through the fog of shock in his mind. "Josephine?" There was no answer. He felt his heart begin to race even faster as he began to move through dazed survivors. "Josephine!" "I got her over here. She's safe." It was Thaddeus again, still speaking through the communication device. "She's out cold. Her grandpa's here too, safe, but in shock." Crowley struggled with the urge to go to her, but it occurred to him there was one more person whose well-being was of paramount importance. "Bonnie?" She responded immediately. "Present and accounted for." "Where are you? Are you all right?" "I'm all right." "Everyone stay together. We'll get out of this, but we'll need to move." The sound of a wolf howling pierced the air. It was close, very close. It was immediately echoed by more wolves from every direction. "Quickly." He stumbled to the front of the bus to check on the driver. "Pearson, are you all—" He froze. Because Private James Pearson was not all right. He was about as far from all right as you can get. He was lying motionless against the blood-soaked driver's side window, his throat torn out. The malformed dog that had burst through the windshield hung awkwardly over him, its head impaled on the jagged end of the steering wheel, which had broken upon impact and been driven through its skull. Crowley slammed his fist against the seatback. It hurt a lot, but he welcomed the pain. He tapped on his comms. "Private Pearson is dead." "Fuck," Dustin muttered. The others shared his sentiment. "All right, get ready. Civilians, get down and stay low until I say otherwise." Steeling himself, he bent to Pearson's lifeless body one more time and closed his shocked eyes before moving out of the compartment, taking the fallen soldier's gun and magazines with him. The civilians were on the ground, and Crowley counted his men. They were all accounted for besides Pearson and Tyson. Beyond the confines of the bus, everything was quiet. It was strange. He had expected the dogs would be on them within minutes. "I think we might have lost them," Jefferson said. "I'll go check." Without waiting for the all-clear, the private boosted himself up onto a seat and poked his head through a now glassless window. "Jefferson, wait!" It was too late. His feet disappeared through the window, and there were 2 heavy steps on what was now the ceiling before he jumped down to the grass next to the bus. "Stiles, Colding, up onto the roof. Let's give him cover." Crowley and the others followed Jefferson's lead and climbed through the missing windows onto the bus. The private, who Crowley thought might be in shock, was about 20 feet from the bus and walking the perimeter of the clearing they had come to rest in. Crowley quickly scanned the area. Back up the slope, a trail of broken saplings and smaller trees showed the path of the rolling bus. The spot they'd landed in was ringed by heavy forest. "Jefferson, easy now." He took a couple more uneventful steps. but there was no sign or sound indicating the dogs were approaching. Why the hell did it feel like such a trap then? Why no dogs? Jefferson, finally satisfied, turned around and gave them the thumbs up. "I think it's all clear." He never finished the sentence. A large, bristling, dark gray form that seemed to manifest from the very darkness between the trees burst forth and snatched him violently by the back of the neck, before dragging him like a screaming rag doll back into the trees. His gunfire sprayed uselessly into the sky. Crowley fired a few shots blindly into the trees, joined by Stiles and Colding, as the private's terrified scream faded into the distance. "Cease fire. Back onto the bus." Without hesitation, the men moved, scrambling back into the bus the way they had come. The panic among the civilians had now overwhelmed the shock of the accident. "Quiet, everyone. O'Connor, to me." O'Connor came up beside him. That was a wolf. It was huge, which might explain why the dogs haven't converged on us. If there are more of those out there, they won't risk it. "We're sitting ducks in here, though. We need to move," Thaddeus said. "Someone has to get out there." "We do. I want you to start getting everyone out through the windows. Once we have everybody out safe, we'll put some soldiers on the ground to form a perimeter of steel. And then? Then I have an idea." O'Connor shrugged. "I have my doubts, but staying in this metal coffin is no alternative." Crowley nodded grimly and patted his friend on the shoulder. Clearly, Teddy was as upset by the casualties they'd suffered as he was. 3 good men in less than 10 minutes. "Dustin, boost me. I want a soldier on top at every broken window and one at each below. Boosting civilians. We are evacuating now. Women and children first." "What?" "I don't believe I stuttered, Lieutenant. Boost me." Crowley took the opportunity to head to the back of the bus while his men went to work. Josephine was awake now, a large egg on her forehead, but her eyes were bright. Her grandfather was next to her. He sported a cut on his cheek, but appeared more concerned about his granddaughter. Maria was also there, her arm around a frightened-looking but unscathed Emily. Crowley smiled, trying to exude serenity. "You okay?" he asked Josephine, who looked the worst of the bunch. "Honestly, no. But who is?" "Come on. We need to get you up top." Coleman squeezed past him, his limp almost imperceptible, and helped Maria and the girl past him to the first available window. "Take Abuelo first." "No, women and children first," said her grandfather forcefully. Perhaps too pained to argue with the adamant man, she nodded wearily. Okay. Within 10 minutes, everyone was assembled next to the bus, and 8 soldiers, led by Stiles, had formed a 20-foot perimeter as the civilians were helped down onto the grass. Crowley had just begun to hope that the wolf that had taken Jefferson was a one-off, when a howl rent the air. It was loud, and he guessed it was within 100 yards. "Everyone," he called urgently over the whimpering of the crowd, "get ready to move out. We'll be heading north of the bus. Stiles, have each of your men throw grenades into the forest around the perimeter. That should give us some breathing space to move." "That's your idea?" asked Teddy quietly. "Got a better one?" Teddy was about to say he didn't when the first of the grenades exploded in the trees. It was followed by 7 more. Crowley picked a direction. He wanted to stay in sight of the hill that led up to the road for as long as possible, so he pointed in that direction. "Move out. Keep tight on those civilians. Teddy, bring up the rear with Colding and Radcliffe in case of pursuit." Crowley took the lead with Stiles as they approached the first of the trees, threw another grenade ahead, waiting for the explosion before moving on. He knew they would eat through the grenades at this rate, but he didn't see an alternative. To their credit, between explosions, the civilians were silent. The only sound the occasional cough or the crack of a breaking twig underfoot as they moved along at a steady pace. Every 50 yards, Crowley threw another grenade, and so far they had been unbothered. A few seconds after the blast, he heard a gasp. "Oh, no, not now, for Christ's sakes," whispered a woman's voice a few rows behind him. It was Bonnie. Take point, he told Stiles, and stepped to the side as the people behind him passed. He met Sebastian Tipton's eyes. The teacher was bleeding from a scalp wound and looked defeated. Thankfully, he didn't try and engage Crowley. Bonnie was behind him, holding her stomach. "Are you all right?" She shook her head. Her face contorted briefly. She was in pain, but trying not to show it. "What is it? Are you hurt?" She shook her head again. "What's wrong?" "My water broke." Chapter 3. Crowley was dumbstruck, and he looked at Bonnie, hoping she would laugh, letting him in on the joke. She didn't. "You're going into labor now?" "No, not now. I thought I'd wait till Christmas." Her face contorted in pain again. "Yes, now. Sorry." "Don't be sorry. It is what it is." "Captain," Chase said, "I hate to rush, but they're slowing down behind you." "Chase, you'll help Bonnie along." The woman gladly steadied herself on the private's arm as the captain moved to the perimeter of the column. "Everyone on high alert. If anything moves in the scrub, shoot it." He had decided no more grenades. If the wolves were lying in wait, there had been no sign of them, and the exploding grenades could actually begin to backfire by giving away their location. Moving along the ranks, he encouraged everyone to pick up the pace. The unexpected labor had added a time pressure that he could have done without. He decided they would have to stop in the first clearing they came across that could be defended. They had traveled around a mile from the crash site, and he just hoped it was far enough from dogs and wolves to give them the breathing space they needed. Teddy O'Connor came up beside Crowley. "Sit rep?" "One of our civilians has gone into labor." "Oh, Christ," said Teddy before he could help himself. "Yep. We are going to stop in the first clearing we find that we can defend. I need you to quietly let Josephine and Maria know about Bonnie. We'll need them to take the lead on that particular issue." "Why do you think we haven't been attacked?" "I think 3 things helped. 1, we landed in wolf territory, so the dogs stayed away. 2, assuming wolves are as sensitive to sound as dogs, the bangs of the grenades would have scattered any close by. And 3, there aren't as many wolves as dogs, and I think we've left their territory behind. Don't get complacent, though. We are now fair game for the dogs, or we might wander into the territory of a different pack of wolves." Teddy nodded. "Let's keep moving." Josephine and Maria soon replaced Chase in assisting Bonnie, and the young man had relief etched all over his face. 30 minutes later, Bonnie was really struggling. "Crowley, we're going to have to stop soon, even if it's just for a few minutes. We've been walking for an hour and 45 minutes. I think we put enough distance between us and the bus." "We need to find a clearing first. I can't defend these people while they're spread in between trees." "Well, pretty soon your men will have to carry Bonnie. She's struggling." "Okay, just say when. Until then, we keep moving as fast as we can." After 10 more minutes, during which time Bonnie's moans became louder and more pained, Crowley heard something and called everyone to a stop and hushed those around him. It was the sound of running water. "We'll stop when we get to the stream or river or whatever the hell it is," said Crowley to the crowd, but his eyes were on Josephine. She nodded with relief. They started again and picked up speed, driven on by the promise of rest. The vegetation thinned out into a clearing. A stream bisected the open space, pouring down the rocky hill to their right, pooling and then continuing downslope before disappearing from view again in the thick woods east of them. At its narrowest point, it was about 20 yards across, but didn't appear to be too fast or deep to cross on foot, or swim if it came to it. The relief was clear on the faces of the civilians as they found places to sit, some venturing to the water's edge to splash their faces or fill up bottles. Unfortunately, he couldn't let them relax. "Look alive, people. We're not safe just yet." There was a chorus of groaning. "We have to get across the water before we can even think of resting." "In case you haven't noticed, Cap, I'm having a situation here," Bonnie said. Her face contorted in pain as another wave of contractions hit. "The break between her contractions is getting shorter. Soon there will not be a choice about where to stop," Maria added. I know. Let's just get across. You can fill your canteens and bottles and rest on the other side, I promise. Sergeant O'Connor, you go across first." Thaddeus made a face, but did as he was asked. He stepped carefully over the mossy rocks and took a step into the water. He made it halfway across, the water coming up no higher than his waist, before Crowley gave the signal for his men to start moving the civilians across. The children, including Emily, were raised onto the shoulders of soldiers, and Josephine asked Stiles to help her father across, so that she and Maria could assist Bonnie. Despite Bonnie moaning about how cold the water was, she made it across safely. Once everyone was on the other side, Crowley held his rifle high over his head and followed. "Okay, you have 3 minutes to top up your water, then I want everyone on that grass patch in the center of the clearing." Josephine and Maria guided the expectant mother straight to the spot Crowley had pointed out. There was a single pine tree on the edge of the grass, and Josephine supported Bonnie while Maria got busy and pulled 2 bed sheets she had taken from the motel from her backpack. She spread one on the ground under the tree, and they eased Bonnie down onto it. Josephine took off her backpack and put it under the woman's head, and then they both helped her raise her legs so they were propped with her knees bent and apart. Crowley turned away as Maria pulled Bonnie's maternity dress up over her thighs and covered her from the waist down with the second bedsheet. "Oh, God, please get me through this," Bonnie grunted as another contraction racked her body. "I swear I'll never have sex again." Maria squatted next to her. "Let's not make promises we cannot keep now, honey," she chided lightheartedly as she patted her head. She looked over her shoulder. "Her contractions are minutes apart. Hopefully this will be quick and easy. Josephine, I'll need your help. And you too, Captain." "I'm here," Josephine said. "What do you need?" Crowley asked. "Anything at all. Antiseptic, pain meds, bandages, sharp knife?" "Sharp knife?" Bonnie cried. Maria ignored her. "Yes, I'm going to need a few things. First, though, hot water." "Sure, I already have the men collecting firewood." Maria nodded. "Okay, I'll need hot water, 2 large towels and a small one, a knife, sterilized, alcohol." "We have antiseptic," Crowley interrupted. "Well, I'm not going to drink antiseptic." "Drink it? What are you talking about?" "What are you talking about? The alcohol is for me. I'm about to deliver a baby in the woods, surrounded by monster dogs and wolves. No way am I doing it sober." She made the sign of the cross and stared at the sky, muttering to herself. "Wait, what?" Bonnie groaned. She tried to rise, but Josephine held her down firmly. "Calm down," Josephine said. "She's kidding. Maria, tell her you're kidding." Maria didn't answer. "Maria? Fine, I'm kidding. Tough crowd. Jeez." She looked up at Crowley, who was staring like she had gone mad. "What?" she questioned. "Oh, and if you can find them, I need a scarf and a bar of medicated soap, too." "Right. On it." Crowley signaled to Thaddeus, and in a matter of seconds, the soldiers dispersed to make preparations accordingly. "Josephine, you are moral support for now," Maria said, as she reached beneath the sheet over Bonnie and helped her out of her panties. If Bonnie was uncomfortable being rendered naked from the waist down in the woods, she didn't let on. Maria deftly tied her hair in a bun and went for her bag. From within, she produced a pair of sterilized gloves and slipped them on. Josephine saw Crowley staring and explained. "She's been stocking up in preparation for today ever since she met Bonnie, so she's probably got everything else covered." Crowley nodded in understanding. Thaddeus approached them, making sure to avert his gaze. He leaned in and whispered to Crowley, then went back the way he had come. Crowley stepped back. "My men have mounted a defensive perimeter around our location. You'll be safe for as long as you need." Maria nodded. "Thank you, Captain." "I guess I'll get out of your way now." "That would be best," Maria said. He approached Bonnie, who was relatively calm. "Good luck." He started to back away, but quick as a viper, her hand reached out and grabbed his arm. "I want you to stay," Bonnie said. "Be my support." He looked at Maria and Josephine, seeking their approval, hoping they'd say no. "Yes, fine," said Maria. "You can give your arm up for squeezing. Better you than Josie." Josephine merely smiled, apparently enjoying his discomfort. He took off his vest before sinking to the ground next to Bonnie and putting his hand in hers, interlocking their fingers together. Maria tossed another pair of gloves to Josephine. "Looks like your previous position is filled," she said. She invited Josephine over to where she was kneeling at Bonnie's feet and proceeded to give her a rundown of what it would look like and what she would need from her. The soldiers managed to gather everything Maria had listed in quick time, and Maria had a long draught of the whiskey that Teddy commandeered. She offered a sip to Bonnie and forced Crowley and Josephine to take a generous swig each. After ensuring the crew was suitably fortified, Maria wrapped the scarf around the lower half of her face and lifted the sheet. Josephine couldn't see what she was doing, even from where she sat, her vision obstructed by the sheet. But she knew Maria was poking around in the other woman's private areas and shuddered slightly at the thought. Crowley concentrated hard on looking off into the distance, which brought another smile to her face. When Maria returned to view, her expression was dead serious as she regarded Bonnie. "I can't pretend it won't. This will hurt like hell. Follow my instructions and everything will be fine. Is that clear?" "Crystal," Bonnie responded. She squeezed Crowley's hand lightly, and he patted her hand with his free hand. The sight was heartwarming to Josephine. The look in Crowley's eyes was the look of a man who cared, a man who had once been a husband and father. "When I say push, you start off slow so you don't tire yourself out too quickly. When I say stop, you stop. If you still feel the urge to push when I ask you to stop, blow from your mouth." Bonnie nodded. Maria's head disappeared again beneath the sheet for a few seconds. It reappeared long enough for her to give the single-word order that Bonnie had been waiting to hear for 9 months. "Push!" Bonnie did not need to be told a second time. With her teeth clenched and her eyes shut tight, she obliged. "Ease up. I told you, go slow," Maria said, resurfacing again. She tapped Bonnie's thigh urgently. "Follow my words, Bonnie. This will be over soon." Crowley leaned in and propped her up a little higher, wrapping an arm around her shoulders while she continued to squeeze the life out of his other arm. Suddenly unconcerned with sparing Bonnie's modesty, he began to whisper words of encouragement. "Rest now," Maria said. But Bonnie's face was still contorted. She was still pushing. "I said rest, Bonnie." "Come on, Bonnie. Listen to the scary midwife," Crowley said. "Do as she said. Blow, don't push." Her hand tightened even more around his muscular arm as she switched to blowing, but Crowley didn't flinch. He did not seem to notice it at all. Maria glanced at her watch and nodded. "Okay, push. A little more effort this time." Her head went beneath the sheets again, even before Bonnie started to grunt with exertion. The process of pushing and resting went on for 20 minutes, with Bonnie drenched in sweat and Crowley's arm red where her fingers dug into him before Maria reappeared, her hair mussed and brow sweaty. "The baby is crowning." At that point, Bonnie should have pushed with renewed vigor. Josephine imagined the thought of her baby almost out in the real world would be all the motivation Bonnie needed. She didn't push, though. Josephine looked up at her face and found that her eyelids were fluttering, and her eyeballs were rolling back inside her head. "Maria," Josephine called. Maria looked up. No, she said. "Bonnie, you need to stay awake. You're almost through. Come on." Crowley shook her, but she continued to drift. "Captain," Maria said, "if you do not want this woman and her baby to die, I need you to force her awake. Slap her if you have to." Unwilling to slap Bonnie, Crowley shook more vigorously and tapped her cheek, but it didn't help. He couldn't do what needed to be done, so Josephine leaned in and struck her hard on the right cheek with her open hand. Bonnie's eyes snapped open instantly. She was conscious, but pale and clearly without strength.
"Bonnie, don't quit on me now. Don't quit on your baby," Maria said.
She paused and frowned in worry before turning to Crowley.
"Do you happen to have a shot of epinephrine? An adrenaline shot?"
Crowley nodded and waved to Teddy, who was prowling at a safe distance. He jogged over immediately. "Bring me my med pack. Hurry." Less than 20 seconds later, Thaddeus was back, dropping the med pack down, and disappeared when Crowley dismissed him. Crowley found the shot and handed it to Maria. She pulled off the cap with her teeth and stabbed Bonnie in the outer thigh. The woman didn't even flinch.
"Now, Bonnie, I just injected you with a shot of epinephrine. It will give you a boost of adrenaline. Try to remain calm now. Clear your mind. Prepare to push with all of your might. The life of your son depends on it."
She nodded, breathing rapidly. Maria felt the next contraction coming.
"Now!"
Maria yelled.
"Push, Bonnie! Push!"
Bonnie screamed as she pushed. Her voice was raw and cracked, but she kept going.
"Pause. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Go again."
Another scream rent the air as she pushed again. After 30 seconds of grunting and groaning, her body slackened and she collapsed, a heaving mess.
"One more time. One more time. Stay with me now. Deep breaths first. Deep breaths."
Bonnie's white lips went O-shaped as she inhaled and exhaled in quick succession.
"Now push, Bonnie," Maria said. "One more time."
The sound that came from Bonnie's mouth was somewhere between the moaning of a dying animal and a war cry. She pushed. When her voice failed, it was replaced by the cries of an infant. This time, when Maria surfaced, it was with the crying baby in her arms. Bonnie's face broke into a weary smile. Crowley and Josephine smiled too.
"You did well, Bonnie,"
Maria said. She also had a smile on her face.
"Really well."
She gestured for Josephine and handed her the baby to pass to his mother. The joy in Bonnie's eyes was unbridled as she cradled her newborn son in her arms, but she was worryingly pale. Maria went back under the sheet, and Crowley heard a snip as she cut the umbilical cord. She was under there a full 2 minutes before reappearing. She was about to say something to Bonnie when the new mother's eyes fluttered shut again, and she went slack. Josephine looked at Maria questioningly.
"It might just be the fatigue? Or the adrenaline wearing off?"
Maria shook her head, worry etched on her face.
"Take the baby."
Josephine took the baby gently out of Bonnie's arms, and Crowley attempted to make the unconscious woman more comfortable. It was then he noticed the spreading bloodstains on the sheet. Maria looked under the sheet, and her eyes widened in alarm.
"No. I was afraid this would happen. God, please, no."
She ducked under the sheet again. "What's happening?" Crowley asked, his voice tight.
"Her uterus isn't contracting to stop the bleeding."
"What does that mean?"
"It means she's going to keep bleeding out until—"
She let her sentence hang in the air uncompleted. "What can we do?" Crowley asked.
"Kneel next to me,"
she ordered, whipping off the sheet. Crowley did as she commanded, the time for privacy or concern for modesty now clearly at an end. The blood, though, that he was not expecting. Maria had her hands on Bonnie's stomach. They smeared blood all over her pale skin as she ran them down over her belly.
"Pay attention. I need you to massage her abdomen, like this."
She demonstrated for a bit and moved aside for him. He put his hands on Bonnie's stomach, and Maria guided him until she was sure that he had gotten the hang of it, before she returned to try and staunch the flow of blood.
"That should help the walls of the uterus contract."
"And if it doesn't?"
"I don't know,"
Maria whispered. Her eyes were fraught.
"Maria?"
Josephine said.
"Surely there is something." "I don't know,"
Maria shouted.
"She needs hospital care, surgery, a transfusion. I can only do so much."
Josephine rocked the baby gently in her arms as she glanced at Bonnie's face. Her eyes were open again, but rolled high in her sockets, as if she'd found something enormously interesting to see behind her eyelids. Her breathing was ragged and out of rhythm.
"She's slipping. Maria!"
Josephine cried. "Stay with us, Bonnie," Crowley pleaded, still massaging her belly. "Come on."
"Maria, do something. I can't. Unless—"
An idea struck her.
"A balloon. Does anyone have a balloon?"
"A balloon?"
"Yes, to push in and inflate inside of her. It would hopefully stop the bleeding and—"
"I have an idea. Teddy, I want you to—" Before he could say more, Bonnie's hand grabbed his, and she shook her head faintly. Her pain-filled eyes now focused again, and she gestured weakly to her baby. Josephine brought the child close, but Bonnie made no attempt to take him from her. She merely smiled, then with a mighty effort, strained her neck and kissed him on the top of the head.
"Edward,"
she whispered, before falling back, eyes closed. "Bonnie," Crowley said, taking her hand and rubbing it. When there was no response, he shook her shoulder, but she was limp. She had stopped breathing. "Bonnie!" Teddy stopped dead in his tracks as Maria fell back on her heels to a sitting position, staring at the still body in disbelief.
"No,"
she sobbed quietly. Josephine was crying in earnest, holding the baby to her chest. Only Crowley appeared to be unwilling to believe what was now obvious. "Bonnie! Open your eyes, damn it!" But Bonnie didn't open her eyes. She would never open them again. Crowley held her hand for several minutes as the others watched. Sporadic crying broke out around the camp as news of what had happened spread. The captain finally rose to his feet, his steps unsteady on the ground as he backed away.
"Ed,"
said Josephine, attempting to rise to her feet. Crowley's eyes roamed over the scene, seeing all but understanding nothing. He continued to back away until he bumped into a tree. The spell broken, he turned and stalked off.
"Crowley! Ed!"
Josephine called after him, now on her feet. She started to follow him.
"Josephine, no,"
Thaddeus said gently.
"You look after the baby. I'll go."
She nodded and watched as he jogged off after his commanding officer. Chapter 4. Crowley was at the stream when Thaddeus found him. He was seated on a large rock with his hands between his knees and his head bowed. He looked disheveled, exhausted, and disheartened. There was no stealth mode available, and his boots crunched over the pebbles on the shore as he approached. "Go away, Teddy." There was no emotion to his voice. It was flat and cold. Teddy stopped but had no intention of obeying the order to go away.
"Ed,
Go away.
you know these things happen."
"I said piss off, Thaddeus," Crowley snapped, rising to his feet and spinning so fast that the sergeant took a step back. His bloodshot eyes burned with so much anger that Teddy kept his distance. His attention was drawn to Crowley's hands. They were still covered in Bonnie's blood.
"There was nothing you could do about it, Crowley."
"Just shut up, Teddy. Okay? Shut up."
"I want to." Thaddeus laughed dryly. "God knows I want to let you be and give you the time you need to deal with this. But I can't. We have people who need you to lead them to safety."
"They don't need me."
"Yes, they do, Crowley. They need a captain. You're the captain. It's your job."
"And what a bang-up job it's been so far," Crowley scoffed. "Why don't you play captain for a while, huh? How about that?" Before Thaddeus could say anything, Crowley unbuttoned and took off his shirt with the captain's insignia, balled it up, and threw it at his chest. O'Connor didn't make any attempt to catch it. It hit his chest and fell to the ground. "You'll forgive me for not being all ceremonial about it," growled Crowley. "Now, piss off out of my sight." He turned away and marched back to his rock. But before he could reach it, Teddy caught him by the shoulder. Crowley shrugged off his hand, and he put it right back. "I will remove your hand one more time, Teddy. Touch me again, and I'll break something in your body." He brushed off his friend's hand, and Teddy put it back a third time. With reflexes so sharp they caught O'Connor off guard, Crowley caught the hand before it made contact, dragged him in, and jabbed him in the nose with his elbow. The sergeant staggered backwards, his eyes blurred with tears. Before his sight could clear, Crowley hooked a foot behind his right ankle and shoved him hard in the chest, sending his friend to the ground. O'Connor went down, his ass striking the rocks hard enough to draw a gasp of pain. Pushing off the ground, he rose on wobbly legs to find Crowley walking away. He checked his nose and found that it wasn't broken. Wasn't even bleeding, but it hurt like hell. "We're not done talking," he said. "Stand down, Sergeant," Crowley sighed. "Don't make me hurt you more." Unable to comply. When Crowley turned, Thaddeus was already moving. He charged and tackled Crowley hard, throwing him off his feet. He could practically hear the air leave Crowley's lungs as he went down. Thaddeus raised a hand to throw a punch, but Crowley blocked and threw a punch of his own. Teddy's cheek took a glancing blow, but he threw another of his own and caught Crowley square on the nose, then followed up with another to the belly. Crowley caught the third attempt and flipped Thaddeus onto his back. He pounced on the sergeant and proceeded to throw blow after blow, but Teddy had his arms up in defense and took most of the punches on his forearms. There was no way Thaddeus could win. He had already come to that realization even before he goaded Crowley. But he wasn't trying to win. Not by beating him, at least. He found an opening and launched a quick shot, but Crowley deflected it and trapped Teddy's right arm under his left, and then raised his other fist. Anticipating a blow that would end the tussle, Teddy cringed and closed his eyes. The blow never came. He opened his eyes to see Crowley's fist still cocked and ready, his chest heaving and emotions warring on his face. It was then Thaddeus knew he had lost the battle, but won the war. Crowley had expended himself, as he had hoped he would, before ruining his pretty face. Crowley let himself fall to the ground next to him, still breathing hard. Teddy turned to look at him and found a stray tear making its way down the side of his face. "I gave her my word that nothing would happen to her." Teddy couldn't think of a response. There was no adequate reply. They lay there in silence for a full minute before finally Crowley stood. Teddy sat up but made no further move. The captain trudged down to the edge of the stream, then looked up into the sky and screamed. It was a gut-wrenching sound that echoed through the woods, sending birds flying from their trees. When it finally faded away, he sank to his knees and his head dropped. Teddy started to rise when a gentle hand touched his shoulder. It was restraining, but not imposing. He looked up, expecting to find Josephine. It was Maria. She was still covered in blood. Only her hands were clean of it, thanks to the surgical gloves she had now stripped off. Without uttering a word, she moved past him and went over to sit next to Crowley. There was no exchange of words between them. Teddy realized there was no need for words. They had both been through the same thing and were both experiencing the same feelings of loss and failure. Crowley's head tilted to the side and rested on her shoulder. In turn, she rested her head against his. The sight stabbed at Thaddeus's heart. Soft footfalls behind him made him turn his head. It was Josephine this time. She had the baby in her arms, swaddled in a towel, oblivious to the fact that his own birth had made him an orphan. She smiled wanly at him as she too walked past him. Maria looked up as she approached and nodded at the assistant principal's questioning look. She gently touched Crowley's shoulder, and when he raised his head, Josephine held out the sleeping baby to him. He froze for a moment, then held out his arms and took the baby. Tears still filled his eyes, but when he looked into the baby's face, Crowley smiled. It was sad, but it was a smile. Teddy fell back down. His work was done. There was some fight left in Crowley. Hopefully it would be enough to get through all that lay ahead. In order to prevent her body being disturbed or dug up, Bonnie was laid to rest in the Viking way, her body atop a pyre on a crude raft the men had put together, set alight and pushed downriver. It happened with as little ceremony as possible, as they had to keep moving. But Crowley felt that it was the best they could have done considering the circumstances, and better than any of his fallen men had gotten. By the time he, Maria, and Josephine had visited the river to cleanse themselves, everyone else was up and ready to move. While Bonnie had been in labor, Thaddeus had ordered that light food be distributed, so everyone was fed and rested enough to go a couple more miles. Josephine had baby Edward wrapped in a blanket and held safely in a bedsheet tied and looped around her neck and shoulder. She had become a protective mother hen, refusing to let anyone hold the baby. Of course, she would have allowed Maria or Crowley to hold him, but neither of them were in any mood to hold a baby for now. Crowley felt the burden of loss and failure as he led the group away from the river clearing. They would continue to travel parallel to the road, hoping to return to it when the terrain was more favorable. Somehow, Bonnie's death hit harder than those of his men. At the back of his mind, he was prepared for the possibility of their deaths. But with Bonnie, there had been no such preparation. As much as he wanted to shut down and process it, Teddy was right. He did not have the luxury. Not yet, anyway. Their path took them deeper into the woods, and the vegetation thickened, making their journey tougher. They heard barking and howling a long way back, but it was sporadic. Crowley imagined the Alpha was upset he'd lost his prey, but didn't have any illusions that they wouldn't encounter similar or even the same pack in the near future. They traveled for 3 hours before Crowley decided it was time to rest. Everyone, but in particular the old man and the children, were laboring. While they rested and drank water, Crowley gathered Thaddeus, Dustin, and Josephine together. She had handed the baby off to Maria. Chase and Stiles joined them. "How much food do we have left?" he asked Thaddeus. "A day's supply. But that's if everyone sleeps hungry tonight." "No." "I mean, we can feed the old people and the children and skip the adults, but it'll be a difficult split." "No, it's been a long day for everyone. They deserve to sleep with food in their bellies." "Crowley, we're running on limited supply here." "We've been running on limited supply since day one, Teddy. When dinner time comes, feed everyone. We're not debating this." "Yes, sir," Teddy muttered grudgingly. "Josephine, what can we do about the baby? To feed him, I mean." "Luckily, Maria had a baby's bottle and a tin of formula in her stash. It should keep him fed for a week, but we'll need more before too long." Crowley nodded. "How's our ammo supply looking?" "I ran a count." It was Stiles speaking this time. "A few of us are almost out of assault rifle ammo and might soon have to switch to pistols. We might need to start thinking about makeshift weapons, even if we're lucky enough to steer clear of the dogs tomorrow. And that would take a lot of luck." "More luck than we've had so far," Crowley said bitterly. "But we don't need luck. We need planning." "We're in the middle of a forest, being hunted down for all we know. What plan could we possibly have at this point?" Dustin asked, leaning towards Josephine. "And where are we, anyway? Aren't you the one showing us the way?" She looked up when she realized he was talking to her. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Dustin asked, sarcastically. "Did I goddamn stutter?" Josephine snapped. "Now that we are out of the town, I know as much as you, soldier boy." Dustin leaned back. shocked at her sudden outburst.
I apologize. That was uncalled for.
No, he kind of asked for it, said Crowley dryly.
Yeah, I asked for it,
agreed Dustin.
You've been through a lot today. You don't deserve my shit on top of that. I need a break,
Josephine said.
We all need a break.
We need to find a place to camp for the night or we won't get much of a break, Crowley said.
We're still following the compass,
Thaddeus said.
We should return to the road in a few miles, but we can't drag the civilians on much longer. Maybe we should have just camped by the river.
Negative. Having our backs to water would not be a good place to be in any ambush situation, Crowley said.
2013?
Thaddeus asked. Crowley nodded.
What happened in 2013?
Josephine asked. Long story, Crowley said.
Also the story that got you a double promotion.
Thaddeus shrugged.
Just saying.
We rest for another 10 minutes, then we head out, Crowley said. He waved a hand, dismissing them. Everyone left him alone except Josephine. A part of him wanted to ask her to leave as well, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He leaned back against the tree he was sitting under and closed his eyes. To his surprise, he heard her stand up and move away, and he suddenly regretted not saying something. He needn't have. Within seconds, she was back and squatting next to him, the baby in the crook of one arm and an MRE pack in her free hand. She thrust the meal pack into his hands.
Take it. You need to eat.
Josephine,
I wasn't asking.
Crowley smiled weakly but sat up and took it from her. She sat next to him. It was spaghetti and meatballs. Without hesitation, he dug in ravenously, quickly forgetting that he had been about to claim he was not hungry. It was only after he had cleared half the foil plate that he was able to slow down. He looked thoughtfully at the baby in her arms. What do we do about him? Like diapers and clothes. Where can he sleep?
Little Edward?
She laughed.
Don't worry about him. Maria and I have it in hand. It won't be easy, but between us we'll work it out. You just worry about Big Edward.
Big Edward will be just fine, too. Now, unless I'm mistaken, you haven't had anything to eat either.
I'm not hungry,
she smiled. Crowley deadpanned.
Would you have eaten if you knew I hadn't?
You know I wouldn't have.
That was the last one. You need it more. Besides, maybe Thaddeus will share some of his sweets on the way.
Crowley continued to stare blankly.
This is the first time you're eating today. I ate at dawn, Crowley. We're not discussing this.
Stubbornly, he put down the fork and held out the plate. 1/3 of the meal was left. Eat. Now. When she delayed, he got a forkful and held it close to her mouth.
Crowley.
He raised a commanding eyebrow.
Yeah, that doesn't work on me.
Crowley sighed. Humor me. She did, letting him feed the forkful to her. Then again and again, till the plate was empty.
Happy now?
Delighted. He looked at his watch. You should probably get him to Maria if we are to leave soon. She started to rise, but he held her arm. Wait, he said. Come here. He cupped her face and pulled her close, making sure not to disturb the sleeping baby. He kissed her, taking a deep breath to steady himself as an intense wave of emotions he had suppressed threatened to wash over him. He pulled away but held her close and stared deep into her eyes. I will not let anything happen to you, Joe, he said. I swear on my life. She kissed him. He expected her to say she knew or that she believed him. He was not at all expecting it when she said,
Right back at you, Crowley.
He knew deep down it was the best thing she could have said, and he smiled.
I should probably get going,
Josephine said. Yes, We should. He stood and offered his hand to help her up. She took it.
That's the second time you've called me Joe, she noted.
Do you want me to stop?
No. I've decided I like it.
Part 2, Chapter 5. Thaddeus fell in step next to Crowley. They had not spoken one-on-one since the fight. Not that Crowley felt the need to talk about it. Thaddeus, on the other hand, did. It was clear in the way he approached. "Hey, man." "Teddy," Crowley said, turning to look at him. He couldn't avoid the sight of his swollen nose and winced. "Sorry about that." O'Connor shrugged. "I asked for it." "It was good that you did. I needed it." "So, are we good?" "Of course," Crowley said. "I should be asking you. You're the one who took the beating. I practically stomped you into the ground." "I wouldn't go as far as to call it a stomping, but yes, you did get the better of me." "If it's any consolation, that won't be the story I tell when I tell it." "Doesn't matter, boss. The victor gets to tell it how they want. That aside, are you good?" Crowley paused. He could not lie. Not to Thaddeus. A gunshot shattered the silence of the forest. It was from a shotgun, and it had come from ahead of them. The soldiers snapped to attention, and there were screams as the civilians retreated into a cluster behind them. Pistol drawn, Crowley pushed his way to the front in time to see a man appear from behind a tree. He had a double-barrel shotgun casually resting in the crook of his other arm, one hand on the trigger. "Don't move another step." He was a big, bearded man with a muscular frame and a full head of dark blonde hair. He had a hardened exterior, but was dressed in a button-down shirt and his khaki pants were held up by suspenders. Something about him told Crowley he had not been in contact with other people in a while. "Hello, friend," Crowley said, lowering his pistol. He took a step forward, and the man brought his shotgun to bear on him. Immediately, 13 guns pointed back at the man. Cool as an ocean breeze, he looked at the men, one after the other. Crowley raised his hand. "Stand down." The guns were lowered, but the man's shotgun was still aimed in Crowley's direction. Next to him, Thaddeus was uneasy. Crowley was unfazed. "I'm Captain Ed Crowley." He waited for the man to introduce himself, but he didn't seem interested in formalities. "What are you doing out here?" Crowley asked. "We weren't aware of any other survivors nearby." "Survivor? I'm no survivor. I live here, Robin Hood, and you and your merry band of grunts are trespassing." "You live in the woods." "Yeah, you got a problem with that?" "No, no problem at all." The man lowered his weapon into its resting position again. "If you could maybe point us in the direction of the nearest route back to the main road, we'll be out of your way," Crowley said. "We're journeying back to base about 15 miles from here." The man eyed them suspiciously, as if looking for holes in Crowley's story. "There's a path that way," he said finally, and jerked his head to his left. "Leads right back to the road." "Thank you. I wasn't finished." Thaddeus tensed, but before he could do anything stupid, Crowley subtly held him back with his elbow. If the man was worried, he didn't show it. But he did notice, his eyes lingering on Teddy, almost like he was daring him. "It would be nightfall before you made it to the road, and even then, there's nothing out there for cover if you get caught by dogs," he said, looking back to Crowley. "Appreciate it," said Crowley. "We'll be fine." He began to turn his back to his men when the man went on. "I guess," he said, looking thoughtful as Crowley turned back, "I guess maybe you could follow me to my cabin, just for tonight. It's big, so it should fit you all in, but if it's too squeezy, the porch has a roof. Just promise me you'll leave first thing in the morning." Crowley sensed that for all the man's bravado and gruffness, he was actually craving some human interaction. "How far is it? We can't afford to veer too far off our route. Just a 10-minute walk." Crowley weighed the man and his offer up as Teddy almost hopped from foot to foot with the need to speak. With dusk fast approaching, and the prospect of moving through the forest in the dark and cold with tired and hungry civilians in tow, it made no sense to turn down the offer. "All right, we'll accept your generous offer." O'Connor nudged him urgently, but Crowley ignored him. "Thank you." Abandoning all attempts at subtlety, the sergeant grabbed his arm and whispered urgently,
"Crowley, we don't know who this guy is or why he's walking around the forest with a shotgun. You really want to trust him?"
"I'm inviting you all and your weapons into my home with no idea what kind of people you are. Which of us should be more afraid of the other?" the man offered. Crowley raised his brow to say he agreed, and Teddy glared. "It's one night, Teddy."
"Fine, but I don't trust him."
He made sure his words reached the man's ears. "Good, I don't trust you either," he returned. Teddy took a step towards the man. "I said don't move," the stranger yelled, and swung his weapon towards him.
"Why, you—"
Thaddeus cried out, ready to charge. Crowley caught him by the chest and held him back, his eyes fixed 2 feet in front. In the fading light, he saw a thin wire suspended parallel to and about 12 inches off the ground. A tripwire. One that his men would have tripped if the man hadn't made his appearance when he did. O'Connor continued to try and get free. "Teddy, look." The sergeant's face paled. The man shrugged. "Could have let you take that step and wear the consequences, but see, I'm a nice guy."
"You could have just told us about it at the start."
"Why? I don't trust you any more than you trust me," he shrugged. "Now, before you set off any other of the traps, please follow me. Everyone keep up and step where I step." Without waiting for them as they made their way around the trap, he started walking. He was enjoying this, Crowley could tell. The feeling of control. No wonder he hadn't been bothered by armed troops on his doorstep. The knowledge that all he had to do was lead them in the wrong direction and trigger his traps was a pretty decent safety net.
"If I die in this crazy prick's forest home," Thaddeus muttered, "remember I warned you about him."
"I will keep that in mind." The man did not spare a backward glance as he progressed deeper and deeper into the woods, his footing as sure as someone in their home moving from the kitchen to the living room. "You might want to hurry up if you don't want to end up being a wolf's dinner," he called over his shoulder. Civilians and soldiers alike kept their distance from the intimidating forester, but Crowley was curious about him. He had questions, which was why he made his way forward to walk next to the man. "You want something?" "Just questions." "Yeah, I bet you do," the man said. "Crazy man with a shotgun living out here in the forest in the middle of a dog apocalypse. It definitely brings up a question or two." "You don't look crazy to me." "Neither do most serial killers." "That is a good point, actually. I bet your friend over there would agree with me." "That is true." There was no point denying it. "Well, let's hear them. Your questions, I mean." "What's your name?" "The name is Jeff Ryan." "Really?" Crowley deadpanned. "You're the Lord of the Forest, and your name is Jeff?" The man let out a hearty laugh. "Yep. No lord, just a guy." "How long have you been living here?" "It used to be my vacation home. Made it my everyday home when the world went batshit crazy," he said. "Heard everything since on the radio and did what any real self-respecting man does. I set about defending my home." "You've been here all that while?" "I visited the town for supplies a couple of times. I only took things I needed," he said, looking at the soldier, as if daring him to call it looting. "And your family?" "Never had one. Never needed one. People slow you down. Know what I mean? You should know what I mean. He nodded towards the crowd behind. I do. Still, it must be lonely out here. It is, especially since man's best friend has turned into his worst nightmare. I guess it sucks that I'm not a cat person. But what's the purpose to anything if you have no one to share it with? Crowley was genuinely curious as to the mindset of the loner. He had long put off thoughts of what he would do when he left the service of Uncle Sam, but occasionally he wondered where he would end up if he didn't meet another woman. You want purpose? I wake up, shoot some wolves or the occasional dog, eat breakfast, go fishing, check on my traps, and shoot some more. Shoot some more wolves or dogs, I get it, Crowley said. That explains why we haven't run into any dogs since the ones that chased us out of town. You and the wolves between you kept them at bay. Well, they did seem to learn awful quick. This part of the forest is wolf territory, but my little corner is mine, and I keep it how I like it. I respect that. They stopped talking as they arrived at a clearing, and a big log cabin came into view. While it was bigger than average, it was, in all other aspects, a regular old log cabin. There were solar panels on the roof, along with satellite antennas. A wooden fence that looked about 7 feet high ran around the cabin at a distance of 20 yards from the structure itself. Its perimeter was lined with 4-foot-long sharpened stakes. They had been hammered into the ground every half-foot or so and pointed at a 45-degree angle from the footings of the fence. The only place free of them was the tall metal gate, about a car width wide, which had an impressive crown of barbed wire. Crowley was amazed at the amount of work that had gone into the defenses. Jeff walked ahead of them and stopped at the gate. He reached through, and Crowley heard chains rattling before the forest dweller pulled the gate open. With a smile on his face, he waved them through. Welcome to my humble abode. Within this yard, you are completely safe, 100%. Feel free to relax. He found Thaddeus bringing up the rear, with his hands still on his gun and his eyes locked on him. Or not. Crowley helped shepherd everyone through, then looked around the yard. Any dogs that managed to avoid the spikes on the outside and made the jump over the fence would be in for a nasty surprise, because there were more inside. These ones were in 2 rows spaced every half-foot, but faced upward at a 90-degree angle. Anyone or anything dropping from above would have to be freakishly lucky to avoid becoming the world's biggest shish kebab. "Captain," called O'Connor, as their host began to pull the gate closed. "Did you want anyone patrolling the perimeter?" "No, Teddy, everyone on the inside. Tonight we all sleep." Jeff finished pulling the gate closed and looped the chain around a metal post before turning and skirting the crowd of milling civilians and soldiers. He bounded up the steps to the front door and disappeared within. Leaving the door open was the only further invitation he offered. Crowley went in first, sensing the hesitation among the soldiers and civilians. He was certain Jeff had not brought them all the way here to hurt them in any way. His booby traps would have done that just fine if he wished them ill. The door opened onto a large living room with a fireplace at one end. Jeff was on his knees stoking the fire, and as the group followed him into the cabin, Crowley went over to him. A framed picture on the mantelpiece caught his eye. It was Jeff and another man of similar stature, and with the same blonde hair, both in hunting gear, a dead elk on the ground between them. In the background was the very same cabin they now stood in. Once the fire was roaring, Jeff stood up. "Make yourselves at home. I'm going to go change. I already fired up the generator, and there's a stack of frozen pizzas in the chest freezer in the kitchen, along with a microwave and an oven. Y'all can help me clean them out if you do the cooking." He made for the staircase on the opposite side of the room. "They're already expired by a month, so it isn't an act of kindness. Spread out. There's another sitting room through that door, then the kitchen." As he retreated from sight, Teddy zeroed in on Crowley, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him to a corner. What, Teddy?
What are you thinking? We are in the living room of a guy we found in the woods, surrounded by God knows how many traps.
That's one way to look at it. Another would be we are in a safe place with a roof over our heads and not just walls, but also traps to keep the dogs away. We should be thanking him.
He might be crazy, Crowley.
Oh, I have no doubt he's a little crazy. But I'd rather be in here than out there tonight, wouldn't you? Teddy couldn't argue with that logic. Good. Now pick 2 men to go get those pizzas cooking. There is a sofa over there with my name on it. Without waiting for a protest from Teddy, Crowley fell into the sofa, sighing deeply. The survivors and some of the soldiers took his cue and either found seats or sat down on the rug that covered most of the wooden floor, letting their fatigue win. Jeff returned moments later, dressed in fresh clothes. So, where's the grub? It took over an hour to heat up and distribute the pizza to everyone. Slices disappeared almost as soon as they were handed out. Jeff was apparently in a good mood and regaled those that would listen with stories of his survival. It was clear to Crowley he was loving the company. By the time the last stack of pizza arrived, everyone had loosened up and now conversed freely among themselves. Josephine was nursing the sleeping baby and had joined Crowley on the sofa. She seemed content just to be near him, and that suited him fine. Thaddeus, apparently unable to relax or quite bring himself to trust their host, stood by the window with his hand on his gun. Jeff, his tongue now lubricated by some of the home brew he had handed out with the pizza, got louder and more outrageous with his stories, and the more attention he got, the more upset Teddy seemed to get. Eventually, night fell, and Jeff declared an end to his storytelling and stood up. It's late, and you all have had a long day. There's only 3 guest rooms, but I suppose some of you can crash here in the living room. Thank you, Jeff, Crowley said. We'll reserve the beds for the elderly and the women and children. The rest of us can camp out here. Hey, who are you calling elderly? Mr. Cortez asked.
You want the bed or not, old man?
Josephine asked. Of course I do. What am I, crazy? Her grandpa responded.
Well, let's get you up to it,
Josephine said. She handed the sleeping baby Edward to Maria. Follow me, please, Jeff said as he ascended the stairs. Have a good night, everyone. I'll send down some blankets and stuff. Josephine led her grandfather and women upstairs. Crowley watched until they were out of sight, then turned and found Teddy O'Connor staring where Jeff had been standing, weapon still in hand. If it will make you feel better, assign some men in 2-hour shifts to keep watch upstairs, and make sure Jeff keeps to himself. I'll even take first watch if you'll just put the damned gun down for the night, okay? Thaddeus nodded and nominated 2 soldiers to do the later shifts. Josephine returned 10 minutes later with a pile of blankets and pillows. She looked to Crowley for instructions. Give them to your people. My men will be fine. Those that can share should do so. While she went about it, he went and perched himself on the bay windowsill. She returned to him empty-handed after a while.
Apparently my grandfather and Irene decided to share a bed. You know what that means.
That you're going to have a new step-grandma soon?
Are you serious, Crowley? She glared at him. No, gross. They'll be sleeping at opposite ends. It means there's 1 free bed upstairs.
Ah, then the children should have it. Her glare hardened. She moved aside and pointed at the children who were seated in front of the television watching cartoons on an old VHS, oblivious to all that was happening. Josephine had laid blankets and pillows around them. Some were already asleep.
Do they look like they'll move from there any time soon?
No, ma'am, Crowley said. Okay, I guess we can claim the bedroom. Are you sure you don't want it to yourself?
I think the time for discretion has passed, don't you?
she said, smiling wickedly.
I think the word is out.
Crowley felt his cheeks heat up a little. Probably. Okay, but I am taking first shift upstairs, so you'll have to enjoy it for a couple of hours without me.
You're the captain of the whole squad. Why doesn't someone else do it?
I know, but I want to. I need some time to process.
Okay,
She shrugged.
but don't make me wait too long.
She began to turn away. I didn't say I wanted to be alone. He patted the windowsill. Sit with me. Please. She sat down. Neither of them spoke, and the only sound in the cabin was from Bugs Bunny and his friends on the TV. Most of the civilians and soldiers had settled down for the night, either fast asleep already or getting there. Outside, a wolf howled in the distance. Are you afraid? Crowley asked.
Of the monsters outside? She asked. Not as much as before.
What changed?
I met you.
Well, that's rather overestimating of my capacity.
Not at all. It's not just about your military skills. You have a way of making people feel at ease, even in the midst of a storm.
Feeling at ease has never stopped the storm.
True, but it is better than being frozen in fear. Until you arrived to evacuate us, we thought getting out was impossible.
And now?
Well, besides the losses we've had, there's still hope.
Crowley went up to watch the hallway after a few more minutes. He sat on a kitchen chair against the end of the long hall, while Josephine stayed behind to wait until the last of the children had gone to sleep and turned off the TV. She waved teasingly to him as she came up the stairs 10 minutes later and headed into the room they had been left. Crowley smiled faintly as he thought about where it would all lead. Would he and Josephine become an item? He thought so. But of course, that depended on whether or not they survived the next few days. And what exactly would becoming an item in the new rabid states of America entail? The rest of his shift rolled by slowly, and when Chase finally relieved him, he half thought Josephine might be asleep. She wasn't. She was by the window, silhouetted by the light of the faint moon.
I thought you'd never arrive,
she said without turning. The tone of her voice was full of promise, and Crowley stripped off his uniform in record time. She turned when he was down to his briefs. With a gentle laugh, she began to peel off her t-shirt, but he approached before she could go any further. Allow me? She nodded. He put his hands on her waist and drew her closer to him, burying his face in the crook of her neck as he breathed her in. Slowly, he lifted her top, moving as if he had all the time in the world. There was intent in everything he did, every breath he took, every move of his hands and fingers. He tossed her shirt on the bed and unhooked her bra with a practiced move, letting it fall off her shoulders and to her feet. Still breathing down her neck, he moved his hands down to her jeans, unbuttoning them and tugging the zipper down. She gasped as his hands ran down her rump, sliding her jeans and panties over her silken skin. As he rose back to full height, she kicked them off and pressed her lips against his, and they kissed tenderly. Still kissing, he eased her back until her calves bumped against the bed. Then he took her by the waist and gently let her down with his arm out to support both their weights. He took a moment to pull the covers over her before falling next to her. She rolled into his arms and he wrapped them protectively around her as she put her head against his chest.
Good night, Crowley.
Confused and wondering if he'd misread the signals, he paused, waiting for some sign things were going to progress further. But all that happened was that her breathing evened out. He inhaled the scent of her hair, and he closed his eyes, deciding he was content in that moment just to have her in his arms. Good night, Josephine. Another minute went by, and he was about to drift off when he felt her hand reach down to tug on the waistband of his shorts. His eyes snapped open. Joe. Sleep.
No.
She reached into his briefs. Joe. Her warm hand closed over his manhood. Shit. Chapter 6. The next morning, Crowley opened his eyes to find Josephine still next to him. It was a sight he was getting used to, and he decided he had no problem whatsoever with it. She had her back turned to him, her hand holding the arm he had draped over her during the night. The memory of the culminating events of the night before came to him, and aware of the warmth of her body against his, he felt a stirring between his legs which drew his attention to his missing briefs. Aware of the physical effect she was having on him, he focused his mind on their relationship. Josephine was incredible in every possible way he measured members of the opposite sex. She was sexy, competent, empathetic, and fiery. She seemed to know how to manage anything life threw at her, whether it was simply sitting and listening to him unburden or handling a crisis. She was amazing, and evidence of just how amazing was that he was happier now in a world that had gone to shit than he had been any time since his daughter had died. Crowley was grateful he had found her, and the fact that he had lost everything he had ever held dearly in the past did not deter him, not one bit. If anything, it motivated him. He was determined to keep this one, no matter what. He would not fail again. Outside the window, all was silent, except for the birds chirping and a regular thud sound that seemed to come from behind the house. Choosing to go investigate, he cautiously slipped out of bed, taking his arm out from under her without a hitch. But as his feet touched the floor, she stirred.
Get your ass back in here.
He sighed. It took all of his will not to comply. I can't, Joe. It's morning. Things to do. She started to rise, but he held her down with a hand to her shoulder. I have things to do. You get to sleep for a few more hours. And you should. Captain's orders.
Aye, aye, Captain,
she mumbled, settling back down. He rose from the bed and got dressed, watching her as her breathing evened out before sneaking quietly out of the room, down the stairs, and into the kitchen. The thudding noise was louder here, and he pushed open the door to find Jeff standing over a large tree stump with an axe in hand, and 2 stacks of pre-split and post-split wood to his left and right, and a few feet behind the stump, a roughly made table with a circular saw atop it. He was stripped to the waist, and his muscular physique was covered in a sheen of perspiration. He put Crowley in mind of a Viking. All he was missing was long hair and a horned helmet. Well, that explains the muscles, Crowley commented. I knew regular fight night with the rabid dogs wasn't all it took. They're not much of a challenge when you take on the right strategy, Jeff shrugged casually. That strategy being, stay the hell out of their reach. The wood chopping is necessary, and I have to keep fit somehow. He said that like he was one step away from overweight rather than the 6'3" hulk of a man he was. In an arm wrestling contest with him, Crowley wasn't sure of his chances. Teddy would probably be able to give him a run for his money, and would no doubt have jumped at the chance. That's an awful lot of firewood, Crowley said. Jeff nodded. It's not all firewood. Behind the table, Crowley saw another pile of uniformly cut wood, roughly 4 feet long. You're making stakes for a trap? You're a sharp one. He nodded approvingly. Yes, these are for traps. I'm repairing some and adding a few more. The presence of you and your merry band has definitely not gone undetected by our four-legged friends. I expect we will have to deal with some guests before the day is out. I thought you were only tolerating us for one night. Right, I did say that. He paused thoughtfully. I suppose I can add one more night to your stay. No need to thank me. Don't get me wrong, it's a generous offer, and one we could use, but why? What changed your mind? Jeff struggled to find the words for a moment. I'm not heartless, all right? He said. You all could use the rest, especially with the baby and the old man, and this is a safe place to catch a breath. Maybe the last safe place you'll see for a while. Crowley stared at him for a long time. What? Nothing, said Crowley. I'm just surprised, that's all. I guess I'm full of surprises, eh? He said, suddenly sounding defensive. You've known me less than a day. That shouldn't be a strange thing. Actually, he wasn't full of surprises, and Crowley was just realizing that. In fact, he thought Jeff was a simple man, an open book that anyone with the right amount of common sense and a good pair of eyes could read. There were just a few pages written in invisible ink, but confronting him on his suspicions was not how Crowley would get him to reveal those pages. The door opened behind them, and Thaddeus O'Connor stepped into the rapidly breaking daylight, his presence filling in the silence. Morning, Cap, he greeted Crowley before glowering at Jeff, who returned the glare. Good morning, Teddy. Crowley smiled, still amused by their animosity towards one another. Jeff? Teddy acknowledged, almost begrudgingly. If he was impressed by the big man's physique, he didn't let it show. Sergeant, Jeff replied frostily. Crowley folded his arms and rolled his eyes. They looked like two rams about to have a go at each other, each daring the other to start something. You need some help with that? Crowley said, breaking the silence and nodding to another, smaller tree stump with an axe embedded in it. It also had a pile of wood that was yet to be split next to it. Sure. Well then, Sergeant, what are you waiting for? Go help the man. Thaddeus stared daggers at him, but advanced to take up the axe. Can you keep up? Jeff called as Teddy pulled the axe out of the weathered stump. With you? Oh, I think so. They started out chopping at a leisurely pace, but then Jeff kicked it up a notch. Naturally, Teddy stepped up and took it further. Jeff matched his speed, and soon the rapid whack, whack, whack of steel through timber filled the morning. The two men were blitzing through their piles, and by the time they finished, both men were panting hard and sweating profusely. Crowley was certain they had managed to wake up the whole house, and a few of the soldiers had even wandered out to watch. They had been close to the end, and Crowley had not bothered to keep score, but he had a feeling Thaddeus had at least goaded Jeff to achieve a new personal record for his wood-splitting. Jeff recovered first, standing erect and beaming proudly as he watched Teddy, bent over and hands on knees, still struggling to catch his breath. Josephine emerged and stood amongst the soldiers, trying to ascertain what she had missed. She looked different from when he left her in bed. It wasn't the fact that she was now fully awake. There was more to it than that. Then it dawned on Crowley. She was more guarded and alert. When they were together alone, which was less than a handful of times, she was somehow softer and more relaxed. He decided he liked that. She gave the most dazzling smile when she noticed him watching her. Next, Maria wandered through the back door. In her arms, she had baby Edward, sucking away contentedly from a feeding bottle, and she tilted her face up to greet the morning sun. Jeff spotted Maria and the baby and approached curiously. Newborn? He asked tentatively. Maria nodded, smiling fondly as she glanced down at him. His name is Edward. He was born yesterday. You gave birth in the woods? You have my respect, madam. You are a true survivor. Maria's face twisted in pain too deep for the well-meaning Jeff to understand before she hurriedly excused herself and returned to the safety of the cabin. Josephine followed immediately, running after the older woman. "Did I say something wrong?" Jeff asked, genuine worry in his tone. Teddy had come over too, and surprisingly, it was he who went over to Jeff. He put his hand on the bigger man's shoulder and spoke quietly into his ear. Jeff's eyes widened, and he nodded sadly. "Sorry to hear that." Crowley moved off. It had occurred to him that he had not had a chance to talk to Maria since Bonnie had passed, to inquire how she was doing, and that was not okay. He went inside. The two women were not in the living room, so he climbed the stairs. Reaching the top floor, he found Josephine standing outside of one of the bedrooms, knocking gently on the door and calling Maria's name soothingly. She turned at his approach, and he raised a questioning brow.
"She's locked herself in."
"May I try?" he asked. She shrugged half-heartedly and moved aside. Crowley knocked thrice, then waited a few seconds. "Maria, can we come in? It's only me and Josephine." He paused and listened for signs of movement on the other side of the door. When he heard nothing, he continued. "Please, Maria, we don't have to talk. We know what you're feeling. You don't have to be alone." He waited again for a response, but when he got none, he backed away from the door. They had just about given up hope when the lock slid out of place and the door swung open. A teary-eyed Maria stood in the doorway. The baby was on the bed behind her, cooing softly.
"Oh, Maria."
Josephine whispered soothingly as she wrapped the woman in a comforting hug. Crowley went to follow them in, but saw that in this case, 3 might be a crowd. He backed out. Josephine looked over her shoulder at him and mouthed the words, "Thank you," as he pulled the door closed. He would talk to Maria another time. He returned to the backyard to find Thaddeus and Jeff sharpening the tips of the timber by the saw table. This time it didn't seem like a cutthroat competition, and some of the other soldiers had joined in. Crowley pulled his knife and lent a hand. They were done less than 15 minutes after his arrival. "What's next?" Crowley asked. "I'm glad you asked," Jeff said. He explained that he wanted more spikes on the inner sides of the fences to make sure there was no portion of the perimeter that wouldn't skewer any dog determined or lucky enough to get over the fence. After entrusting the task to Crowley's men, Jeff announced he would be venturing out to check on his traps. "I assume you two will want to come with me?" he asked, looking hopefully from Crowley to Thaddeus. "I'll get our guns," Thaddeus said. "No, too noisy." "This from the man who blasted a shotgun in the woods yesterday," said O'Connor sarcastically. Yeah, but I had to stop you in your tracks. It seemed like the only way. You might have shot me if I'd ran at you waving my arms. Anyway, I have something else you might like." He disappeared into the house. "I bet it's a baseball bat." "Shut up, Ted." Jeff returned a minute later, carrying a baseball bat with 9-inch nails hammered through it. "I called it," said Teddy, laughing at Crowley. "Standard post-apocalypse equipment," said Crowley. In his other hand, Jeff held a loaded, compact crossbow. He raised it absent-mindedly in Teddy's general direction. "Hey, watch where you point that thing," Thaddeus said. "Right, sorry," he said, pointing it back to the ground, with what could have been the beginnings of a small smile. "What do you think?" He passed the crossbow and a small quiver of bolts to Crowley and held out the bat to O'Connor. "Hey, how come he gets the—" "You called the bat, Teddy. Besides, I outrank you." "You think you can figure out how that works?" Jeff asked Crowley as Teddy took the bat grudgingly. In answer, Crowley simply raised the weapon, pointed at an apple tree just inside the fence 40 feet distant, and squeezed the trigger. The bolt burst through one of the red apples and impaled the tree with incredible force. Thaddeus whistled in approval. "I think I can manage." Crowley said dryly, inspecting the crossbow further. Well, try not to shoot again unless you have to. I don't pull poison crossbow bolts out of my ass, you know. Wait, poison? It's poisoned? Well, yeah, the tips. Even if it's not a kill shot, one of them through the hide will instantly slow down even the largest dogs. They'll be dead in minutes.
You waved that thing at me,
Thaddeus said. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. What if you had accidentally pulled the bloody trigger?
Well, that would have been unpleasant.
You think?
Thaddeus's face was red. Jeff ignored him and turned to Crowley. Is he always this whiny? Crowley shrugged, not willing to be drawn into their back and forth. Anyway, I gave the captain the crossbow because I assumed he was the better shot. You assumed correctly, agreed Crowley.
Where's your weapon?
O'Connor asked Jeff. I don't need a weapon. The entire forest is my weapon. Teddy snorted and pointed at Jeff's leg, where the handle of a pistol protruded from a leather thigh holster.
Okay, Tarzan, is that why you have that strapped to your thigh?
I don't have any intention of using it.
Then give it to me.
You touch it and you'll lose your hand. They stared each other down. You could always stay back if you're not man enough without a gun, said Jeff finally. O'Connor, said Crowley, before his sergeant could erupt. Go and get your handgun. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Whether it was his tone or his logic, Jeff didn't protest. Emotions battled on Teddy's face for a moment before he nodded sharply and turned back to the house. Now, Crowley turned to Jeff. How exactly do I reload this thing? Chapter 7. They set off into the woods as soon as Thaddeus returned. He still had a scowl on his face as he trailed behind them with his baseball bat. Any goodwill left over from the work he and Jeff had done together had dissipated. The comforting weight of the Desert Eagle on his hip provided some reassurance, but he was not in a great mood. Jeff carried with him a large backpack, and judging by the sound of metal clinking around inside, it was loaded with equipment. None of the traps they checked had been sprung, but they left Crowley in awe. Everything from homemade spike traps to nets made of thickly woven ropes that would hold the weight of an elephant, to bear traps spread out and hidden so well that if not for Jeff's guidance, one of them would have been relieved of their legs already. It was nothing short of impressive that Jeff knew the position of each one, almost as if there was an invisible path he was following. Twice he forgot to call out a warning, and both Thaddeus or Crowley almost stepped into them. By the time afternoon came around, Thaddeus was nearing the end of his nerves. Luckily, Jeff decided it was about time they rested, and led them up to a small hill from where they could see most of the forest.
Looks like this was a waste of time, Teddy commented as he collapsed at the top of the hill.
Was it? Jeff asked curiously.
None of the traps have been disturbed. Maybe the dogs are smarter than you.
Surprisingly, Jeff remained unfazed. He did not look the least bit pissed. His faith in his traps and methods were too deep to be shaken. There are no dogs in the woods because of the traps. The traps are still functional because of my repair runs, he said. The dogs are smart, no doubt. But you see, in this forest, they are out of their depth. To this, Thaddeus had no comeback. Crowley sat and observed Jeff quietly. He had not once taken credit for building the traps or the fortifications around the cabin. Curious. Jeff opened his backpack and took out a parcel wrapped in tinfoil. Grilled cheese sandwich, anyone? He handed them out and pulled out 3 cans of ginger beer. He dropped them in the middle, then took one for himself.
You'd think we came here for a picnic,
Teddy said, a tad ungratefully. It is a beautiful scene. Why waste it? Crowley could not help but agree. It was beautiful. From the top of the hill, they could see the canopy for miles around them, so thick that it was difficult to see through the foliage. Difficult, not impossible. The simple difference was the one thing that saved their lives, because Crowley, while looking at the trees on the southern side of the hill, spotted something moving in the shadows. He was sure of two things. It was big, and it was moving closer. He shot to his feet so fast that Teddy almost choked on his beer, and in a flash, he had his crossbow armed and ready as he scanned the woods with his eyes. "What is it?" Thaddeus asked as he rose. His hand instinctively strayed to his gun, but he refrained from drawing it. Jeff got to his feet. "I thought I saw something," Crowley said. "Might not be a dog. We should be heading back anyway." Jeff stopped dead, because he had just spotted another shadow about 50 feet to the left of the spot Crowley was staring. "Okay, we really need to be heading back," said Jeff, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "Now." The need for stealth now gone, two wolves burst into the open. They were ugly creatures with baleful yellow eyes and bristling sparse furs stretched over their malformed bones. They were massive. Teddy swore under his breath. "Run!" yelled Jeff. He jogged down the hill and they followed. For a man on the bulky side, Jeff was surprisingly quick on his feet. Teddy was struggling to keep up and Crowley brought up the rear. He risked a glance over his shoulder after they entered the tree line and spotted one wolf closing, picking up speed and darting quickly between the trees as it gained on them. He skidded to a halt, turned, and fired his crossbow. There was a harsh yelp, and the big wolf crashed to the floor of the forest. Crowley continued on. "Any idea how many they are?" Jeff asked between breaths. As if responding to his question, a wolf howled in the distance. The sound was echoed by no less than 3 more. "If I had to take an educated guess, 3 to 6. "Follow me closely from here on out," Jeff said. "Don't shoot, it will only slow you down. Don't look back, just run. Trust me." It was no easy task following Jeff's footwork, but they managed, barely. Crowley wasn't sure when they ran past the pit of sharpened stakes, but he heard the snap of the camouflaged cover giving way, followed by a thud and a short yelp. "They're smarter, huh?" Jeff asked, glancing over his shoulder at Thaddeus. "Just keep running, damn it!" Jeff let out a short burst of laughter before he poured on speed. He was enjoying the thrill of the chase, there was no doubt about it. "Net up ahead," he warned. Paying even closer attention, they avoided the trap as he did. The wolf closest behind them wasn't so lucky. Crowley turned as a net full of unfortunate wolves snapped into the air in a cloud of leaves and dust. It struggled and bit at the ropes, but was trapped like a fly in a spider's web. "What exactly happens to the dogs caught in the net?" Crowley called, running at full speed again. "Either they die of hunger or I come around with a pointed stick and put them out of their misery," Jeff shouted back. "Up ahead, jump exactly where I jump, not so much as a half a step further." He jumped. Teddy followed, and Crowley jumped the same spot. A few meters ahead, Jeff came to a hard stop and pivoted. O'Connor blew past him, but Crowley managed to skid to a stop. "What are you doing? Why have you stopped?" Jeff held up his hand. Crowley got his answer as a big wolf broke through the trees, caught sight of them, and put on a burst of speed. Teddy felt his testicles trying to crawl into his body. The wolf's gnashing teeth meant business. It was barely 15 feet away when a contraption shaped like the head of a giant rake tore up from the earth and slammed into the murderous wolf, its deadly spikes impaling the beast before coming to rest at a 90-degree angle, the dead animal held in the air like a sausage on a fork. "That's why," Jeff said. "You are one sick man," Thaddeus said with a shake of head. "Is that all of them?" "I think so," said Crowley, after a few seconds staring and listening for signs of pursuit. "So much for the unsprung traps. These will be tomorrow's project, I suppose." He stared at the wolf carcass, blood running down the bamboo in thick crimson rivulets. "Can we head back now?" asked Teddy. "Sure, let's watch out." The wolf was quick. Jeff had barely seen it emerge from the trees to their left behind Teddy before it was on the sergeant, driving him to the ground. With instincts honed by many combat situations, Crowley took aim and fired the crossbow at the haunches of the beast, while Teddy struggled to protect himself. The wolf yelped and turned to face his tormentor. The next bolt took him in the eye, and the big animal staggered 2 steps before dropping heavily. 2 more burst into sight from the right, and another one from the left. Crowley was caught struggling to reload when one of the newcomers lunged for him. Before it could reach, Thaddeus stepped in and swung the baseball bat with all his might. The sound of the nails piercing its skull was sickening, but the weapon was effective. The beast was dead before it touched down, but the momentum flung its body around, sweeping the sergeant's legs from under him and pinning him to the ground. He screamed in pain. Crowley turned, his crossbow now armed, and located the other 2 dogs. One on the other side of the clearing was running for him, the other much closer and making a beeline for Jeff, who had not even pulled his pistol. Crowley made a choice and aimed at the one advancing on Jeff. The bolt struck its neck, knocking it to the ground where it whined and writhed in pain, trying to dislodge the source of pain with its paws. Crowley began to reload, but aborted and dived to his left as the last wolf launched itself at him. That quick decision saved his life, but just as quickly the wolf made a sharp turn and attacked again. Crowley rolled onto his back, but was still not ready for it, barely managing to grasp a branch from the ground and hold it up in front of him as the massive animal leapt, its gnashing teeth seeking his throat. With a savage bite, the dog snapped the branch and went for a second bite. This time, the sharp fangs found his left shoulder. Crowley bit back a scream and jammed the jagged end of the broken branch into the wolf's right eye. It let out an ear-splitting squeal of pain, but it did not relent, shaking the captain like a rag doll, driving its teeth further into his skin and muscle. Crowley was barely aware of Thaddeus yelling at Jeff. The sergeant was still pinned to the ground, his pistol lying unreachable on the ground a few feet distant. "Help him! Jeff! Use your gun!" Crowley couldn't focus on what the other 2 men might or might not be doing. He had to focus on keeping himself from becoming dog chow. Sensing victory, the wolf let go of Crowley's shoulder and lunged for his throat. He barely managed to get his arm up in time, the slavering fangs finding the flesh of his arm instead of his throat. He wrestled the big head of the wolf, finally managing to get a grip of its upper and lower jaw with each of his hands. The wolf tried to shake him off as he forced the jaws apart. His grip was slipping. "Jeff, use the bloody gun!" Thaddeus screamed. Crowley felt his back drag against the forest ground as the dog continued to struggle, trying to dislodge him. His bloody arms quaked and shuddered, threatening to buckle, but he did not let go. To let go was to die, and he was in no mood to die. "Jeff!" At the edge of his rapidly narrowing vision, Crowley saw Jeff move, saw Jeff run. Crowley's vision began to swim, and just as he felt himself begin to lose consciousness, the wolf's head exploded in a gory shower of blood and brains. Crowley released what was left of the jaws and pushed the heavy body off him with the last of his strength to find Jeff standing over him with the bloody baseball bat. They made the journey back to the cabin in silence. Teddy, whose ankle had been sprained when the wolf fell into him, was seething, but he let Jeff assist him at difficult spots along the way. Crowley, in the wake of his tussle with the last canine, was able to walk unassisted, but in no shape to assist his second-in-command. As soon as they made it through the gate, Teddy shoved the big man away. "Get off me!" Without Jeff next to him to hold him upright, he stumbled on his bad leg and fell onto the grass. Dustin and Stiles, who had let the 3 men in the gate, stopped to watch curiously. Jeff leaned over to help him up, but he slapped his hand away. "Ted," Crowley said. "What the hell was that?" Teddy yelled. "Ted, calm down." "Are you bloody serious?" "There is no need for this," said Crowley. "Everything is fine. We're back safely." "He nearly let you die out there." "Hey, I saved him."
interjected Jeff. You saved him, Thaddeus mocked. You damn well hesitated and he nearly died. But I did save him, didn't I? Now back off, Jeff said defensively, his tone rising to match Teddy's. All you had to do was take your damn gun over there. He pointed at his thigh holster. Aim the damn thing and shoot. Easy goddamn peasy. What was the holdup? Jeff was speechless. His mouth opened and closed like he was on the verge of responding, but no words came forth. It's not your gun, is it, Jeff? Crowley asked, his calm voice somehow managing to overpower Thaddeus' fiery temper. What are you talking about, Cap? Asked the sergeant. Jeff looked at Crowley, a deep pain in his eyes. I'm guessing it belonged to the person in the pictures with you by the fireplace. Your brother? His silence was all the answer Crowley needed. He's dead, isn't he? How did you know? Well, for all your talk about this being your place and you building the defenses and traps, your soft accountant's hands and gym-sculpted muscles tell a different story. I figure it's your brother's cabin and you got invited here when the shit hit the fan. I think you carry that gun around because you feel responsible for his death somehow. Maybe that's your reminder, and that's why you didn't even think to use it. When Crowley was done, he expected Jeff to outright deny his claims, get all defensive, maybe even storm out and send them off his property. There was no doubt he had struck several nerves. But Jeff didn't move. His eyes glazed over, and he blinked like there was something in his eyes. He let the bloody baseball bat drop to the ground and went into the house, looking defeated. Crowley watched him go, making no moves to stop him or follow. I had no idea, Thaddeus muttered. Dustin went to O'Connor and gestured to Stiles to come help. Teddy didn't protest as they helped him up and helped him up the stairs to the cabin door. The door opened before they reached it and Josephine stepped out. She looked Thaddeus over curiously as they carried him past, and then her gaze fell on Crowley, the wound on his shoulder, to be specific, and her eyes widened in concern. Oh my God, Crowley! No need to worry, he said as she ran to him. It's not as bad as it looks. She escorted him to the upstairs bedroom, locked it behind them. Strip, now! Crowley raised a questioning eyebrow. Your shirt, Crowley, just your shirt. Her reaction to the sight of the bite mark was absolute horror. It's not as bad as it looks. There are holes in your arm and you are bleeding like a faucet. It could be worse. Imagine I came back without the arm. That's not funny. I'm going to need shots into the wound and a booster. Lucky this mutated virus doesn't seem any deadlier to humans than the original. Well, we don't know that for sure. But good to see you're a glass half full kind of guy. Don't move. She disappeared and came back 2 minutes later carrying the first aid kit. He sat on the edge of the bathtub and wincing as she cleaned the wound with a moist towel before pulling out a bottle of antiseptic. This will hurt a bit. What more than the towel? Ah! Sorry, but if you thought that hurt, this will hurt more, she said, reaching into the bag and pulling out several shots of HRIG, a concentrated form of antibodies against virus. Unwilling to let her see him whine again, Crowley clenched his jaw and accepted the injections into the dog bite without flinching. I'm going to need to stitch some of the bigger puncture wounds. He nodded and braced for more pain as she reached into her backpack. Don't worry, I can use a local now. After the initial sting of the local anesthetic, all Crowley felt was a gentle tugging as she worked on him. Where did you learn to do that? He asked when she was done. Maria taught me last week. It took some learning and a couple of dead lab rats from the science block, but I got the hang of it. Well, feel free to practice on my body if I don't make it. That is not funny, Crowley, she said.
looking away as tears welled in her eyes. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing. I don't know," she said,
looking away to avoid his gaze. He grasped her chin gently and brought her eyes back to meet his. "Joe," he whispered.
I don't know why I'm crying,"
She laughed, wiping away tears. "You've seen me hurt before."
"Not like this. You're trying to laugh it off and make it seem like it's not serious. But I heard what Thaddeus yelled earlier. You almost died."
"But I didn't." She sighed exasperatedly and tried to look away again, but he didn't let her. "I'm okay, Joe. Trust that I will always be okay. Trust that I'll always come back to you." It sounded hollow. He was making promises they both knew he was not in the position to make. He hugged her with his good arm, pulling her in for a kiss. She didn't respond, and he pulled away to look her in the eyes. "Have some faith in me, eh?" He grinned. Without warning, she grabbed both sides of his face and kissed him so fiercely she left him wide-eyed. She got up from the edge of the bathtub where they were both perched and straddled him, with her hands and lips still laying claim to his face. He ran his hands through her hair as she ground her body against his, their kiss becoming more passionate by the second. A knock on the door broke the spell they were under, and Crowley took a deep breath as Josephine's hip movement continued. "Well, that's my cue to get back to my duties," he whispered. Before he could say anything to the person intruding on their moment, Josephine put a hand over his mouth and yelled, "Occupied! Out in 5!" Crowley rolled his eyes. Only when she heard retreating footsteps did she free his mouth. "I actually do need to find Jeff and speak with him," he said.
"Jeff can wait,"
Josephine said, pulling her shirt over her head.
"I can't."
Crowley, the man, wanted to give in, but as captain, he could not. "Joe," Crowley began, looking away to avoid the temptation of her open lips. It didn't help that she was still grinding against him. She reached for the zipper of his pants, and he stopped her.
"Captain, unless you're in the mood to arm wrestle with me over this, we are not discussing it."
"My right arm is very functional."
"Sorry, I'm a lefty."
"Of course you are," Crowley said, finally giving in and releasing her persistent hands.
"Good man,"
and continued unzipping him. Crowley reached around her with his injured hand and unhooked her bra in one motion without difficulty. "Huh," he mused.
"What?"
"I'm thinking now that I should have taken my chances with the left arm wrestling."
"Shut up, Crowley,"
she said, pulling his face down into the valley of her breasts. Chapter 8. By the time Crowley and Josephine headed back downstairs, it was 2 in the afternoon and the group was eating what passed for lunch. Jeff was nowhere to be found, no doubt confined to his room.
"Haven't seen him," said Teddy. "And that's just the way I like it."
"Just cut him some slack, Ted. For all his faults, we're alive and rested."
"Humph.
"Barely in your case. Knock it off. Dish him up a plate of stew. I'll take him some grub." He knocked on Jeff's door 10 minutes later, half expecting to be sent away. "It's open, Captain." Crowley opened the door to find Jeff standing at the window, his hands on the windowsill and peering out into the woods. It was a big room with a large bed to the left and a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf to the right. There was a fireplace with an old Winchester hanging over the mantelpiece and a desk littered with papers and stationery. In the opposite corner was a rocking chair with a reading lamp. "Impressive room." "Don't patronize me," Jeff said. "It doesn't suit you." Crowley took a step into the room and closed the door behind him. "Not patronizing. It's just the kind of room I would have if I owned a cabin in the woods." "Well, as you pointed out earlier," Jeff said, turning around, Not my cabin. Not my room. I'm sorry for that. It wasn't the time or place to call you out. I apologize. He placed the steaming plate on the desk. Jeff made no move for it, just watched Crowley. After a half-minute of silence, he walked over to the desk. You were right. I know. Jeff turned, his brows furrowed like he had not seen that response coming. You're a strange man, Captain. So I've been told. He was a genius, you know, my brother. Incredibly brilliant. Of course, Crowley had guessed. The signs were all around them. But the question was clearly rhetorical, so he was silent, waiting for him to go on. When the news of the plague broke, he didn't waste any time. He knew it would be bad, and he told me to get my ass to the cabin quick. It was a no-brainer. It was just me in the city. My wife died 3 years ago, and we had no kids. I took leave from my job and packed up and came. I figured if he was wrong about the whole thing, at the very least I'd get a cheap holiday in a secluded cabin and some quality time with my brother. It was pretty obvious pretty quick that he wasn't wrong. He sat down and ate a forkful of the stew. He was already preparing when I got here, putting up defenses, stocking up ammunition, food, tools, you name it. He taught me as much as he could, from how to use a gun to how to hunt and fish and set traps. He was ex-military, you see, so there was a lot he knew. Crowley nodded, but said nothing. One day we were down by the river catching fish, and we were attacked by a pack. We ran like we did today. The way he moved through the woods, it was like he was the one who put each and every tree where they stood. I was keeping up, but I stumbled and went down. Thought I was a goner, but he came back for me. He cleared his throat, the only sign that the story he was telling upset him. We'd lost what little ground we had on them, and he told me to run ahead. He'd be right behind me. He never did. His eyes misted over, and he took another bite of food. When I returned, he had taken down all 9 by himself with that very gun. He nodded to the bedside table where the pistol sat. Christ knows how. But they got him good. He was torn up and bled out right before my very eyes. I am sorry, Crowley said at last. I am, too. Something tells me you two would have liked each other. He heaved a sigh that carried an air of finality. I assume you're still interested in leaving the forest safely. If you are, you will need to start packing now. We leave in 30 minutes. The sudden change of topic had Crowley confused. What? I'll lead you as far as I can, but we'll have to hurry so I can return in time. What are you talking about? In time for what? The bloody dogs, of course, Jeff said. I told you your presence would be noticed, and today we just killed off the last of the wolves in this territory. That means there's nothing stopping the dogs that have been pursuing you finishing the job, especially if the alpha is as smart as some of your people think he is. If that's right, and they are coming, we can't leave you alone to deal with them. Jeff scooped and swallowed the last few forkfuls of stew before answering. I've managed to stay safe since my brother died, Captain. You don't need to worry about me. I don't doubt you, Crowley said calmly. But let us help you. Think of it as a way of saying thank you and sorry for bringing this down on your head. Keep your damn gratitude and get to packing. No. Crowley looked him straight in the eyes. I have men and I have guns, and you could use both. You have civilians to think about. We will protect them as we have before, and your compound is probably the safest place they've been since the world went to shit. Your ammo is almost done for. That's a problem for tomorrow. If it comes down to it, we'll make clubs and bows and arrows. You are a stubborn man, Captain. So I've been told. Now tell me what to do. The staring contest lasted half a minute more. Then, with a low, displeased growl at the back of his throat, Jeff's resistance broke. Fine. He marched past Crowley and went out of the room. How about we let your own people decide? When Crowley found him, he was standing on the staircase landing, looking down at the living room full of people still digesting their lunch. His presence had already grabbed the attention of the entire room, and when he slowly descended, even the children stopped playing, as if aware of the tension. He got to the bottom, but he didn't speak to them until Crowley had joined them. By nightfall at best, this property will almost certainly be besieged by the dogs that pursued you into the forest. He ignored the gasps and whispers of the crowd. They're coming here because we've cleared out the last of the wolves in the area. I've asked your captain to gather you all and get moving before they get here, but he's refused. Are you willing to stay and endure a night of hell? If you make it through the night, that is. Or you want to get your asses out of here while you can? The murmuring increased, and while no voice spoke up to answer, their stand on the matter was clear. They wanted to leave. Finally, someone stepped up. It was none other than Sebastian Tipton, who had, since almost meeting an untimely demise at the hands of Thaddeus and/or Crowley, had kept to himself.
Why would we even discuss this? He asked. Our options are getting to the base, where it's safe, or staying out here where we know we are about to be attacked. You're asking us to choose between life and death. I believe I speak for everyone when I say we want to live.
The murmurs went up even further. He was apparently speaking their minds.
Hey,
Dustin began, stepping forward from the window where he had been sitting.
No, Jeff said. This is not a decision for boys in uniform to make.
Hold it now, Crowley said, finally stepping forward. Jeff, I appreciate your sentiment, but it is a decision for us. He turned to Tipton. This is our fault. We brought the dogs to his doorstep. And if you want to leave, Mr. Tipton, and take anyone that wants to go with you, I won't stop you. Tipton's mouth opened and closed like a beached fish.
The question you should ask is if he wants to stay,
someone else called from the crowd.
He could come with us, couldn't he?
Now wait a minute, Jeff said. This was not an outcome he had seen coming, and Crowley saw his chance. Well then, the choice is now yours, Jeff. We'll leave, but only if you leave with us.
Are you crazy? I'm not leaving. This is my home.
Well, there you have it. If you stay, then we stay to help you neutralize the threat.
Now wait a...
Crowley turned to the crowd. If anyone has any complaints about repaying our benefactor by helping him preserve his home, speak up now.
I said wait a...
No one? Crowley said. Then it's settled. Now, Jeff, Crowley said. Tell me what we can do to help. Time is ticking. Jeff's face was annoyed, but Crowley thought that deep down he was probably relieved. He didn't fight it any further. You boys in uniform, follow me. He pivoted and headed for the stairs. Crowley signaled, and his men began to file out after Jeff. Teddy, bringing up the rear, stopped when he reached Crowley.
If we do this, we won't have enough ammo to ensure our safe journey back to base.
Would you have me leave him to die?
He made his choice, and besides, you don't know he wouldn't survive. This place is pretty secure. I just want you to be sure. Are you sure, Cap?
No, Teddy. I'm not.
Well, shit.
Part 3. Chapter 9. Jeff had two of the soldiers dragging the big desk to the center of his bedroom when Crowley and O'Connor entered. With a big swipe, he cleared everything from the desktop, sending it clattering to the floor, and proceeded to unroll a large laminated map. "Well then, since your captain wants to risk your damn lives, why don't we get to it?" Jeff said. The map was actually a satellite image of their section of the forest, showing the cabin at the center. A multitude of crosses had been drawn on the map with red marker pen. The seemingly random markings littered the forest around the cabin, more thickly clustered on the eastern side, then more widely spaced in the west. The soldiers gathered round the table. "If you haven't figured it out already," Jeff said, "this is a map of the forest including this cabin, and those little crosses are the locations of all the traps."
"Shit," Coleman said, in awe. "There must be 100.
"Try 186, Jeff said.
"You're joking,"
Stiles said.
"I'm not sure he knows how to,"
Teddy said. Jeff rolled his eyes, ignoring the jab, and put a thick finger down on the map. "As I was saying, map of the forest, yes?" When he was certain he had their attention, he went on. "This way," he dragged his finger westward, "leads back and meets the road here." Crowley saw a thin ribbon of gray winding its way west, ending at the edge of the map before it reached the base. "That's the way I want it to go. I haven't seen as many dogs to the west, so the traps are thinner on the ground, and a simple map would have been able to guide you." He looked up at Crowley then, silently asking him to reconsider his stand. The captain's face was inscrutable. Jeff continued. "As you can see, the traps are more concentrated in the east where I met you. The wolves were a great buffer, but now they are gone. That's where they will be swarming from."
"And the traps won't be enough to deal with them?"
Stiles asked. "Maybe for regular random attacks it would be. But as you know, the town you just left is no doubt a ghost town now, and food will be scarce. You had over 24 people leaving a highway of scents for hungry dogs to follow. We may as well have been ringing the dinner bell. Now, there are only 2 entrances into the premises, one in front and one behind. The fences are too high for the average dog to leap over and too uncomfortable to scale. The spikes on interior and exterior perimeters mean they won't even try, hopefully. This means we are only vulnerable at the front gate, if they can manage to scale it." "What about the rear gate?" "What about it?" Jeff frowned, apparently convinced he wouldn't like where Crowley was going with this. "Can it be opened?" Crowley asked. "Yes, we'd have to clear the defenses, though. Why would you want to do that?" Jeff said. "To give them another path of entry in addition to the front gate." "What? Are you nuts?" "These dogs are not regular dogs. They barely respond to pain, even though they might mostly be a horde driven by instinct. I've seen their pack leader and its buddies, and believe me, they aren't like the others. It's a thinking creature and far beyond the rest of the monstrosities, and even beyond normal dogs. If they come in large numbers, they will lay siege to the place, and if they are stopped hard with no obvious way in, their numbers will grow around the fence, and they will pile up the dead until they can get over the fence." Jeff looked poised to argue, but shrugged. "What do you propose, then?" "We partially open the gates, enough to keep them interested and pick them off as they come through." "Well, I won't be responsible if it goes pear-shaped, understand?" "I do. The traps will no doubt reduce their numbers greatly, but if it's a fight they want, we'll give it to them." "If you weren't an experienced military officer, I would think you mad." "Why can't I be both?" Jeff shook his head.
"We still don't have the ammunition for this, Crowley," Teddy said. "Maybe we'll need to burn them again,"
Dustin said, pulling out his lighter and producing a flame for emphasis. You will not set my forest on fire, Jeff said. Absolutely not. Agreed, Crowley said. For now, at least. But we'll need some way to even the odds.
Yeah, I don't want to be dead in the middle of a trans-species war and run dry,
Chase mused. You don't mind if we cut down a few trees to make spears while it's still daylight, do you? Crowley asked. Jeff was leaned over the desk, with his face hidden and his shoulders tense. With a sudden move, he stood straight up and grabbed Crowley by the upper arm and led him into the corner. You are serious about this, aren't you? Was crystal clear. You doubted before? Crowley asked. The point of entertaining all this was to show you why you should get your people the hell out of here while you can. Then you failed. Crowley's tone was flat. He was getting irritated by the big man's opposition. Can we get back to planning now? He brushed past him as he made for the table, but Jeff caught him and dragged him back, slamming his back against the wall. What the hell is the matter with you? Thaddeus slapped his hand on the butt of his Desert Eagle and stepped forward. His move was mirrored by nearly every man in the room. Jeff paid no heed to the danger he was in. Jeff, Crowley warned. His eyes strayed from the big hand still on his shoulder, then to his men. The subtle nod was enough to make them stand down. Don't you get it? Jeff growled. If you stay until nightfall, people will die. It might be you. It might be one, two, or even every member of your merry band. Don't you see what you're risking here? I'm guessing you were the more cautious between yourself and your brother. Don't patronize me, Captain, Jeff said, his volume still raised. If any of you die, then it's... He broke off suddenly, as if choking on the rest of the sentence. When he spoke again, he was back to whispering. It's on me. No, it's not. You've done all you could to turn me around, but I'm still here. If anything happens, I bear full responsibility. Now you can either argue with me at every turn, or you can help us help you, and maybe reduce the possibility of casualties with a little planning. Finally, Jeff lifted his hand from Crowley's shoulder. He looked to the ceiling as though he was asking God to give him strength, then sighed heavily and looked back at the captain. You, Jeff breathed, and your sidekick. Come with me. He left the room and crossed the hallway into the next room. Crowley told Teddy to put away his gun and to come along. They followed their host into the room, and Jeff closed the door behind them before moving to a large bookshelf. He put his left hand behind the side of the bookcase and slipped another under the third shelf from the top. Crowley was about to ask if he had called them in to move furniture when there were two loud clicks, and the bookcase slid outward on silent hinges to reveal another room. Well, that's neat, Thaddeus said. A secret room in a secret cabin in the woods. Jeff was in no mood to banter. Without offering an invitation, he took a step in and reached to the left. Bright white fluorescence blinded them for a split second before Thaddeus whispered, Jesus. Jesus indeed, said Crowley. The room was about a quarter the size of Jeff's bedroom, but that was not what had stunned the two soldiers. The shelving that covered every inch of each wall in the room held guns of every category and caliber. Most were weapons that were available at any well-stocked gun store, but some were restricted, military-grade weapons, restricted enough that if the situation had been different, would have been very concerning to find in a private home. On the floors next to the walls were ammo crates, one large first aid box, and 3 other boxes labeled rations. This was my last resort in case the dogs overran me and my defenses, Jeff said bluntly. There's enough supplies here to last me 6 months and enough ammo to wage a personal war, even if it took 6 months. But it's definitely not a big enough space to contain near 3 dozen people, Captain. Where did you get these? Thaddeus asked. My brother was ex-military. Oh, Thaddeus said, even though that answer only raised more questions for him. Crowley didn't speak. He didn't trust himself to say anything without sounding like he was tarnishing the image of a dead man, because he had recognized that at least 2 of the guns that hung on the walls were supposed to be standard issue, starting next year. Whoever Jeff's brother had been, he had been no simple U.S. Army grunt. Teddy moved into the room towards the far wall.
Yes,
he said. Crowley couldn't see what he lifted off the shelf, but he knew it was heavy. His friend turned with a manic smile. Crowley took one look at the RPG and scowled. No.
But it's a goddamn bazooka.
Exactly. Put it back, Ted. Please. Crowley did not give him a chance to prolong the argument, effectively ending the conversation as he turned away to inspect some of the guns. I think I have just the thing for you, Sergeant, Jeff said. Crowley turned to Jeff, a slave to his curiosity.
It's not another goddamn baseball bat, is it?
Teddy asked. No, Jeff said, walking to the far wall. But it does pack a wallop.
You have my attention,
the soldier said, eyeing him skeptically. Jeff turned around and held up a matte black shotgun. This is a Beretta 1301 semi-automatic tactical shotgun, customized, of course. 6-shell carrier, modified stock, and a sawn-off barrel. Its gas operating system is 36% faster than any semi-automatic shotgun you've ever used. Being sawn off, the range isn't great, but one shot to the head or torso is instant death. Anywhere else is a blown-off body part, Jeff explained. What do you think?
It's beautiful,
Teddy whispered. He gingerly took the gun from Jeff's hand, staring at it in reverence as he turned it over to further inspect. Not bad, Crowley said, nodding encouragingly. Jeff retrieved 2 more clip-on shell carriers from one of the crates and tossed them to O'Connor.
Can I test it?
No, Jeff and Crowley said in unison. Might have find something for you, Captain, Jeff said. I think I already have, Crowley said. He was standing in front of an assault rifle. Ah, the AR-15, excellent choice. This one is fully automatic, and the 7.62 millimeter rounds are a showstopper. You have a good eye, but just be mindful. The heavier rounds means it's a bitch to control when you're firing fully automatic. Crowley nodded as he inspected the weapon. Well, if we're done here, how about you help me distribute ammo to your men? He bent over and opened 2 of the unmarked metal crates, revealing hundreds of 5.56 millimeter 30-round magazines.
You could just let them come in and help themselves,
Teddy said. Are you kidding? I should kill you both now that you've seen my secret weapons room. No one else is coming in here.
It's not that secret.
Jeff shot him a glare. Secret enough until I brought you in here. The less people that know about this, the better. He's right, Teddy. You never know what can happen if things go ass up. How would you feel if Radcliffe was one of a handful of survivors from the coming battle and knew where this stash was?
Fair enough,
said Teddy after a moment's contemplation.
I didn't think of it like that.
While he did, Crowley's attention was drawn to a pair of revolvers hanging on the wall. They were old-school, shiny stainless steel .357 Magnum handguns. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. Those babies will put a hole right through any skull, no matter how thick, as long as you don't miss, of course.
Oh, Crowley doesn't miss,
Thaddeus said, pausing from pulling the first of the crates out. Crowley pulled one of the handguns off the wall and whistled, ignoring the men. Colt Python? 6-inch barrels. These are collectibles. Jeff snorted. Well, all they will be doing now is collecting dust. I don't like revolvers, but you're welcome to them if you want. You sure? Of course. If you want to do it Dirty Harry style, they're all yours. I'm feeling lucky, punk, said Crowley, with a smile on his face as he checked the weapon. They are in perfect working order. My brother was quite OCD about his guns. Here, you'll need these, Jeff said, handing him a box of .375 caliber bullets. As Jeff and O'Connor carried the first of the crates out of the room, Crowley loaded both revolvers and slipped them into his rigger's belt at the small of his back. He increased the tension on the belt, then practiced pulling them free a few times. When he was satisfied, he slipped the remaining ammo from the box into his right thigh pocket. When the other two returned, Crowley and Jeff took the second crate of magazines. When they returned, they found Teddy holding a small box of explosives. His belt was already lined with 5 hand grenades. Teddy.
Just in case,
the sergeant said, shrugging. Crowley kneaded his forehead and sighed. Teddy.
Let me have this, Edward.
Edward, Jeff laughed. Shut up, Jeffrey. Chapter 10. Crowley found a resting place on the windowsill in the room he and Josephine had shared the night before. Hours before, he had spoken to the civilians, running them through the plan, their parts in it at least, and the objections were still echoing in his mind. By that time, though, it was too late for the plans to change. Now, alone with his thoughts for the first time in days, he had the nagging feeling that he had not made the right call, and, if he hadn't, the consequences would be devastating. He didn't look up when Josephine came into the room and joined him. Did I make the right decision? He asked. Jeff is convinced I made the wrong call. Most of your people think so too. They don't say it, but I'm sure some of my men would have preferred to make a run for the base.
Right decision, wrong decision. What does it matter?
Crowley looked at her. What does it matter? People could die tonight.
Yes, they could, she said. But no matter where we are, here or miles away, people may die this night regardless. It doesn't matter if you made the right or wrong decision. Who knows? Maybe more people will die because of this, maybe less. There's no way of telling. You just have to know if you are prepared to live with the consequences.
Crowley turned away. She was right. Every choice had a consequence he could not foretell. What about you? Do you think I should have ordered that we move out? Josephine sighed.
You followed your gut, Crowley. Your gut has brought you back safely from all your missions in the past, right? If you trust it, then so do I.
He nodded slowly. Somehow, hearing her say that gave him the reassurance he needed and the strength to handle whatever came next. Thank you. She took his hand for a moment and squeezed it tight. Crowley looked out the window and she followed his gaze, but saw nothing. He wasn't looking at anything, after all.
If Jeff is right, and the wolves were the only thing keeping the dogs away, why haven't they attacked yet?
He thinks they were waiting for nightfall. If he's right, we'll know soon enough.
Maybe he was wrong, and the night will be rather uneventful,
she said, the tone in her voice playful. Crowley grinned and started to reply, but was interrupted by the sound of barking in the not distant enough distance.
Incoming!
Jeff shouted unnecessarily downstairs. You jinxed us, Crowley joked. He was no longer smiling.
Shit.
You read my mind, he said, picking up his M4 from where it sat next to his leg and cocking it. He got downstairs as his men assembled, all of them except Dustin and Chase, who had taken Tyson's role as the other sniper, and were positioned upstairs by the windows. Half of the squad were at the front door, half at the back. They had night vision goggles on as they prepared to jump out into the night. He gave Josephine an earpiece and waited for her to fit it in her ear. You know the drill, Joe. Listen for my commands and you'll be fine.
Got it, Captain.
The civilians were closing and barricading the windows they hadn't yet gotten to, the barking putting a fire under their asses to get it done quick. Outside, there was a cacophony of barking as the four-legged monstrosities drew nearer and nearer. Crowley raised a hand and gestured for his men to move out as Jeff tagged along with the front door team. See you soon, he said to Josephine, and started to move. She grabbed his arm and pulled him back for a kiss.
Come back to me.
she said. Count on it.
We've got eyes on targets, Captain.
Open fire, Crowley said. The sounds of gunshots drowned out the barks. Her hand reluctantly slipped off his arm and he followed his men out. At the door, he handed Jeff a pair of night vision goggles and put on another pair himself. "Oh, Captain, my Captain," Jeff said. "You ready for this?" "No, I'm doing it anyway." "You crazy son of a gun." His men fanned out, forming a half circle about 20 feet inside the open front gate. The men in the rear, led by O'Connor, were doing the same thing and opening the smaller gate at the back of the lot. Dustin and Chase would offer support on both fronts, Dustin overlooking Crowley's team and Chase, Teddy's team. Through the green of his night vision goggles, Crowley saw 3 dogs burst from the woods, making for the honey trap. Their eyes glowed preternaturally. His gun was barely raised when bullets flew from the left and right, cutting the dogs down. With the limited points of entry, the soldiers would make quick work of the dogs, putting them down as they attempted to make it through the gates. Jeff had run off as soon as they were through the door. Crowley had not seen which way he went, but Crowley was happy for him to wander and assist wherever he was needed. There was no relentless wave of dogs at his entrance, and from Teddy's regular updates, he knew it was the same there. The attacks were sporadic, but enough to keep them occupied. About 30 minutes after the first of the dog attacks, Crowley's earpiece crackled to life as someone established connection.
"Cap, we have a situation."
"What is it, Dustin?" Crowley said.
"I've just noticed a lot of movement on the western fence line. Dogs have been throwing themselves at the spikes, kamikaze style. It's crazy."
"That doesn't sound like bad news, Dustin."
"Yes, I thought so too, except it's not random. They are hitting the one spot over and over. So many of them that they are practically turning that wall into a freaking hill in the process. If it goes on much longer, they'll be able to climb high enough on the mound of dead to make a leap over the wall."
"Christ."
"It's madness, Cap. What are they thinking? What kind of dog commits suicide?"
Gunfire from Stiles and Reagan on either side of him forced Crowley to put a finger in his other ear to hear Dustin. "I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing, and there's thought to it, just not theirs."
"What do you mean?"
"What about the eastern side, Dustin?" Crowley interrupted.
"Oh, God. Yes, shit. One is over. Eyes on your 3 o'clock. Captain, look out."
Crowley looked left. A horrendously deformed black and tan dog, a Doberman Pinscher straight out of a horror movie, was running directly for him, effortlessly taking the rounds from Reagan and Stiles' guns.
"Reloading,"
yelled Stiles. Crowley fired, and his shots were on target. All 7 of them, 6 to the chest and 1 to the jaw. The monster staggered, refusing to drop, before regaining speed.
"Reloading,"
came Reagan's call, and Crowley knew he was on his own for the next few seconds. He discarded his rifle and in the same movement, reached behind his back and pulled out one of the Magnum handguns. The silver of the barrel glinted in the moonlight as he raised it and fired without thinking. The powerful handgun bucked in his hand, and the head of the 200-pound dog exploded outward, the .357 hollow point doing its job most effectively. The limp body of the dog dropped heavily, just a half-foot in front of him. "Give me a status report, Dustin."
"Taking bearing from the house, 11 o'clock, 1, 2, 5, 8, and 7.
"God damn it," Crowley cursed. "Fall back 10 paces, everyone. Fall back. Eyes on the fence. You heard the lieutenant." He switched frequency to the earpiece Josephine was using. "Get everyone upstairs, Joe. Move, now."
"On it,"
she said. Despite the fact that it was quite literally raining dogs, Crowley smiled at the sound of her voice. He waited for the men within his field of vision to retreat before he did so himself, providing cover as 4 dogs came through the gates and 2 more jumped over the walls. Luckily, these ones were much smaller, almost regular dogs, and he killed them, averaging 2 shots among them.
"Ah, man down! Man down!"
Thompson screamed from the western side.
"Anderson is down." "I'm on my way," Jeff said, seemingly coming from nowhere. "Hold on."
Crowley paused and took stock, wide-eyed as dogs rained down on the compound in 2s and 3s.
"I bet you're rethinking that bazooka right about now, Crowley."
O'Connor's voice spat over the comms. His words were punctuated by the boom of his shotgun. "Shut up, Thaddeus," Crowley said grimly. RPGs would be useless in this situation. Speaking to everyone this time, his voice rose an octave. "Switch up formation, kill circle, groups of twos, surround the house but stay together and watch each other's backs." Like the well-oiled unit they were, his men moved into positions quickly. The cacophony of gunfire continued, the hot lead lighting up the night, but the dogs kept coming. "Crowley, we are in a very dangerous position here," Thaddeus said over the comms. "We need more eyes." Crowley was thinking the same thing. "Stiles, Coleman, get inside, get to the windows," Crowley said. "But sir, you need us," Stiles started to object. It was a valid objection. Their squad members were already outnumbered as it was. But Crowley knew they were better set to take the dogs down if they could see over the fence, a view the upstairs windows provided. "That's an order, boys. Skip to it," Crowley said. "The rest of you get back another 10 paces. Tighten the circle." "We're running out of room to retreat, Captain." "Just get to it. I'll be covering your retreats." He looked left, where Reagan and another soldier stood. "Boys," he said. They understood immediately and beat a hasty retreat. As they went, he let his rifle dangle by the straps and drew both magnums. The next two dogs that jumped over and made a beeline for him were big enough to take down horses. He moved both hands and shot once from each gun. The dogs fell and stayed down, brains leaking from their skulls. 3 more came through the gates, the hollow points dropping them instantly. Time to close the damn gate. Their efforts to control the pattern of entry had clearly failed. He sprinted down the driveway, tucking the guns back into his belt, and put his shoulder against the heavy gate, pushing it shut. He was almost there when what had perhaps once been an Afghan hound hit the gap. The gate shuddered, but stopped the dog at the shoulders. Crowley jammed it harder, even as the malformed dog swung its long head in his direction, its unnaturally long fangs snapping just inches from his face. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that his men were in position much closer to the cabin now. Still holding the gate against the struggling, gnashing monstrosity, Crowley put his shoulder into the task and reached for one of the magnums. The hollow point bullet blew the long head of the rabid dog clean off, and Crowley eased off the gate long enough to let its headless body slide to the ground. With a heavy kick, he knocked it back outside and slammed the gate shut, looping the chain around the metal post to make sure it stayed that way. He ran back towards the house, calling all the men in front except 2 to split and make their way to the eastern and western breaches. With his rifle back in hand, Crowley ran the circumference of the building, shooting dogs down as he encountered them. His accuracy was 100%, and the one time he missed a kill, he caught the creature in the upper thigh, and basically rendered it useless. Someone behind him completed the task with a shot to the head before he had to. By the time he needed to reload again, he was all the way behind the house and next to Thaddeus. "Sarge?" Crowley nodded. "Captain?" Jeff appeared too. "Gentlemen," he said, "where are we?" "Hell. We were in hell," Teddy said. "What's the update on Anderson?" "Dead," said Jeff, not cushioning the blow. More dogs came through the rear gate, and heavy gunfire sounded on both the eastern and western sides. "We're about to get overrun," Crowley said. "What's taking those boys so damn—" Automatic gunfire from overhead interrupted him. More importantly, it interrupted the dogs. "Punctual as always, Stiles," he said into the comms. "I like to make an entrance." "Keep it up." Crowley pulled out his revolvers again and quickly reloaded. "I'm going east. Jeff, you go west. Teddy, see if you can't get that gate shut." "Roger," O'Connor said as Crowley ran off. The captain had only made the corner of the cabin when one of the soldiers he was running to assist yelled, "Breach!" He was just in time to see a dark shape disappear into one of the larger ground floor windows. Too late to stop it, but not too late to recognize it as one of the Alpha's lieutenants. Josephine. Chapter 11. Before Josephine heard Crowley scream through the earpiece, she heard the crash of a window breaking downstairs. She was with one group of civilians in Jeff's large bedroom. The rest were hidden in the other rooms on the second story. The people around her were trying to contain their fear, but it still hung heavy in the air. Crowley had speculated that the bigger dogs, the only ones capable of breaking through the barricades at the doors and windows, would have difficulty getting up the stairs, and even more trouble squeezing through doors. At the time, she had thought to herself that he didn't seem quite convinced. That crash meant three things. 1, there was a big dog in the house with them. 2, Crowley's theory was about to be tested. And 3, they were a room full of sitting ducks, if he was wrong. Crowley hadn't said anything after calling her name through the comms, and she realized he wasn't speaking to her. He had simply called her name on reflex. It should have been a beautiful thing to think about, except she could hear the thumping of the dog downstairs. "Josephine, stay calm, but you have company downstairs." "I'll take care of it," Stiles said, between bursts of fire. "Negative," Crowley said. "You're needed exactly where you are. Do not leave your position. I'm coming in."
"No,"
Josephine said. Everyone in the room turned to look at her, not realizing at first that she was talking into the comms device. Ignoring them, she turned away.
"I'll take care of it."
"Joe, no."
"You don't get to tell me what to do, Crowley."
She took out the handgun Crowley had given her, checked the safety, and cocked it before storing it back in her waistband. The murmurings in the room intensified.
"Do what you have to out there. I'll do same here."
She moved to the door, stopping only to bend over and pick up the axe that they'd carried from the school. "Josephine, don't you dare." She cut comms before he could finish and went to the door.
"Maria, Tipton, barricade the door with that desk after I closed the door." "You have a gun?"
asked Tipton incredulously.
"I do." "Well, if you're taking the axe, you should give me the gun so I can protect everyone while you're gone." "No, Sebastian." "Why not?" he whined, coming closer. "You want to leave us here unprotected while you go and get yourself eaten?" "I don't plan on getting eaten."
Tipton kept coming.
"Just give me the gun, Josephine,"
he said, holding out his hand. Josephine sighed and placed a second hand on the axe handle, hefting it in front of her, and planted her feet on the floor.
"Why don't you take it off me?"
For a moment she thought he might make a play. Then the animal cunning in his eyes disappeared. "Bitch," he said, under his breath, before turning and heading back to his corner. Her grandpa chortled, and Tipton shot him a look full of malice.
"Maria,"
Josephine repeated.
"what if something happens to you?"
Josephine looked past her to the one person whose blessing she needed. Her grandfather nodded, and she nodded back before putting a hand on Maria's shoulder.
"I'll be fine. But just in case, barricade the door like I asked."
She was through the door and pulling it closed before Maria could protest. She was alone in the darkened hallway, and downstairs was deathly quiet. She couldn't hear the movement or any other of the sounds she expected to come from a big dog. The only sound anywhere was the calling of soldiers and sporadic gunfire. After a moment of consideration, she turned her comm back on, but didn't say a word. Crowley was still alternating between calling out to her and arguing with Thaddeus about wanting to come in after her. Axe in hand, she started for the staircase. She was still 5 feet away when a dark, silent shape appeared at the top of the staircase and stopped even as she stopped. At first, she thought its shape was that of a wolf, but some gunfire lit up the window and she saw it was actually a gigantic German shepherd. It wasn't deformed or as ugly as most of the dogs they had encountered, and even with the brief flash of illumination, she saw the intelligence in its eyes and knew instantly that this was one of Teddy's alpha pack. Malformed or not, it was still a hulking mass of muscle with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and it was barely a leap away from her. Josephine made a mental note to tell Crowley, if she survived, that he was wrong. Apparently, even big dogs had no trouble climbing a narrow staircase. The fingers of her hands tightened around the handle of the axe, and she eased into a fighting stance, light on her feet, prepared to evade if it charged.
"Come on now, ugly."
"Joe?" Crowley said into her ear. "Joe, where are you?" She eased a hand off the axe and touched her earpiece, leaving the channel open, and put her hand back on the handle.
I'm a little occupied right now,
Josephine said softly. Oh, Joe, what have you done? The dog began growling, a deep, rumbling sound. Suddenly its growl evolved into a snarl.
Ah, shit,
Get back to safety, Crowley said. Now.
unable to comply.
The last word came out a panicked shriek as the dog sprang at her. She suddenly realized an axe wasn't going to cut it. She backpedaled fast, using her right hand to whip out the Desert Eagle, and fired 4 times as the dog closed in. 3 shots hit it square in the chest, but it didn't slow.
No.
She took 2 hurried steps forward and went low, sliding on her knees as it leapt at her. Using all the strength she could muster, she took a one-handed swipe as she slid along the floor. There was a yelp as the axe, sharpened to a deadly point, cleaved through muscle, sinew, and bone. The dog, passing completely over her, attempted to land on all 4s, not realizing it was now absent a forelimb. It collapsed to the floor, spinning along the polished floorboards, leaving a snail trail of crimson as Josephine scrambled back to her feet. Still yelping, the dog skittered on the slick floor as it tried to rise and turn to face its tormentor. Josephine was already waiting. She took aim with the gun, this time not going for the head. "Joe?" came Crowley's voice. Boom! The canine's remaining forelimb exploded at the joint, violently split by the bullet, and it collapsed heavily to the floor. Its agonized squealing was blood-curdling, so loud that Josephine only vaguely noticed the distant howling in response to the creature's distress. She put her handgun away and approached the now helpless creature, holding the axe in 2 hands. "Joe, talk to me. What's going on in there?" The dog snarled as she approached, but was beyond coming for her. Without ceremony, she raised the axe and brought it down hard on the top of its head, splitting it asunder and driving it into the floor. "Joe!"
I'm all right, Crowley. Stop yelling. It's down. I took care of it.
Crowley was pissed. Josephine had been in harm's way, and he had been unable to come to her aid. Even though she had come out unscathed, he could not get over the fact that he had been put in a position where he was helpless to help her. The dogs were still pouring in, but now they were coming to meet a very different Captain Edward Crowley, one who had had enough of this. He ran forward to meet the dogs, shouting at the top of his lungs as he took aim and mowed down anything on 4 legs.
Crowley, Jeff, we have to consider a more violent solution to this.
"Say what you mean, Thaddeus,"
Let's blow up these bastards,
Thaddeus said. Crowley wanted to argue, but he could see the wisdom in his idea. "Jeff?"
No,
Jeff said.
you are not going to torch my forest. We're not torching your forest,
Thaddeus argued.
just 1 or 2 trees here and there.
"We've taken down a shitload of them," Jeff countered.
We can win this without setting the forest on fire. Just stick to strategy. We're getting dominated out here,
Thaddeus said.
The fire won't spread. The trees are green.
Jeff did not say anything for a while. "Jeff, we need you to give the A-OK.
If this goes wrong,
Jeff said grudgingly, "it's your fault."
Works for me,
Thaddeus said.
I'll go fetch Bessie.
"Did you name my RPG?" Jeff questioned.
Yes, I did. She calls me Daddy now.
"Christ, Ted," Crowley sighed.
Oh, bugger off.
"Grab your girlfriend and get into position in one of the windows, weirdo," Jeff said. "Then wait for my signal.
What's the signal?
It'll be very difficult to miss, trust me,"
Copy.
Thaddeus said. His labored breathing and the echoing thuds told Crowley he was in the house and on the move and running up the stairs. "Jeff, can you cover for—" Crowley started. "No can do, sir. I'm on the move." He was running too. "What are you doing, Jeff?"
Playing God.
"What?"
Just get your grenades ready and on my signal, shield your eyes.
"Shield our eyes. Are you joking?"
Trust me, Crowley.
I trust you. 3, 2, 1, now, Jeff said. Let there be light. Even though Crowley's eyes were shut tight, he still saw the light explode into existence all around them. He opened his eyes slowly, blinking to accustom himself to the brightness. The whole encampment was bathed in powerful light. The dogs had been stunned motionless, and before they could get used to the sudden light, Crowley and his men opened fire. "That is, let it fly," Jeff shouted. From the corner of his eye, Crowley saw a flash, and a split second later, the accompanying explosion as the grenade exploded on the other side of the eastern fence. The screaming of injured dogs was music to his ears. Jeff appeared at the window directly above him, his expression grim. He had armed himself with another RPG, and after a quick scan, he swiveled to the right and fired. Another portion of the forest just beyond the fence exploded and was set ablaze. "When did you install the floodlights?" Crowley called up to him, in between shooting stragglers. "They've always been there. You just never paid enough attention to notice. They won't last for long on solar power reserves. Keep your night vision goggles on standby, but hopefully we can end this before it runs out of charge." He fired a second grenade. Pillars of flames burned in the tree line beyond the fence, and everywhere Crowley looked, the dogs appeared to be confused, some running back to try and jump back over the bodies of their mates to scramble to perceived safety. They were easy pickings. "How's it looking on the western side?" "Pretty good, actually, if you don't consider the burning trees, that is." "We'll plant a few before we leave if it'll make you happy, Jeff." "Do not mock me." Jeff scowled lightly. "The pile of dog carcasses on fire, and I think that should dissuade the others from coming in that way. But they are still thick on the ground out there, almost like they're regrouping for another go. The fire and noise should be scaring them off." "Something out there is telling them not to." "Like what?" "The Alpha. Why else would they throw themselves at your traps like that?" "He has that much control, you think?" "That's not a comforting thought." "No, it's not." "What do we do?" "Hold," Crowley said, cocking his head slightly. He heard what he was looking for. It was a distinctive, deep barking, broken up intermittently with a long howl, coming from about 100 yards directly east of their position. "Do you have another grenade?" "Naturally." "Set your sights at 12 o'clock, about 100 yards east of the pack outside the fence." "What exactly am I looking for?" "Not looking. Listening." "Listening for—" The question was no longer necessary because he heard it too. A long, almost mournful howl. "Why don't you give it something to howl about?" "With pleasure." Jeff launched his third projectile into the woods. Crowley made a silent prayer it would reach, or at least get close, to its intended target. His prayer was granted. The projectile made contact and exploded, and the howl was cut off abruptly. Yelps and tortured yaps followed more tortured howling. As if released from a trance, the dogs inside the compound and those trying to climb the dead carcasses of their kin turned and bolted. The soldiers finished the dogs caught in the queue escaping the compound, and Teddy fired one more rocket over the fence to wish them a bon voyage. As the barking and howling faded into the distance, the men erupted in victorious whooping. It was only when Crowley lowered his weapon and allowed himself to relax that he realized just how tired he was. That didn't matter. The night was won. Crowley retired to his room while his men enjoyed the homemade hooch that Jeff brought up from the basement. He had begged off. While he was as happy as anyone that they had tasted victory, he knew it wasn't the war won until that Alpha and his remaining packmates were dead. For now, sleep was the only reward he needed. Thanks to Josephine, that was a little closer to reality, but he was still peeved she had put herself in danger. She was currently downstairs with Maria, tending to the wounded, but had promised to come up for sleep within the hour. Dog-tired, He managed to pull his shirt off before deciding that would do, and collapsing face first onto the bed. The door closing and footsteps brought him out of his deep sleep, but he didn't move. He heard Josephine kick off her shoes and pad barefooted to the foot of the bed. He was about to roll over when he didn't feel the weight of her moving onto the mattress when she wordlessly took hold of his right foot and began to undo the laces of his boot. He sighed as the heavy boot came off and was thrown into the corner before she repeated the action with the other. He rolled over and stretched his feet gratefully. Josephine was in a tank top and a pair of shorts. Several locks of her hair, now clean of the dog's blood, had come free of the loose ponytail and currently dangled over her face. "So today was," Crowley began, attempting to fill the silence. "Shh," Josephine whispered, climbing onto the bed. "No talking." Without breaking eye contact, she crawled beside him and nestled against him. Crowley's arms wrapped her in a tight embrace. Today was really... This time, Josephine put her finger to his lips to hush him. "I said no talking." "Yes, ma'am," Crowley said. "Good." She exhaled, her body melting into his. "Good night, Crowley." "Good night, Joe." Chapter 12. Crowley awoke to noises below their bedroom window. It was the calm, low voices of his men and the sounds from whatever activity they were hard at work on. He couldn't tell with certainty what they were doing just by listening, but he was sure he heard the sounds of shovels in the distance. He started to rise, but his arm was still pinned under Josephine's head. Tenderly, he pushed the hair aside to reveal her sleeping face. Her lips were slightly parted and produced a low whistling noise with every breath she took. He smiled fondly, wondering again at the human ability to cope with trauma and come out the other side, resting soundly. He lifted his wrist and checked his watch. It was almost 6 a.m. Faced with the choice of sleeping, going back to sleep in the arms of his lover, or going out to take care of his duties, he took the hard choice. He managed to gently lift her head and ease his arm out without waking her. He didn't think it was purely his stealth that kept her from waking. It had been a long night for everyone, and Josephine was no exception. She didn't stir when he kissed her lightly on the forehead. He slipped on his boots and t-shirt and left the room. Arriving outside, Crowley found that he was the last soldier out of bed. Everyone else was in their gear and busily dragging dog carcasses off into the woods through the rear gate. Most of the able-bodied men from the civilian group were also helping, although he saw no sign of Sebastian Tipton. He found Jeff standing next to Teddy O'Connor just outside the gate. From the notepad and pen in his sergeant's hands, he guessed they were supervising. "Morning," he said. "Crowley, you're up," Teddy said. "Why would I not be?" Crowley frowned suspiciously. "Well, we were hoping to let you have the morning off while we oversee the cleanup." "Oh?" Jeff thrust a thumb in Thaddeus' direction. "His idea." Thaddeus nudged him with his shoulder. "But we both agreed that you and your dog-slaying girlfriend deserve some time off. The men didn't argue." "I see," Crowley said. "But we leave in a few hours. There's lots to do." "And it will be done. We've already cleared the dead animals inside the fences and we're onto the piles. It's messy, but we're getting through it." "How do you plan to dispose of the bodies?" "We dug a pit about half a mile east," Jeff answered. "More of a trench," Thaddeus amended. Jeff shrugged. "Point is, it was dug." "Well, that's good. But there's also clothes to launder." "Done," Jeff said. Thaddeus ticked off something on his notepad. "There's bellies to fill?" Crowley asked. "In about 2 hours," Teddy said. This time he drew a circle.
Spaghetti and meatballs, the good kind for once. The women are in the kitchen while the men are doing the heavy lifting.
Sounds a bit sexist when you say it like that, Jeff noted.
If they want to switch roles, they're more than welcome to. I'm pretty sure the men should appreciate that.
Used to it by now, Crowley ignored their banter. There's ammunition to stock up on. Thank you again, Jeff.
Jeff shrugged. Chase and Dustin were working on inventory an hour ago, Thaddeus said. Right now, they're upstairs in the weapons room gathering ammo.
Crowley turned to Jeff. I thought you didn't want anyone else in your secret room. It's not that secret.
What was that?
Teddy asked, raising his head from the notepad. That's the only time you'll ever hear me say it.
But I'll always remember it.
O'Connor smiled and turned to Crowley.
The point is, we've got this covered. Go sleep in with your lady friend and maybe take care of business. You never know when you get the chance again.
And maybe take the sheets with you, Jeff added, eliciting a snort from Teddy. Crowley shook his head. Fine. Crowley caved. I suppose I could do with an hour more rest.
Take 3, Teddy said. Now get out of here.
3? Yeah, 3 is good, Jeff concurred. We set out at noon, so the men will need to rest after this is done. And Anderson? Teddy's face clouded over, and he pointed to an apple tree in the southeastern corner of the backyard. Crowley spotted the fresh mound of dirt in the shade of the tree. Nice spot. I'll want to say a few words before we depart. This is the first chance we've had to bury one of our own. Let's do it right.
Yes, sir,
said O'Connor, saluting him. Crowley saluted back, not missing the tears in Teddy's eyes. Crowley returned to the house, but didn't go straight back to the room. Has anyone seen Maria? He asked the children, who were again sitting around the TV watching cartoons. He had no problem with them escaping reality for hours on end, given that television, or heck, even electricity, were going to be commodities in very short supply, for the near future at least. He was directed upstairs by Emily, who also told him that Maria was upset. He knew why. Teddy had briefed him in regards to Anderson's demise, and relayed how Maria had tried to save the young soldier, and how distraught she had been at her failure. He found her lying on the sofa and staring at the ceiling in Jeff's big bedroom. She didn't look his way, even when he approached. Hi, Maria. Nothing. He got down on his knees beside her. I heard what you did for Private Anderson. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks for what?
She spat, her eyes still trained on the timber above their heads. Thank you for trying. You did all you could in the circumstances, and while I know it's hard to accept, it's just the way it is. Her eyes welled up, and she pursed her lips in anger. He wasn't sure whether she wanted to lash out or cry her eyes out. Finally, she took a shaky breath and looked at him.
I know. It's just the way it is right now sucks.
No arguments from me. Anyway, we are eating at 11 a.m. and departing at midday. Rest until eats. He stood up.
Nope,
said the school nurse, rising from the sofa and smoothing out her crumpled dress.
I've done enough feeling sorry for myself. I'll go help in the kitchen.
You sure? He asked.
I'm sure.
Josephine had not stirred by the time he returned. In fact, seemed to have fallen into an even deeper slumber, lying face down and spread-eagle on the bed. Gingerly, Crowley slipped into bed next to her and put his arm around her waist. For all his care, he still managed to wake her by accident.
Crowley?
She mumbled as she raised her head to look at him. Hey. He brushed the hair from her face with his hand. Her eyes locked on his wristwatch, and she caught his hand to get a better look.
It's 6:30.
I know.
Shouldn't you be off captaining? And shouldn't I be somewhere?
She started to rise, but he put a hand on her shoulder. "We should," he said. "But you and I have been ordered to take the morning off."
What?
He put his hands behind his head and eased into his pillow. "Yep, Sergeant's orders." Jeff agreed. "So it's pretty legit."
But we're supposed to get going today.
And we are. The men are clearing the dead animals as we speak. After that, a late breakfast, if they can stomach it.
But it doesn't feel right. I get why they let you sleep in, but for me it's nothing other than favoritism.
Crowley gave a short laugh. "Are you serious?" he said at last. "You don't know how the earpiece I lent you works, Josephine. When you turned communication back on, you linked with everyone. They heard you take down the dog that made it past them and into the house. You earned their respect, and this is your reward."
What?
"Did you not hear them talking last night?" She shook her head. "Well, put it this way. After your kill with extreme prejudice, I don't think Radcliffe will ever try to make a move on you again. They were all pretty impressed, especially given it was one of the Alpha's packmates." Her cheeks flushed and she turned away with a smile. "It doesn't change the fact that what you did was dangerous and reckless. You scared the living hell out of me," Crowley confessed. "But you also reminded me that you can handle yourself." She laid on his chest and he buried his fingers in her hair.
We finally get to sleep in. And all I can think about is everything we should be out there doing, she said.
"Me too," Crowley admitted. "But they're getting it done. If we leave as scheduled, we should be back at the base by nightfall." For a long time, she was silent, and Crowley started to wonder if she had fallen asleep again.
Crowley,
Hmm.
we've put so much thought and hope into making it to the base. But I don't think we've asked this. What is waiting for us once we get there safely?
"I have no idea," Crowley said. "It's up to my superiors, but you'll probably be sent someplace safe. There must be cities out there free of this crisis. And I still think South Dakota might be the best option."
And what about the next step for you and I?
The tone in her voice told him it was an important question, and he paused before answering. "That's a simpler topic, actually. I don't know what's coming at the end of this journey, but I know if you'll have me, I'd like to start a new one with you." Tears filled her eyes, and with a nervous laugh, she wiped her eye.
I got something in my eye.
"Right," Crowley laughed. "Me too." When she held his gaze again, traces of laughter were still on her lips.
I love you, Edward Crowley,
she said. She kissed him before he could say anything. The kiss was not rushed. It was not fiery or passionate. It was something warmer, something comfortable. The feeling that welled within him was one that reminded him of home. It had been an eternity since Crowley felt anything like it. There was no way of telling what lay ahead of them, but he knew without a doubt he wanted to face it with Josephine at his side, and that made the uncertainty of the near future seem almost unimportant. A little over 2 hours later, Josephine and Crowley joined everyone else as they sat down to breakfast, the last time they would do so in Jeff's house. Crowley sat with Stiles, Chase, and Teddy at one end of the table, and they gave him a rundown of the preparations they'd made and the state of their inventory. Jeff had been kind enough to not just give them weapons and ammo, but also he asked them to help themselves to his food store and to take as much canned and powdered foods as they thought they'd need. He also gave them a big bag of jerky he swore was not made out of dog flesh. On paper, they were set for the journey, refreshed with clean clothes, full stomachs, and renewed hope. Crowley looked up from the conversation and found Josephine by the window, feeding baby Edward. She looked tranquil as she rocked him, and when she turned and found him staring, she smiled, before turning away in mild embarrassment. Crowley stared on a moment longer before returning his attention to his men. "Teddy, still no word from base?"
"Been trying every morning and every night except for last night," Thaddeus answered. "Still no answer." "I don't like this radio silence, Cap," Dustin said. "Not one bit."
Crowley didn't like it either. Almost certainly there was a problem. But they had no option other than get there and find out what that problem was. They had no plan B. "Well, we'll figure it out when we get there."
"We leave in 2 hours,"
Thaddeus said. Crowley noticed Maria break away from the others and head up the stairs. She still looked upset. Tracing back to where the woman had been sitting, he saw her plate of food, untouched. A moment later, Coleman followed her, his expression worried. He stopped to take her abandoned plate with him. Crowley decided to talk to Josephine about giving Maria more time with the baby to take her mind off the death of Anderson. He pushed back his chair to rise, when suddenly Jeff stood up and banged his teaspoon on a coffee mug. "If I could have your attention for a moment, please." All heads turned to their host. "Thank you," he said, and cleared his throat before he went on. 2 days ago, I found you wandering helpless out in the woods." Teddy and a few others snorted at this. "I brought you to safety. I fed you and gave you a place to sleep. You helped me defend my home from the monsters and even stuck around for the cleanup. And now you are about to resume your journey, and I can get my peace and quiet back." Everyone laughed, and Jeff laughed with them. "But in all seriousness, you reminded me what it felt like to be around people again after a few months of living only with ghosts. Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you here. Well, except for you, Ted." Thaddeus flipped him the bird, but he was laughing. "That's all. Get some rest. I'll lead you out in an hour." "What if some of us don't want to leave?" someone asked. "What?" The speaker stood up. It was a woman, pretty but tired-looking, with mousy hair that Crowley hadn't paid much attention to before. "If it's all right with you, of course," she added. "You'd stay?" Jeff asked, surprised. He looked at Crowley questioningly, but all Crowley could offer was a shrug to say it wasn't his choice. "Yes, we would." "Who is we?" "Me, Beth, and my son Miller." She nodded to a sandy-haired boy sitting with the others in the corner. He rose to his feet and came to her. "We're tired of running, and there's no one waiting for us. If you'll have us, we'd like to stay here." Jeff struggled to find the words and failed. He turned to Crowley for guidance, but again, got nothing. "We wouldn't bother you, I promise. We'll gladly help around the house and do chores. We'll do anything to earn our keep." "That wouldn't be necessary," Jeff said hastily, clearly embarrassed about how that might be interpreted by the rest of the people in the room. "I'd be glad of the company, but are you sure?" She looked at her son, and he nodded, suddenly shy at the attention. "We are." "Well, okay then. Just know it's not something you can change your mind about, unless you want to leave under your own steam later." "You mean—" "Yes, you can stay." There were tears in her eyes when she stood up. "Thank you," she said, going over to him and pulling him into a hug. Jeff bent over awkwardly and looked away, rendered rather uncomfortable by the show of closeness. Crowley had an inkling that a roof overhead wasn't the only thing Beth was looking for, and he thought Jeff might just be looking for that thing too, even if he didn't realize it yet. "Well, like I said, everyone," said Jeff when the embrace ended, "get some rest. We head out soon. Chapter 13. Crowley supervised his men in the final stages of preparation, then went to find Josephine. She was watching over young Emily as the girl had a turn of feeding baby Edward his bottle. "Almost ready to go?" he asked her.
Yeah. Listen, I had a talk with Maria. I think she's suffering depression.
Oh, that makes sense. Why is the death of Anderson hitting her so hard, I wonder?
I don't think it's his death,
said Josephine.
Well, not only his death. I think it's an accumulation of everything. She hasn't been the same since we lost Bonnie. I think she blames herself.
How can we fix this?
I'm not sure we can. It might just be a matter of giving her time.
Should we talk to Jeff about letting her stay? If things pan out, we can come back for her.
And if they don't?
Crowley shrugged. The only alternatives to things panning out well were best left unsaid. I'll talk to her, and make the offer anyway. Josephine squeezed his hand in approval.
She's in our room.
Crowley knocked lightly on the door before pushing it open to find Maria and Coleman. Coleman had his arms around the woman, who had clearly been crying.
Captain.
At ease, Coleman. I'm sorry to intrude. I came to check up on Maria.
Why don't I give you two some space?
Coleman said. To Maria, he whispered,
I'll be outside.
She nodded, wiping her eyes with the back of her hands. Crowley stepped to the side to let him leave. Then he took a few steps further into the room. Maria moved to the edge of the bed and sat with her head in her hands. How are you, Maria?
I've seen better days, she said.
Her voice was low and threatened to crack. I saw you leave during breakfast.
I wasn't in the mood for food.
Crowley looked to the stool next to the chair she had been sitting in before. On it was the plate Coleman had taken to her. It was empty. Well, I'm glad someone changed your mind. She glanced at the plate and back down at the floor.
He's a good man.
He is, Crowley agreed. When did you last sleep, Maria?
That's not important.
I know we haven't had the chance to talk since Bonnie.
I'm fine, Crowley.
She cut him off.
I'm fine. Okay?
Maria, I get it. What you've been through, it's been tough. Tougher than anyone should have to deal with.
Well, I'm not the only one,
she said, wiping away a fresh stream of tears.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
You're depressed, Maria, and it's no wonder. None of this makes sense. None of it's fair, I know that. And I want you to know that I understand.
How do you deal with all of it?
Between you and me, I'm not even sure. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Listen, no one would blame you if you wanted to stay here for a while. I'm happy to ask Jeff. We could come back for you.
No.
I could even leave Coleman.
I said no. I'll be all right. Maybe I just need to get moving.
He nodded. If you're sure. It would be great to have you, of course, but only if you think you're up to it. He paused for a moment. Just between you and I think Josephine's struggling a little with the baby.
Bullshit, Captain, said Maria. She's a natural. But thank you for trying to make me feel like I'm needed.
She took a deep breath and rose to her feet.
I'll be fine, Captain. The sooner I stop feeling sorry for myself, the better. I'll wash up and be down in a few minutes, she said,
before smiling and squeezing his arm.
Thank you for caring.
Coleman was waiting on the other side of the door and perked up when Crowley came out. Private.
Sir.
Coleman tipped his head.
I'm sorry about before.
Why?
I understand it was inappropriate.
Listen, this world we live in has changed, and what we are doing isn't easy. It seems you've been fortunate to find something special to keep you going, which is more than can be said for a lot of people. Hold on to it.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, keep it professional. You're still a soldier, and it wouldn't do to flaunt your luck, or happiness, or whatever you want to call it, while we're still on a mission. I'll leave you to it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Josephine was sitting on the sofa reading an old magazine when Crowley went back downstairs. Baby Edward was beside her, swaddled in a clean blanket and sleeping soundly.
How did it go?
She asked, putting the magazine down. Good. She doesn't want to stay, but our conversation seems to have fired her up. She's ready to go.
Well done.
He looked down and saw that the magazine she'd been flicking through was TV Guide. It was more than a few years old, with the cast of Seinfeld on the front. Reminiscing?
Yeah.
I would have liked to have known the kind of woman you were before all this, Crowley said. What TV shows you liked, what books, bad habits, all of it.
Well, I'm still the same woman, although I'm sure I was more relaxed before everything went all Cujo.
Well, Cujo apocalypse or not, I'm glad I found you.
Right back at you, soldier boy.
Heeding his own advice to Coleman, he resisted the urge to kiss her and stood up. It was time to make a move. Their journey through the woods started off well. They moved in single file as quick as the slowest of them, Josephine's abuelo, could move. He was sprightly for his age, so that was a decent pace. Jeff led with Crowley right behind him. The soldiers staggered amongst the civilians along the line, Thaddeus O'Connor bringing up the rear. Fresh from rest, thanks to 2 nights in relative comfort, most in the procession seemed in good spirits and full of energy. Jeff speculated that after the scalding defeat they had suffered, the dogs may have scattered. The noise of the explosions would have been enough to make a normal dog run for the hills, and he didn't think mutated dogs would be any less sensitive to loud noises. Throw in the fact that they had almost certainly killed or at least injured the alpha, and he didn't think they'd be bothered until they had put a lot of miles between them and the cabin. Still, they had been surprised before, and the soldiers were on high alert. When they arrived at a clearing 2 hours after setting off, Jeff slowed his pace.
Walk in my footsteps as best you can. This clearing is booby-trapped pretty extensively.
They followed his meandering path, and an exposed pit about halfway across the clearing validated his warning. The stench of decay emanated from the dim depths, and Crowley was glad they were far enough away to be hidden from whatever creature had been unlucky enough to have fallen into it. Jeff stopped completely where the trees resumed on the far side.
This is the end of the line for me, I'm afraid, he said. This is the last of the defenses we laid, so you should be fine. I can't wander too far from home. I hope you can understand.
It's fine. You've done plenty.
Now I assume you have a compass?
We do.
Good. Continue south until the forest starts to thin out and you come to the big pipeline. You'll have to find your way over it or under it. It runs for miles in both directions. Once you're past that, veer east and you'll come to the 45. We might have sent this pack running, but who knows what you'll find on the other side. So be careful.
Thank you, Jeff, Crowley said, stretching his hand out. For everything.
Don't mention it,
Jeff said, shaking the captain's hand firmly. He shook hands with Teddy next.
It's been a pleasure, Jeff,
Thaddeus said.
Don't lie to my face,
Jeff said, but pulled the sergeant into a hug.
All right, don't get all sentimental on me, mountain man, said Teddy, breaking it off with a smile. Never. You all be safe now.
Good luck and Godspeed." They chorused their farewells, and Jeff jogged off the way they had come, disappearing into the woods on the other side.
"I'm going to miss that bastard,"
Thaddeus said. "No, you won't," Crowley chuckled. "All right, then. What are we standing around for? Let's keep moving." They resumed their trek in earnest, with the soldiers spreading out their formation now that they had passed all of Jeff's traps. Compass in hand, Teddy took over leading the group. Since entering the trees again, they had been walking in gloom. The canopy above was sparse enough to let in some light, but at ground level, the surrounds were shadowy enough to make Crowley uncomfortable, so he remained on high alert. Not everyone was bothered. Now that they were out of Jeff's booby-trapped zone, the tension among the civilians dissipated, and they began to talk freely, some laughing quietly among themselves. Gloom aside, it was a beautiful, warm day, with the sun shining through the sparse canopy and the birds singing in the trees, perhaps making it easy for some to forget that just the night before they had been terrorized by deadly four-leg horrors. Crowley couldn't bring himself to silence them. What would be the point, anyway? Any dog within a mile radius would probably smell them long before it heard them, so absolute silence was no advantage. Still, he couldn't bring himself to join in, even though some of his men had. It was one of the things about being leader and the person responsible for the lives of dozens. Sometimes it felt like one was on the outside, looking in. However, one thing about being on the outside was sometimes you detected trouble before anyone else. A half an hour after Jeff's departure, Crowley heard a twig. No, not a twig, something heavier, a branch, snapping underfoot to the right. He instantly stopped, straining his ears against the chatter of his people. "Everybody quiet," he hissed. The chatter died down in a flash. So absolute was the sudden silence that when another sound emanated from the direction of the first, everybody heard it. Several guns pointed at the trees on that side, and his soldiers waited for the command to open fire at whatever emerged. When something did emerge, though, it came from the opposite direction. "Look out!" Crowley screamed. He took aim and fired at the giant blur of fur and teeth. His aim was true, and the automatic fire killed the dog mid-leap, but the dead animal crashed into Chase, pinning him to the ground. "Get him out from under there," Crowley ordered. "Tighten the circle." The words were barely out of his mouth when two more dogs appeared from the direction he had heard the branch breaking. Chase got one and Thaddeus got the other, the boom of his shotgun reverberating through the forest. "Is it them again?" the sergeant asked. "Maybe, maybe not." "God, I hope they're just strays." There was disquiet among the civilians, and Crowley strained again to listen for threats. He didn't have to strain for long. A familiar howl came to him on the wind, followed by distant barking. "These aren't strays," he said. "What?" Teddy asked. "These aren't strays, man. They're scouts for the Alpha. We need to go. Now." Chapter 14.
"You heard the man. Move it!"
O'Connor screamed.
"Move, move, move!"
Dustin said. "Chase, Teddy, take 2 men with you and get up front. Get the civilians going," Crowley yelled. "The rest of you get comfortable. You're with me to cover their escape, and from the sound of it, they won't be long." In a way, Crowley was glad of the barking. While it was frightening to hear knowing what it brought with it, it also gave them plenty of time to prepare to face what was coming. Stealth attacks would have been much worse. "At the ready, we take down the first wave, then fall back in an orderly fashion to cover and keep up with the rest." He glanced at his watch. Teddy and the rest of the column barely had a 3-minute start. It would have to do because now it was showtime. Guns blazed as dogs began appearing in the trees. Crowley joined in the fire. His rifle switched single shot as he carefully aimed and fired, making every shot count. The gunfire and pained squeals and yelps of dogs shattered the memory of the peace that had reigned not 10 minutes before. Overhead, birds flew from their nesting places in the tall trees, scared off by the racket. The rush of dogs abated. Okay, fall back. Take it nice and slow. Beneath their boots, dried and decaying leaves crunched, and twigs snapped as they continued to retreat, their pace somewhere between a brisk walk and a jog as they followed the path the rest had taken minutes before. Still falling back, they made quick work of the next smaller wave, and it was only as the gunfire died away he heard the moans, soft cursing, and the crack of sticks and leaves ahead that told him they had nearly caught up with the group. "Keep moving!" Teddy yelled from the head of the group. "Stiles, keep the men in formation and take down anything that moves. I'm rejoining the others." He had barely turned when a scream from ahead put a rocket under him. He sprinted around a bend on the tight pathway and found a lone dog had exploited a gap in their defense between the soldiers in front of the group and those behind. Soldiers at the rear were already scrambling to try and get a shot, but the dog had a woman bailed up tight against a tree, its threatening growl enough to freeze her in place if its terrible visage hadn't done the trick. But why wasn't it attacking her? As Crowley began to push through his soldiers, he saw why. The dog, a massive Rottweiler, was wounded, the side of its big head covered in blood. A bloody red furrow ran from where its right eye used to be, all the way to where its ear hung by a string of flesh. In an instant, he realized it had been wounded by his team and had probably stumbled into the group by accident. "Hold fire," Crowley called through the screaming and confusion, but the words were not fully out of his mouth when 3 quick gunshots from the front caused the dog to spin on its heels, searching for its new tormentor. The rounds into its back and hindquarters only made it madder and more unpredictable. Who the fuck? He burst past his men as Josephine put another low-caliber round into the chest of the dog. It barely flinched as its eyes settled on her, its lip curling up to reveal a line of unnaturally extended teeth. Crowley ripped one of the Magnum revolvers from his belt and ran towards them, even as Josephine emptied the rest of her clip into it. The dog coiled for attack. Crowley closed on it. Josephine took a step back, then another. The single headshot knocked the leaping dog off course, and it crashed into the forest floor in a cloud of blood, bone, and gray matter. Crowley followed Josephine as she went to comfort the woman. She spoke quietly to her charge, gently guiding her back to the others, where she was received with hugs and comforting words. "Get them moving, O'Connor," Crowley yelled to the front as Josephine turned to him. "Thanks for the assist," she said. "Not a problem." He reached out and grasped her gun. She resisted until his other hand came up and offered the Magnum revolver he had just fired. "You need something with more stopping power," he said. 5 rounds left. Oh, and watch the recoil." He pocketed the pistol. "Come on." They were now at the rear. "You should catch up to your group. You're the last line of defense if, well, you know." "No pressure, then." She gave him a quick peck on the cheek and told him to be careful before running past his soldiers and disappearing. Crowley turned his full attention back to their surrounds. The sound of barking was further off now, but closing fast. He was still deciding if that was a good thing or not when Teddy's familiar voice called from up front. "Finish line in sight. Nearly out of the woods. Keep it moving." His words seemed to spur everyone to pick up the pace. Within a minute, the trees started to thin. "Stay wary, man," Crowley yelled, as he poured on the speed and began to move past his men. "The sergeant's wrong. It ain't a finish line. There's a long way to go before we're safe." A third of the way to the front, he was able to get a good view of what was ahead. The floor of the forest dipped until it petered out altogether into a green field bathed in sunshine. The expansive, sun-soaked field sloped upwards, and an old farmhouse stood sentinel at the top of the hill. Unfortunately, between them and the farmhouse was a large pipeline that ran along the edge of the forest. Just one pipe, but it stood nearly 8 feet high, and that one pipe may as well have been the Great Wall of China. There was no going around it, and going over would be difficult, but they had little choice. Very soon, dogs would be upon them, and their backs would be against that very smooth, rounded wall. "Shit," he muttered as he caught up with Teddy. The sergeant glanced back at him with a grin. "Fret not, Captain," he said, and pointed about 30 yards south before changing course. He was heading towards a large gash in the gigantic pipe. Crowley didn't know what had caused it, but the gaping break stretched 6 feet from near the top of the pipe to about a foot off the ground, and was about 5 feet across at its widest point. Its jagged edges lined with protruding steel reinforcement that would provide rudimentary footholds. Crowley didn't know whether that old pipeline had carried water or oil when it was built, but for now, it carried hope. He came to a stop and ordered 2 of his men to help Teddy O'Connor get the civilians up and over the pipe. Chase, Dustin, get to the top of the pipe. Pick off anything you see moving in the tree line. They'll be on us before we're all over safely.
Yes, sir.
The rest of you fan out. I want you between whatever is coming and these civilians. Crowley supervised them as they got into position. The howls and barking were close now, and when he turned for a final look, he was gratified to see that almost half the civilians were already over. Josephine's abuelo was at the top, being steadied by Coleman, as Teddy helped Maria onto the rungs of rusted steel. The old man let out a shout of glee as he slid down the other side, presumably to be assisted by the soldier who had gone over first. The captain turned back around. Prepare yourself, boys. We'll make our stand here while the civilians get as far up the hill on the other side as possible.
That's the best we've got?
Afraid so, Crowley said. If we manage to fight off the next wave. There was a piercing scream behind him, and Crowley snapped his head around. The sight that greeted him was at first confusing. The civilians awaiting their turn to climb over had scattered. Teddy, for some reason, had entered the pipe and was on his hands and knees looking out. No, not looking out. He was trying to crawl out. The one word he heard that cut through the confusion was bear. Josephine was a few feet in front of him.
Get down, Teddy!
She screamed, pointing the Magnum revolver inside the pipe. A deep roar echoed from within the pipe, and suddenly, Teddy was wrenched backward. His body pancaked onto the hard floor of the pipe, and only his grip on the exposed steel prevented him from being pulled completely inside. Crowley sprinted towards the brake as Josephine leaned in over Teddy and pulled the trigger. Boom! There was another thunderous roar from within the darkness. Crowley, at full speed, dropped his right leg and tucked his left under him as he allowed himself to skid towards Teddy. He accidentally clipped Josephine's leg on the way through, and she fell onto him as he reached out desperately for Teddy's hand. The sergeant's distressed gaze met his as he released his grip on one of the steel handholds to reach for Crowley's outstretched fingers. They were within an inch when Teddy was jerked viciously from behind again. He arched his back in pain, his free hand scrabbling for purchase on the smooth cement as his body was stretched taut, slowly rising as the tug-of-war reached its climax. Crowley struggled to be free of the tangle he and Josephine found themselves in, but his eyes never left Teddy's. Whatever horror was behind Teddy tugged again and again, and one by one, the fingers of Teddy's hand fell away from the steel bar. Crowley, finally free, crawled desperately forward as he got down to the last finger. "Sorry, Cap," rasped Teddy. Then he was gone. Part 4, Chapter 15. "Teddy!" Crowley roared into the pitch black, as his friends' pained yells and the roaring of the huge animal echoed and faded into the distance. Crowley collapsed and rested his face against the cool of the tunnel floor as he tried to come to terms with what had happened. He could hear talking and desperate questions from those outside, but all he could think about was Teddy and the look of horror on his face as he was dragged off. "Captain?" It was Stiles. "Shut up," Crowley said, his voice barely above a whisper. His hands were balled into fists. "Just shut up." A gentle hand found the back of his leg, and he felt Josephine crawl in beside him. "I'm so sorry, Crowley," she said, resting her hand on his head. "It must have been in there hiding. Came from nowhere. It was huge." Not trusting himself to speak, He merely nodded.
He was a fine man and deserved better than that.
What got him? He asked, without turning back to her. You saw, didn't you?
It was a bear, a black bear, except it was as big as a grizzly. It was horrible. Same as the infected dogs. It was bigger and misshapen. It was in there and must have hurt us before it grabbed.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. I got a shot on it, but it either missed or didn't stop it. Then it was in the dark, and I didn't want to hit Teddy,
she said, her voice cracking with emotion. Crowley rolled over and pulled her into an embrace. It's okay. You tried. She pulled herself together.
Crowley, Ed, I know this is hard, but we have to get the rest of these people up and over the pipe. They're terrified the bear will come back, not to mention the dogs.
Almost on cue, they heard another howl in the distance. Crowley took a deep breath. Come on. 5 minutes later, everybody was over the pipe except Crowley and Stiles. They had just made it to the top when dogs began emerging from the trees. Strangely, they weren't rushing headlong into the clearing, but gathered as though they were waiting for something as they watched the two humans with baleful eyes. The civilians and most of the soldiers were already on the way up the hill towards the farmhouse. For the first time in what seemed like a day, Crowley felt like he had time to breathe. After all, the dogs would not be able to climb the pipe, and it stretched as far as the eye could see in both directions.
Sorry about the sergeant,
Stiles said.
He was a good soldier.
He was, said Crowley, in a tone that told the junior officer he was in no mood to eulogize.
What do you think they are doing?
Stiles asked, eyeing off the gathering dogs, which he estimated now numbered at least 60. I don't know. But if I had to guess, I'd say they were waiting for someone. Come on, let's get moving. Stiles slid down and hit the ground, and Crowley was about to take his turn to slide when he turned for one last look at the congregation of dogs. The ones at the rear had turned and seemed to be making room. He watched curiously and saw movement in the shadows of the trees. 2 German shepherds trotted out into the clearing, followed by a bigger one. Crowley recognized the alpha instantly, despite the burnt flesh marring one entire side of its body, including half of his big head. The gigantic dog skidded to a halt, and its eyes, miraculously unscathed, met his. Its lips instantly curled up from its fangs, and a deep growl reached his ears from all the way across the clearing. Crowley stretched to full height and gave the alpha a one-fingered salute. Screw you, too. A few seconds later, the dog dismissed him and stopped growling, and took a few paces to the left, then right, seeming to analyze the area and the situation for a few seconds. Come on, come and get me, I dare you, called Crowley, his rifle at the ready, praying they would make an ill-fated attempt to charge and climb the pipe. The leader gave one short, sharp bark and ran diagonally across the clearing into the woods, about 30 yards out from the pipe. The rest followed hot on his tail. They were running west, parallel to the pipe, and it was clear they'd be looking for a breach or a way under. Crowley cursed under his breath and leapt off the pipe, hitting the ground hard before running after Stiles and the rest. The soldiers had already swept the farmhouse by the time Crowley and Stiles arrived, and the civilians were hunkering down in a large living room on the ground floor. Josephine met him at the doorway.
Everyone is in safely. Maria has the baby upstairs.
Safely, not Teddy. Crowley was unable to prevent the thought. and with it, the strong grief he'd been burying came crashing down on his head. "Can you get them fed?" Crowley asked, his voice strained. "I need to use the bathroom."
"Sure,"
said Josephine, grasping his wrist supportively.
"There's one upstairs. You should use that. Take your time. We'll handle it."
She watched him go upstairs, concern written all over her face, before turning and heading over to Styles. Crowley locked the bathroom door and went to the basin to wash his face. His mind was in turmoil, and as he finally let the grief loose, he sobbed once as he leaned over the basin, splashing the ice-cold water into his face over and over. Finally, he looked up in the mirror and gripped the basin with both hands as he swallowed another sob. "What the hell is the matter with you, Crowley? Get a grip," he yelled at his reflection. Without thought, he smashed the mirror with a single blow. Broken pieces fell into the basin and onto the floor. His knuckles bled, and he got angrier, punching the basin itself, cracking it and dislodging it from the wall. Uncorked now, his rage at the senseless death of Teddy and his own inability to prevent it welled up in him, and he ripped the basin from its fixings and threw it at the tiled wall. It broke into pieces and crashed to the floor. Crowley, too, fell to the floor and roared until his throat was raw. When he was finally spent, he sank to the bathroom floor beside the toilet and clutched at his hair. Finally, someone knocked on the door. "Captain?" "Piss off, Dustin," said Crowley.
"Dustin, why did you allow me?"
It was Josephine's soft voice beyond the door.
"I don't think so. It's not exactly safe to be around him right now. I'll take my chances."
A pause.
"Okay."
There was another knock on the door before the handle turned a couple of times. He reached up and turned the lock. "It's open." She came in to find him sitting with his back to the wall, his eyes fixed on the floor and his knees bent.
"Oh, Crowley."
He looked up at her, then back down at the floor, unable to speak. She sat on the lid of the toilet next to him and brought his head down to her lap. He did not resist. His body stiffened. Then he quivered once, then twice. Then he couldn't stop shaking as for the first time since the death of his daughter, Crowley broke down and cried. Josephine didn't speak, just stroked his hair. Tears streamed freely down her face, but she made no sound. When he was cried out, Crowley stayed in that position, comforted by Josephine's presence and tethered to reality by her touch. He was unable to feel anything else until he heard that sound. It was a single howl in the distance, and Crowley's head snapped up. The dogs had found a way under or around the pipeline and were coming for them. There was nothing he could do to bring Thaddeus back, but there was plenty he could do to the creatures that had led him to being in the position where he lost his life. He arose quickly and snatched up his weapon from where he had thrown it when he first entered the bathroom.
"Crowley, what are you—"
He was out before she could finish. He rushed downstairs, to the surprise and worry of his men and the civilians, but he didn't stop. Without speaking a word, he went straight to the front door, went through and slammed it shut behind him. A few of his men called in concern, urging him to come back inside, but he wasn't listening. He stepped off the porch and walked to meet the dogs as they swarmed up the hill. He checked his magazine to confirm it was loaded, never breaking stride. Overhead, the clouds had gathered and darkened, threatening to let loose a torrent of rain. From the house, he heard his name shouted by several voices, but that was only momentary as he raised his gun, took aim, and opened fire. Crowley stalked down the hill with his automatic rifle in hand and the comforting heaviness of the Magnum revolver in his belt. The barking and baying of the dogs was growing louder in the west, but the light forest that bordered the property hid them from sight. He turned to find that his men were flooding out of the house and running to join him. "What's the plan, Cap?" Dustin asked as they arrived and fanned out to either side of him. Crowley didn't answer. Kill was the plan. "Cap, the plan?" "I don't care. Do what you want, but I'm going to kill every single one of them that I can." Dustin was silent for a minute. "With all due respect, dickhead, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard you say." The insubordination took a moment to infiltrate the red fog in his brain. Like a stone mill wheel, Crowley's head turned slowly until his steel gaze locked onto Dustin's defiant one. "What did you just say, Corporal?" "Sorry, sir, but if you think kill is a plan, you are a dickhead. Don't throw the mission away. Sergeant O'Connor would have hated that." The truth of that got to him, and he felt a stab of pain as he imagined Teddy giving him a mouthful. Dustin's reality check worked. He hadn't been thinking clearly, and the civilians were at risk if he didn't get his shit together. It was still possible to exact his vengeance while being meticulous about it. That was what he needed to do. "Create a perimeter in 2 ranks here, 6 each," he said. "Sharpshooters, stay behind. Make use of grenades at will." "Yes, sir," said Dustin, saluting. "Oh, and Corporal, you ever speak to me like that again and I'll rip you a new one." "Yes, sir." The skies let loose a low rumble, and it began to rain. The baying of hungry dogs grew louder. The civilians had been uneasy at Crowley's very loud and destructive meltdown in the upstairs bathroom. The sound of approaching dogs only made it worse. But when the captain stomped down the stairs, blood streaming from his knuckles, and burst through the front door like a kamikaze without a look back, the unease escalated to full-blown panic. By the time Dustin and the others went out to join him, they were already talking in hushed voices. Josephine was too occupied with the image of a completely broken Crowley to concern herself with their complaints. She stood by the window watching as his men joined him, trying to read their body language as rain began to stream from the rapidly darkening skies. The talking behind her grew intense, and Josephine grew irritated when she heard phrases like "lost it," "crazy," and "we're all gonna die." She turned, preparing to give the doubters a piece of her mind, when a window at the rear of the room burst as a dog jumped through. The screams as the civilians scattered were deafening, and for a moment, even the misshapen golden retriever that skidded to a halt amongst the shards of glass paused. How did it get by the men outside? There was no time to ponder. She pulled her revolver and with 2 quick shots, ended the dog's life. Her earpiece crackled. "Joe, what was that?" Crowley asked. "A dog got through. It's dead now. Focus, Crowley." The line went dead, and outside the sound of gunfire erupted. One of the civilian men, a man she knew only as John, walked cautiously over to the dog and after making sure it was dead, kicked it in a show of faux bravery. "You see what I mean?" he said. "We need to protect ourselves. This building isn't even safe. I'm telling you, we need to get to the barn. It's much safer." "Are you crazy?" Josephine asked. "Staying put is safer. Don't do anything stupid." "Easy for you to say, when you're holding a weapon your boyfriend gave you. The rest of us don't have weapons, in case you didn't notice. You don't get to tell us what's good for us." Josephine was caught off guard by the comments, especially as no one objected to his statement. "It's not safe out there. You saw what just happened. You won't make it to the barn." "It's my life, isn't it?" he said. "Who's with me? It's only 25 yards, and we need to move now before they get here in force." When no one showed any eagerness, he scowled at them. "Cowards. Enjoy being dog chum." He picked up a paling of wood that was on the floor by the door and went through, slamming it hard behind him.
idiot,"
Josephine said under her breath. She went to the windows along with the rest of them and watched as he ran towards the barn. The doors were open a fraction, so it was clear it wasn't locked.
"He's going to make it,"
someone said. He was barely 5 yards from the barn door when someone screamed a warning. A dark shadow had sped from behind the house and was closing in on him, fast. Josephine stood on her tiptoes, willing him to go faster. He did, but was still not quick enough, and was just reaching out to push the doors open when the mutated canine pounced on him, and they mercifully fell out of sight into the darkness of the barn. The cries of horror from those around her were not enough to drown out the screams of the dying man. Josephine turned away from the scene and addressed the rest of the survivors.
"Are you people satisfied now?" she asked. "Those men are out there protecting us. The least we can do is trust them." "Trust them,"
Sebastian Tipton said.
"Your boyfriend lost his mind mourning his friend. We've lost people too, but he's thrown away our chances of escape with his bullshit tantrum. The military base is not far down this very road now, and we could have made a run for it. Instead, we wasted 20 minutes here, and now they've caught us again. Do you have a better strategy? I know we can get a move on while they do what they're doing. You want to walk to the base?"
She scoffed.
"Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? No more dangerous than being here."
He clearly had followers, because some were nodding and patting him on the back. Emboldened, he puffed out his chest.
"Now raise a hand if you'd prefer to have your life in your hands and make a move, rather than risk leaving it in theirs."
Hands went up. Josephine counted 4 people, including the teenage girl, Faith, who had lost her mother at the beginning of the outbreak.
"See?"
he said.
"You're listening to him?"
she asked, surprised and horrified in equal measure.
"You'll die if you go with him. There won't be anyone to protect you." "We'll take our chances,"
Tipton said, as he pulled a set of keys from his pocket, jangling them in front of her face.
"And besides, we're not walking. There is a truck out back, and I have the keys. With a bit of luck, it will get us to the base."
He turned to the civilians who hadn't raised their hand in agreement with him.
"The rest of you were too slow. Only the 5 of us will fit. So good luck with the jarheads."
Tipton was about to call on the others and get moving when Josephine raised the Magnum handgun and pointed it at him. There were shocked gasps, and Tipton looked at her with wide eyes.
"I won't let you do this. If you go, you'll die. But worse, you'll get these people killed."
Maria, cradling the baby in the crook of one arm, took hold of young Emily and covered her eyes with her free hand. The mothers in the room did the same with their children.
"Josephine?"
Maria said calmly.
"What are you doing?"
Josephine did not look or answer Maria's question, afraid she would lose her resolve if she did.
"I will shoot you in your damn legs if you try to leave,"
she threatened.
"There have been enough lives lost today. I won't let you cause the loss of any more."
Tipton's eyes turned from surprise to calculation in a flash.
"So our caring, warm-hearted deputy principal is going to shoot me? I guess I'm lucky I have this."
He pulled a Desert Eagle from his pants pocket and pointed it at Maria.
"You shoot me, I shoot her,"
Tipton said seriously.
"How did you get that?"
He shrugged.
"One of the dead soldiers. I guess I was right to. Now, we're going to leave, nice and quiet. If you try to stop us, there will be blood."
Josephine had never seen Tipton like this, both determined and threatening, and she decided it wasn't worth the risk to try and call his bluff. If the 4 survivors wanted to go with him, who was she to say no?
"We'll go through the kitchen door. It's only 10 feet away,"
said Tipton. He started for the kitchen, holding his weapon on Maria, who gave him her worst death stare. The others followed.
Don't do this, Faith,
Josephine pleaded to the teenager.
Your mom wouldn't want this. My mom wanted to live, she screamed. Don't you dare talk to me about what she would have or wouldn't have wanted. She wanted to live, and she didn't get to do that.
Tears were falling from her eyes as she finished.
Please. Oh, enough with the emotional blackmail, said Tipton, grabbing the girl's hand and leading her away.
The other three followed.
Agnes?
Josephine said to the woman bringing up the rear. She paused.
I'm sorry, Josie,
she blurted, before running to catch up with the others. The door closed softly.
Christ.
10 seconds later, they heard the truck cough and fire twice. Then it roared to life. It didn't move for a while, and Josephine went to the window and pulled the curtain aside to see the vehicle, a red Silverado, finally reverse, then accelerate past the barn and down the driveway. Wiping a tear away, she turned and found Maria behind her.
What am I doing wrong?
She asked the woman who had been the school nurse in a past life, but was now simply her friend.
It's not you, dear.
They were both stunned into silence when the door burst open, and a soaking wet Faith ran in and embraced Josephine, nearly knocking her over. She was drenched already, but she seemed fine otherwise.
I couldn't go, she stuttered. Not with him. Please don't hate me. Oh, honey, I don't hate you.
She hugged the girl for a moment, then broke away.
I'm sorry for everything you've been through, Faith. Why don't we try to find you a towel before you catch your death?
The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them, and Faith looked at her oddly, clearly not familiar with the old proverb.
It's a stupid saying, isn't it? Don't mind me.
She ushered the girl to follow Maria, then went to the front window and watched until the vehicle disappeared in the gloom at the bottom of the driveway. She was about to turn away, relieved at least that they had made it that far, when two dark, slinking shapes ran by the house in pursuit of the vehicle.
Oh, God.
Chapter 16. The first wave of dogs, the fastest of the group, had been dispatched quickly, but Crowley knew the bulk of them were still to come. As distracted as he was by the oncoming danger and the noise of the barking that preceded them, he made out the sound of a vehicle behind the farmhouse. The engine was gunning as he saw a truck tear down the driveway and out onto the road. What the hell? Steady, men, he called as the dark shapes of the dogs burst from the trees 100 yards distant. He tapped his comms. Joe, what's going on?
Tipton and a few others found a truck out back and drove off. They're headed for the base.
Crowley gritted his teeth as he watched two dark shapes follow the truck out onto the road. Why would they do that?
They wanted to have their lives in their own hands.
Well, they have their wish.
He pulled a gun on me.
What did you say? Then to his men, fire at will. Gunfire erupted again and dogs fell. More quickly replaced them.
He took a gun from one of your casualties. He pulled it on me when I—
He did what?
Calm down, Crowley. I pulled a gun on him first. I threatened to shoot him in the legs if he tried to leave.
You did what?
You heard me. Crowley, what's the situation out there? Let me come help. I'm clearly useless in here.
Negative.
I have a gun.
That doesn't change my answer. You need to be the last line of defense if we fail, he said.
Fire in the hole,
someone screamed. Crowley ducked and shielded his eyes. A grenade exploded 30 feet in front, and pieces of dog flew in all directions. Shit, Crowley cursed as two fast dogs got too close before he managed to put them down.
Crowley, what's that?
Too close for comfort here. I need to focus. Radio silence from here on out, unless something else comes up.
Crowley, I can help.
Negative.
Stop telling me.
He ended the transmission with a tap. She would hate him for it, he knew. But he was not going to risk another person he loved, especially not one he had made a promise to keep safe. Out of nowhere came a loud and distinctive howl from the forest, and almost as one, the dogs stopped their charge, the ones already in the open pulling up and turning to head back into the forest. "Are they giving up?" Chase asked. "I don't know what they're doing." Crowley scanned the length of the forest warily. "Keep your eyes peeled, but use the time to reload." "Everybody check in," Dustin said. "Chase. Here. Stiles. Here. Coleman. Present. Cooper. Here. Radcliffe." No response. "Radcliffe. Here." But the voice that answered wasn't Radcliffe's. "He's here, sir," the speaker amended. "Mancini?" Dustin asked, recognizing the voice. "Yes, sir." "Why are you answering for Radcliffe?" "He's right next to me. He says he lost his earpiece in the woods." Crowley ground his teeth at Radcliffe's sloppiness. "Reagan, here, sir." The rest checked in. They hadn't lost anyone in the attack, but that didn't change the fact that they were down to just 12. "I hate this, Captain," Dustin said. "Trust me, I don't like this any more than you do." "Do we switch to night vision?" "I can see fairly well. It's not too dark yet. Equip flashlight attachments instead." The men did as commanded, and the next moment beams of white light flashed out into the darkness. "Captain, you need to see this," said Dustin, peering through his scope. 10 o'clock. Crowley raised his rifle and looked through the scope. Shit. Just beyond the first line of trees in the forest gloom, dogs milled about in large numbers. Numbers so large that they were more than he could count if he had a full minute to do so. "This might be all of them, sir. I think it's maybe their last stand," Dustin said, looking at Crowley. "We couldn't outrun that even if we tried." "We won't try. Move forward another 50 yards. Maintain formation." "Sir?" "You heard me. Another 50 yards, but maintain formation. And try not to lose your head while you're at it. Move it." Despite their obvious fear for their own safety, they moved at once. "Do we wait until they—" A deep single bark echoed along the length of the forest, and then, as one, the large canine army charged. "Open fire!" Crowley screamed. There was no need to aim. It was difficult to miss the seething mass of dogs rushing at them. The animals dropped like flies, but for every one they put down, 2 more replaced it. It became clear they would not win the battle. They were only delaying the inevitable. Eventually, they would run out of ammunition, and the dogs would overrun them. Crowley gave the fallback order. They pulled back 10 yards, then another 10, and another, until they had been driven back the full 50 they had advanced just minutes before. It would not be too long before they were forced to retreat again. Watching from the farmhouse, Josephine could not believe her eyes. Where had they all come from? It was terrifying, watching the 12 brave men pitted against hundreds of dogs and showing no inclination to retreat. "They're going to be overwhelmed," Josephine said. Maria shot to her feet. "Whatever you're thinking, Josie, stop thinking it. I have to help them. They are trained for this. You are not. But I can make a difference. You call me if you need me, but I have to help them or we're done for. I have to fight. No, I'm going out there. Crowley wouldn't want you risking your life." Josephine gasped. She could not believe those words were coming from Maria. "Crowley doesn't tell me what to do, and neither do you." "I didn't mean it like that, Josie. Come on." "Josephine," her grandfather called. "What?" Josephine asked. "Are you going to tell me not to go out?" "No. But are you sure?" Josephine took out her gun and checked the chamber, then flicked it back into place. "Does this answer your question?" "It does." he said, coming over and pulling her into a hug. "You make an old man proud." She turned to Maria, who saw that the writing was on the wall.
Be safe, Josie. Please.
Josephine nodded and ran to the front door. By the time she had emerged, the men were no more than 30 yards away, and even that distance was lessening rapidly as the seconds passed. It took a minute to find Crowley amongst them. He was the second man from the right in the front line, but he had been separated and was surrounded by dogs, his automatic gunfire barely keeping them at bay. Josephine took off in his direction. Crowley was about to be overrun. Somehow he had been separated from his men, but he could see Radcliffe was the nearest, about 25 feet to his right, and not far beyond him was Chase. Both were under the pump and wouldn't be able to assist if he was overrun. Best not to let that happen, although he was on to his second-to-last magazine now, and his chance to switch to reload when he ran dry would be slim. With a sweep of his barrel, he took 3 more down before his rifle clicked empty. He quickly let it drop to pull out the Magnum. Strangely, he found its one-shot, one-kill capacity comforting. Unfortunately, he only had 6 rounds, and most definitely wouldn't have time to reload. Left, right, dead ahead, he shot. Each one put a gaping hole in a skull. With quick feet, he danced backward with each pull of the trigger, putting more space between him and those that followed. Until he tripped, that was. He found his footing before he went down, but unfortunately that left him off balance long enough to become easy prey. He brought his gun up to fire point blank, but the dog coming at him was too quick. It would reach him a second before he pulled the trigger. There was a boom from behind him, and the dog's neck exploded as it was punched backward by the force of the shot. Another shot took out the next attacker, and he dealt with the last one, clearing the last of the immediate threats. He turned to find out who his savior was. "Josephine?" he said, aghast. "You're supposed to be inside."
Crowley, she said,
still holding the smoking Magnum in front of her.
I love you, but I just saved your ass, and I'm not leaving. Get that through your thick skull.
He knew he wouldn't win this round. "Fine, but stay close to me. If for any reason we're separated, find Chase and stick with him, understood?"
Yes, Captain.
He handed her his handgun, and she began to reload them with the ammo he had given her earlier, as he reloaded the assault rifle. "Don't waste a single bullet. We don't know how many more there are beyond the woods."
Trust me, I won't. Incoming.
Shoulder to shoulder, Crowley raised his gun to fire at an extremely ugly, incredibly large Dalmatian. "Let's do this, then," Crowley said.
I'm empty,
Josephine cried, after what felt like hours, but had in fact only been a few minutes. Crowley tossed her his last pack of .357 bullets and shifted to cover her. She put her back to his as she reloaded her guns, as quickly as her nervous hands would allow.
Reloaded,
she yelled. "I'm almost out," Crowley yelled, turning over his shoulder. 3 shots later, he heard the click, click of an empty magazine. Without having to ask, Josephine handed him a revolver as she methodically shot another dog. Their ammo was running out quickly. "I'm out!" screamed Radcliffe from the right. Perhaps sensing a weakness in the line, dogs surged forward. Crowley took 3 down, but Radcliffe's time was up. His scream as they overwhelmed him barely made it over the noise of barking and gunfire. The captain ran forward and took 2 more shots into the seething mass before the dogs suddenly separated to reveal the troublesome private being dragged along the ground, away from the rest of them, a jaw full of cruel teeth clamped down on his shoulder. It was the Alpha. There was a short, sharp howl from about 30 yards down the hill, and almost as one, the dogs stopped their attack. Crowley glanced quickly and saw it was another of the German shepherds, one of the Alpha's packmates. His men kept shooting, unaware of the strange action of the 2 dogs. 2 loud barks from the Alpha's lieutenant, and the dogs began to retreat down the hill, many falling as the soldiers kept at them. Crowley looked back and his eyes locked on the Alpha's. He raised his revolver. Raising its head, the big dog lifted the soldier effortlessly. using Radcliffe as a shield. Crowley knew he couldn't get a shot without taking a piece of his soldier, too. So be it.
What?
Asked Josephine, finally turning from the sight of the dogs backing down the hill. I need you to find Chase, he said, as he began to follow the Alpha and his captive. Tell him to get everyone back to the house and prepare for the final leg to the base.
What are you doing?
I'm going to end this. The dog reached the open doors, and without slowing, pulled Radcliffe into the darkness. Crowley picked up his pace, slowing only when a moment later it reappeared, its eyes fixed on Crowley and its teeth bared, taunting him.
Crowley.
Do it, Josephine. The tone in his voice and the set of his shoulders as he headed to the barn didn't leave any room for argument.
Be careful.
He didn't answer. The dog disappeared again. He knew already, but he opened the chamber of his magnum and spun it anyway. One round, and his knife. That was all he had to work with.
Captain!
Dustin's voice crackled over the comms as he approached the darkened doorway.
What's going on?
Work with Chase and Styles and get everyone prepped for heading out. Oh, and take care of Josephine. I'll see you in a bit.
Roger that,
Dustin said, worried by the contradictory nature of the last two sentences. Crowley detached the light from his rifle and discarded the weapon before entering the barn with his revolver in hand. Chapter 17. After discovering and stepping over the dead civilian, he pointed his flashlight straight ahead and found both the dog and his soldier. The dog had made no attempt to ambush him, but he still caught Crowley by surprise. Its hulking form appeared much larger in the enclosed space. It was standing in the middle of the open space and still had Radcliffe in its maw, except now its teeth were not simply clamped on his shoulder. They were closed on his neck. Shit. Crowley got a better look at the dog with the aid of his flashlight. He thought it was possible that it had been a police or army dog in its past life. Now, it was a mutated German shepherd with muscled limbs, a jaw full of abnormally elongated teeth, and enlarged paws with strangely lengthened toes, and claws designed for swift, merciless killing. The raw burns on the side of its head and body only added to the horror of its appearance, but its eyes shone with a calculating intelligence, an intelligence like it had retained all the training it received, and thanks to the mutation, had evolved into something so much more. It still held Radcliffe in such a way that he couldn't take a clean shot.
Captain, help me, please,
Radcliffe begged. Radcliffe, I need you to stay calm.
Captain, I don't want to.
The dog's jaws snapped shut, and Radcliffe shrieked. One jerk of the big head silenced him. Two more jerking bites tore his head free, and it rolled away, eyes frozen in horror as the dog dropped the body, gouts of blood painting the dirt floor red. No! Crowley screamed. He fired his last round, but the dog was already in motion, as quick off the mark as some of the greyhound horrors he'd seen, and his shot thumped harmlessly into a bale of hay. The Alpha dashed out of the light, and try as he might, Crowley couldn't find it again. He did hear it, though. He heard the heavy padding of its feet on the dirt floor to his right. He switched off the flashlight and ran as quietly as he could to the wall to the left, aiming to cut off at least 180 degrees of angle the dog could attack from. Safely against the wall, and trying hard to keep his breathing measured, he put the empty revolver on the floor and pulled out his knife before switching the flashlight on again. The beam found the Alpha, but he only saw it for a quarter of a second before it disappeared again. Everywhere he turned his light, he either just missed his target or merely caught blurs of movement. The sounds it made were the only clue he had to its whereabouts. Try as he might, he was losing a battle against the panic rising in his chest. The dog was practically a ghost in this enclosure, and he knew it was toying with him, basting him in fear before its final move. It had chosen its battleground well. Then it stopped moving. With his heart hammering, he suddenly swept the light from right to left, finding only farm tools, bales of hay, and an ancient tractor. It suddenly dawned on him that the light was helping the dog more than him, and he tossed it away in disgust. "Come and get me, you ugly bastard," he called, before getting down low and moving quickly along the wall. His only warning was the quick pounding of paws on dirt before the dog pounced, a vicious snarl in its throat. He tried to swing the knife, but the heavy body thudded into his side, sending him smashing into the wall and bouncing back onto the hard floor before it disappeared again. He rolled over, trying to get his breath back, then instinctively rolled left across the dusty floor as the heavy dog landed where he had just fallen. With a lunge, he stabbed blindly, gratified when his blade bit into flesh and elicited a sharp yelp of pain. The dog jerked away, and he only just managed to keep a hold of his knife as it spun around, its jaws snapping together barely inches from his face. Crowley rolled again and swung the knife from side to side, but the dog had disappeared again. "See, I've still got some teeth too, you bastard. Want another taste?" Another snarl barely 3 feet in front of him gave him a second's warning, and he put up his hands as he was knocked down again. This time his knife was knocked from his hand, but his fingers found the long fur at its throat and he gripped tight, holding the snapping teeth at bay as its stinking hot breath assaulted his face. His back hit the ground hard, but he had the foresight to kick upwards and use its own momentum to launch the dog over his head and into the wall. It gave a yelp as its burn-scarred body crashed into the hard surface. Crowley rolled over, his hands desperately scrabbling over the floor to find the knife. He knew he was out of time when the shuffling of the big dog getting to its feet behind him ceased, and the deep growl began again. Without waiting another second, he scrambled to his feet and ran in the direction of the ladder to the hayloft. He heard the dog start after him, but he knew he had a head start if only he could find his way. Oomph! Underestimating the distance, Crowley hit the ladder hard enough to knock him back onto his ass. It actually saved his life, because the dog had launched itself at his quarry a split second before and sailed over him, striking the ladder equally as hard. Crowley avoided the dog and blindly reached out, grasping the second rung, and began to pull himself up before the dog had managed to find its feet. His reprieve didn't last long. He wasn't halfway up before the dog leapt up, its jaws snapping like a shark as he kicked at it. For just a second, he dared to think he might make it to the safety of the hayloft. The jaws closing over his boot disabused him of that hope. The boot was tough enough to resist the teeth, but the crushing force of the animal's jaws brought an involuntary gasp from him. As the beast began to tug at him, he weaved both arms through the ladder's struts and held on grimly as he lifted his other foot and began to smash the heel of his boot down on the alpha's head. They were locked into an insane tug-of-war for over a minute before the dog finally lost its grip, and Crowley scrambled the rest of the way to the top of the ladder and collapsed in exhaustion. Weak moonlight, filtered by the grimy glass of the loft window, now gave him some semblance of vision, and he looked over the edge. The dog had disappeared, but he had no idea where it had gone. He didn't have to wonder too long. He heard a scuffling on the floor at the rear of the barn, then a rhythmic banging of timber on timber from the back corner of the loft. His eyes fell on the source of the noise. It was a plank, half a foot wide, set at an angle against the loft. No doubt used for sliding bales of hay, it now made the perfect on-ramp for the mutated dog. Crowley was on his feet and running for it almost as soon as he realized what was happening. He was still 10 feet away when the dog slid onto the loft floor like a jumbo jet landing on a wet tarmac. The Alpha skidded into a bale, then scrambled to get back on its feet. The U.S. Army captain stayed on course. He knew the dog was stronger and better equipped to damage him while he was unarmed, but he was through running. He leapt onto the animal's back while it was still struggling to find its feet and began raining blows on its head with his right fist, while gripping its neck with the other. His survival depended on keeping out of the way of its slavering jaws. The dog yelped as his fist struck the raw, burnt flesh on the side of its skull. Enraged, it swung its head and snapped at his shoulder, ripping a deep gash down to his bicep, but unable to take a bite. Crowley bit back a scream. He would not give the beast that satisfaction. He fought to stay on its back as he curled his fingers into a claw and buried them in the burnt flesh of its side before ripping upward as hard as he could. The shriek from the dog was horrifying, and it reared, dislodging Crowley and sending him flying backwards off the edge of the loft. Luckily, he hit the hard-packed floor flat on his back rather than on his head, but the heavy landing knocked all the wind out of him. He could only watch, trying desperately to draw a breath, as the misshapen head appeared over the edge, the deep growl taking on a disturbing, high-pitched quality. Crowley understood in that moment that everything was about to end for him. He felt a strange calmness creep over him. So this is what it feels like to give up? The dog tensed. "Crowley?" came a familiar voice from the direction of the barn doors. Chapter 18. Josephine's voice was like the shock from a defibrillator, and Crowley leapt up as the dog sprang for him, diving to the side as it landed where he had been a split second before. The captain's head turned this way and that, trying to find something, anything that would serve as a weapon, and that's when he spied the pitchfork leaning against the rear wall under the loft. Before he could take a step, the Alpha came for him again, this time its maw closing over his thigh, ripping through his fatigues and skin like a knife through rice paper. He turned and punched it in the eye and ripped his leg away, losing a chunk of his hamstring muscle in the process. This time he couldn't suppress the scream of pain as he ran and dived towards the pitchfork. He grabbed it and rolled over just as the dog leapt again, and with barely a heartbeat to spare, he angled the implement upwards. He felt the wooden handle snap under the massive animal, and then its incredible weight drove him into the floor, knocking the wind from him for the second time in as many minutes. Its rank, dank breath assaulted his senses, and he waited for the jaws to close on his throat. They didn't. Instead, its heavy head slowly dropped until it rested on his injured shoulder, and it let out a long, whistling sigh. Crowley tried to draw a breath, but fatigue and the dead weight constricting his chest prevented him. Motes swam in his eyes before drawing a black curtain over his vision. "Crowley." "Let me sleep." "Crowley." "No, let me alone." It was the incessant patting of his cheek that finally dragged him up from unconsciousness, and he pushed the pestering hand away before rolling over and burying his face in the long fur of the blanket. Blanket? Crowley sat up, and his shoulder screamed bloody murder, bringing him around more effectively than smelling salts. "There you are," Josephine said, as he took in his surroundings. He was still under the hayloft. The dog was half a foot away, on its side with its belly facing him. The broken pitchfork, its 3 prongs buried to the hilt in the dog's big chest, pointed at him like an accusing finger. "Are you okay?" Josephine asked, gently pulling his chin in her direction. "Depends on what you classify as okay," he smiled. Josephine stood and held out her hand. "Come on,
Let's get you inside so Maria can look at your wounds."
It was only when she had helped him to his feet that he realized it was silent outside. "Do you hear that?" he asked.
"What?"
"Exactly. No gunfire. No barking." Her eyes widened.
"You're right."
"That's either very bad or very good. Have you got any rounds left?"
"One."
she said. "That'll have to do." Crowley pushed the barn doors open to reveal the moonlit field beyond. Some of his men were standing around talking in hushed whispers. Others were being helped up to the farmhouse. Dustin caught sight of him and rushed over.
"Cap, you should have seen it. They never attacked again. They just turned and left a few minutes ago without so much as a look back. Jesus, are you okay?"
He rushed over and carefully helped Josephine guide his captain up the driveway towards the farmhouse. "I'll live. What's the sit rep?" Chapter 19. Crowley winced as the needle pierced his skin and passed through it, dragging the thread along.
"You chose to do this without an anesthetic, Captain. Please sit still."
"You're right. I'm sorry, Maria." He wasn't too concerned about her cranky attitude. In fact, he took it as a good sign that the feisty Maria was back.
"You're lucky this wasn't your throat."
There was that word again. Lucky. His best friend was dead, and they lost another soldier and a civilian in the last hour, and more were missing, even if it was of their own choosing. Throw in the pain of his sutured leg and the shoulder, now suffering a second wound, and he didn't feel very lucky. "Sure," he grunted. "Lucky." There was a knock, and he looked around to see Josephine standing in the open doorway.
"Is this a bad time?" "No."
Maria shook her head.
"I'm almost done."
She cut the thread and deftly bandaged the wound, then moved aside to pack her things and wash her hands.
"He's had 3 injections, 2 directly into the wounds, and he's all sewn up. Do I need to check you too, Josie?" "No, Maria, I'm fine."
The nurse approached her and touched her cheek fondly.
"I'm happy you're safe, dear."
Josephine held the hand and squeezed gently.
"I'll go and tend to the baby." "Thanks, Maria,"
Josephine said. Then to Crowley,
"Are you okay?"
"As good as new," he said, and stood up, and she helped him put his shirt on. "Are you really okay?"
"Well, we've lost so many, and we still have a way to go. So not really. Thanks for all you and your men have done."
Josephine replied. "Well, you're welcome. But we're not saying goodbye here. I'm still not sure what we'll find at the base."
"I know,"
she said, as he pulled her into an embrace. "You saved my ass a few times, Joe, so I should be thanking you, too." He kissed her forehead, and then her lips.
"I'm glad I met you too, Ed."
"I love you, Joe."
"I love you too."
Chapter 20. Given that the loss of the Alpha seemed, for now at least, to have caused the dogs to scatter and run, Crowley gave the command to settle in for the night. He set guards, one on the roof and one patrolling the perimeter of the building, on rotating 2-hour shifts rather than the regular 4 hours. Everyone there deserved a decent night's rest. Both he and Josephine were too exhausted after bedding down on the ground floor to do more than kiss and say a few quiet words before rolling over to sleep. Crowley's last thoughts were on the Alpha and the strange control it had over the other dogs. Originally thinking it controlled them with barking and howling, he could only assume it also had some sort of mental link to them. How else would they have known it was dead? It was a scary thought, and scarier still was that there may be more like it out there. They had a light breakfast and set out about an hour after the sun broke. As safe as they felt now that there was no pursuit, there was little conversation among the survivors. Crowley couldn't blame them. Regardless of the night's sleep, they were still exhausted, and they had all seen things in the last few days that might take years to get over, if ever. Topping the last rise before a long stretch of road leading to the base in the distance, they met a sight that only added to their horror. At the bottom of the hill, the red truck Sebastian and his crew had driven away was on its side, a headless body hanging out of the driver's side window that now faced the harsh blue sky. The damage on the truck indicated it had rolled several times. The captain heard sobbing break out behind him and saw Josephine comforting the teenage girl, Faith. He ordered a halt 100 yards out and took 3 men with him for a closer inspection. There was a body in front of the vehicle, that of a bigger man. His throat had been torn out, and he had been mauled badly. But the sight of him was not as confronting as the corpse of the man who had been trying to escape through the window. Crowley spied the head a few feet away, deeper in the ditch, and made a mental note to take the rest of them past the other side of the truck when they moved out. Even before he saw the head, he knew the corpse didn't belong to Tipton. Wrong body type. A glance in the cab told him the final passenger had died in the wreck, her head at an impossible angle. She had died instantly, safe from the dogs, and that was a mercy. That left Tipton. He was nowhere to be seen in the vicinity of the vehicle. There was a bloody trail leading from the truck to the long grass at the side of the road. Chase, follow that trail. See what made it. After a full 2 minutes, Chase called out, "Dead dog here, sir." Crowley changed direction and walked towards Chase as he continued deeper into the grass. "The trail continues this way, sir." Crowley paused to look at the dog. It had 2 bullet wounds, one to the shoulder. Another had taken it in the eye. "Over here, Captain." Crowley jogged to where Chase stood looking down at something in the grass. Sebastian Tipton lay on his back, staring sightlessly at the sky as a black fly crawled over his right eye. His left arm was missing, severed mid-bicep, and around it the grass was stained black with blood. It was a clean cut, more than likely severed in the accident, and the obvious cause of his death. His other hand, still holding the desert eagle he had scavenged, was partially inside the maw of a massive Rottweiler. The exit wound in the back of its head told the story of Sebastian Tipton's last stand. While in Crowley's books he had been a coward and a troublemaker, he had at least gone down fighting, and that was enough to right some of the black marks against his name. Upon arriving at the base, their hopes, which had previously been hanging by a thread, were left shattered. The gates were wide open and bent out of shape, and the sentry post abandoned. Whoever had left had done so in a hurry. "Be ready for anything," said Crowley to his men. "Stiles, you and Chase head left. Dustin?" He was interrupted when 2 malformed dogs rounded a bend 50 yards in front and ran towards them. They were both mutated German shepherds, and it was easy enough to work out they were the dogs from the base enclosure. They didn't appear to have the cunning of the ones they had encountered in town, and they were also injured. One was missing a forelimb, while the other, the top of its head caked with blood, staggered strangely. The soldiers mowed them down with ease. "Looks like we might need a Plan B," said Crowley. Plan B involved him and 2 men staying to guard the civilians and splitting the rest of his soldiers into 3 teams. "Stay in tight formation," Crowley said before sending them in. "Your job is to look for survivors or casualties and information gathering. Kill anything not on 2 legs." Crowley kept himself apprised of their progress by keeping his comms open. By the time they returned, all 3 teams had encountered casualties. The bulk of the bodies were on the eastern perimeter. The final tally was 33 dead. There were at least 11 vehicles unaccounted for, including 7 troop carriers. This meant that the majority of the 500 or so on the small base had escaped. The question was, where had they gone? The answer to that question was provided by Dustin and the recording device Crowley recognized from his many meetings with the commander and his aide-de-camp. From the grim expression on his face as he handed it over, Crowley knew he had listened to it. He ignored the bloody thumbprint on the silver casing and pressed play. "This is Lieutenant Nolan Bennett speaking. If you're listening to this message, then you've seen that we've abandoned base. Our canine team began to mutate, and we were also attacked." Distant gunfire interrupted the recording. "Hundreds of them converged on one spot on the fence, and the sheer number of them overwhelmed the fence and the men trying to stop them. They're through now, and we had no way to stop them. The commander is safe. He was on one of the first trucks out. My men and I will be the last out. We are heading south for the nearest base. The plan is to regroup and fight back. The coordinates are—" He proceeded to read the coordinates. Crowley looked up at Dustin. "Have you written it down?" "Yes." "We'll need every hand on deck if we can deal with this. God bless America." There was a scream in the background, then swearing and more gunshots before the recording cut out. Crowley switched it off and raised his eyebrow, an unspoken question about Bennett. His mouth a grim line. Dustin shook his head. "This is insanity," Stiles said. "This place looks like a goddamn storm swept through it, pouring blood instead of rain." "Yeah, but where is the storm now? All we've seen is 2 dogs." "The storm didn't stop," Crowley said. "It's moved on, probably in the same direction the commander took the rest of the troops." "What is the plan, Captain?" "The plan? The plan is first to get the civilians someplace safe." "And then what?" "And then we go storm chasing." Epilogue. Thaddeus O'Connor's eyes snapped open in pitch black. His first 2 thoughts were, "Oh, Jesus, I'm alive." And, "Where is the fucking bear?" He didn't move, but took stock of his unseen surroundings. He was face down on wet concrete and shivering from the cold. Wherever he was, it stank so much it was hard to breathe. Somewhere close by, a ragged and labored breathing provided a soundtrack to the darkness. He had no doubt it was the bear, and struggled with the math. 1 live bear plus 1 live Teddy O'Connor didn't add up. He took a deep, silent breath and assessed his body. He didn't think anything was broken, and as far as he could tell, he hadn't been bitten, but he was far from unscathed. He could feel the bruises and abrasions he'd sustained by being dragged God knows how far by the world's ugliest bear, and he knew he would feel them more acutely when he got up. Apart from that, his left ankle also ached, but he didn't think it was broken. He risked lifting his face from the floor and tried to make out anything he could in the dark. Nothing. It was literally pitch black. He put his hands out and pushed himself up. His body screamed in protest, but he made it to his hands and knees and paused as he held his breath. The ragged breathing continued without interruption. Now more awake, he noticed it had a wet, hacksaw quality to it, and it reminded him of his grandfather on his deathbed. The old man had died of pneumonia. Teddy sat back on his haunches and patted himself down. His belt was gone, probably lost on the journey up the pipe, so he had lost his Army-issue knife. The grenades on his vest were useless in this environment, and his shotgun had been leaning against the pipe when he was attacked. What he did have, tucked into his left boot, was his own short-bladed hunting knife. It only had a 4.5-inch blade, but was sharp and would do damage in close quarters. In his right leg pants pocket, he also had an LED pocket flashlight. He pulled it out, checking it blindly for any damage. It felt okay. Now the question was he game to switch it on? Of course he was. What choice did he have? As quietly as he could, he turned away from the source of the breathing and huddled over the flashlight. He took a deep breath and pushed the lens face down into his palm and switched it on. His eyes were squeezed shut against the sudden illumination, but also in anticipation that it might disturb his roommate. The labored breathing continued without interruption. While the light was muted, it was still enough to illuminate his surroundings and allow him to see he was in some kind of junction. The square-shaped room was about 20 feet high and 20 feet wide. To his right was a single opening to a pipe, and to the left, two identical but narrower ones. Clearly the big one on the right was the one he had been dragged down. He tilted the flashlight away from his palm a fraction to allow more light to escape. It was then that he realized the wet on the floor wasn't water, but blood, and lots of it. It trailed from the pipeline opening and pooled all around. That wasn't all. Scattered around the room that the bear had made its den were bones, some with rotting meat still attached to them. He made sure he didn't look long enough to work out if they were human or not. He quickly took stock of his injuries again, to make sure the blood on the floor wasn't his. Of course it wasn't. If he'd leaked that much blood, he'd be dead 3 times over. He tentatively got to his knees and turned to look at his captor. The big hairy shape was stretched on its side, facing him, nearly 2/3 of the way across the floor of the conduit. That put him at about 13 feet from head to toe, and O'Connor couldn't help but wonder how the hell he had fit in the pipe in the first place. Certainly, it could only have traveled the length of it on 4 legs. Thankfully, its ugly face was covered by one of his forelimbs, and Teddy dared allowed more light out. The source of the blood became more apparent. There was a bullet wound in its chest, and as he watched the barrel chest rise with each inhalation of its bellows-like lungs, blood and bubbles leaked from the wound. Josephine's single shot, the one that had left his ears ringing bad enough to make him nauseous before he passed out from the awful battering, had found its mark. While it hadn't stopped the bear like it would have a man, clearly the hollow point had made a mess inside its chest. Teddy knew a mortal wound when he saw one. He also knew it had probably saved his life, and realized that the bear had probably passed out as soon as they'd reached his den. He didn't want to think about what would have happened to him if it hadn't. The bones on the floor were enough of an indicator. He rose to his feet, wincing when one of his knees popped loudly. Again, it didn't disturb the bear, and he let out a long, silent breath. Safely to his feet, he weighed up a decision. Slink out of the den and back into the tunnel the way he had come and try to make his way back to the base, or try to kill the bear with his hunting knife. It was a no-brainer. While he wasn't averse to putting an end to the bear's misery, he thought his knife embedded deep in the eye and into the brain would do it. The risk that he didn't kill it instantly and roused it in the enclosed space was too great. The thought of being smeared over the walls and floor like toothpaste did not appeal. No, it was time for a quiet, measured withdrawal. So he left his knife in his boot and made his way quietly to the opening of the big tunnel. A cool breeze played over his face, and he uncovered the flashlight and extended the arm holding it into the darkness. It lit up the pipeline for at least 100 yards before the man-made tube veered to the right. Good enough. He just hoped the batteries would last. He had no idea how far he had been dragged, but he did not fancy the idea of groping around in the dark for what could be miles of pipeline. He took one look back at the prone bear, but with his flashlight directed into the tunnel, he could only make out its shape. "See ya, big fella," he thought. He had just stepped into the opening when the bear coughed. It was an explosive sound in the enclosed space and echoed up and down the tunnels. The shot of adrenaline it induced surged through him, and he barely suppressed a squeal as he burst out of the blocks and commenced striding at a pace that would have left those strange racewalkers at the Olympics in his dust. He paused when he reached the turn in the tunnel, catching his breath and listening. There was no sound of pursuit. For all he knew, the booming cough had been the bear's death rattle. The way ahead was clear, and he recommenced his journey, this time at a more relaxed pace.
"Boy, do I have a story to tell you, Crowley," he said under his breath. "And you damn well better be alive to hear it."
The end. You have been listening to Alpha Pack, Rabid States, Book 2. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr.